children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world.
The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Welcome to the brand new world together.
can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday.
In our hearts, brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
And hello, and welcome to Healing Our Earth. Of course, our special program, which is all to do with the environment today. And your special host, which is Dr. Honey Kalaria, who will be joining you for the next few hours and bringing to you some amazing guests who are all specialists in the field of environment. Today, we'll be discussing some amazing solutions. We'll be talking about some various areas of what kind of work is being done in the field of environment. Environment is such an important topic at this moment in time, real important. And there are many disturbing statistical facts as well about climate change, for example. For example, scientists claim that 100% of global warming is due to human activity. That's 100% all to do with human activity. And in the last 30 years, climate change disasters have tripled. That means that if there were 500 disasters, now there are 1,500 disasters that are taking place. It's really terrible. Lots and lots of things are happening right now. So it's a very important topic for us to discuss. I also think something else which is really dear to me, which is, of course, the planet itself. 95% of the thickest Arctic ice is gone from this whole planet because of global warming, etc. So there are so many things that we need to discuss. So today we have some amazing guests who will be joining us, discussing, and of course trying to find solutions of how we can collectively come together to support this a really important topic. Now, my first guest will be a very wonderfully, very talented gentleman, very knowledgeable in his field. Before then, let me start off with a special little prayer so that we could start off spreading some positive vibes, which is what Healing Our Earth is all about. Healing Our Earth is always here to share education, entertainment, and information to bring joy, happiness, and transform people's lives in a positive way. So today, let's start off with a little prayer. And I'll start off with an Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha. Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha. Tat Savidurvarenyam. Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi. Dio Yonaha Prachodayat. And I say this prayer because I believe that the humanity overall has to raise their consciousness levels. And why do we say consciousness levels? Because we need to become conscious about what's going on in the world out there, what's happening right now. If we can open our eyes, our ears, and get a little bit more tuned into what's going on, each one of us could take a few steps to help us collectively bring huge changes in this whole planet. So let's start off with discussing a little bit about the first topic that we have here. And we're going to be discussing a special topic called water. Yes, water. Can you imagine if you didn't have water for 2 days, how you'd be feeling? Well, there's a lot of secrets behind water as well. And today we're going to be finding out a little bit about this. My next guest is, I should say my first guest is Robert John Pascoe. He's here all the way from Malaysia joining us, and so I would like to welcome you, dear Robert. Global Namaste and welcome to Healing Our Earth. And before I have hello, and before we discuss a little bit, let me tell everybody a little bit about your background, because you have a very interesting background, which I'd love to share with our audiences. Now, Robert first started his research into frequency in the mid-1970s. Yes, many years ago, when he was introduced to the book Super Learning. He was so impressed that he flew from Calgary, Canada, to California to find out more. His learning curve was delayed, however, by life and supporting a young family, of course. So it was a few years before he was able to continue his research. At the turn of the century, Robert was full steam into environmental technologies and service, and front and center was frequency and water. So these is very important topics that we'll be discussing together, frequencies and water. And the aha moment for him was when he realized that water was the key factor to communication throughout the universe. Yes, and you'll be finding out why he is saying this. Robert has had mentors in the science community like Gerald Pollack. He had a book out called The Fourth Phase of Water, and Nobel laureate, I hope I'm saying this right, Luc Montagnier, who also wrote a book called Water Has Memory and spoke about this topic as well. And he's used the super learning techniques to open a whole new world of knowledge that somehow has been deleted from modern education. So he will talk on any aspect of this knowledge and invites anyone interested to explore with him this reality. And of course, get involved in the wonder of it all. And I'm also looking forward to that. So dear Robert, a global namaste to you. Robert, you have such an interesting background, and I know your background is electronics rather than science, but you got so drawn to this world of frequencies and water. Why do you say water is so important for the environment? What is it that you feel is important for us to share with the world?
Well, water is part of everything. We wouldn't have an environment if we didn't have water. I mean, the earth is 70% water. Your body, the human body, is about the same, 65 to 70% water. Every plant on the planet is again the same. You know, everything has water. The air, the humidity in the air, and all of those different things. So without water, we are nothing. We have nothing. So that's the end of that. But the water does a lot more than most people understand or have been told. I mean, the educational system is what I blame for that, because they haven't been educated properly. And there's reasons for that, which I won't get into. But water has the capability, and that was Luc Montagnier. I mean, he, very intelligent man, unfortunately passed away just recently. But he did experiments where he discovered that water has a memory, and that memory is vast. It's huge. It's unbelievable. So what he had done is he took a strand of DNA and a droplet of water, put them both together in a vacuum, airless atmosphere. He took out the DNA, and then they tried to clone the DNA with the drop of water. And they were successful. They found that the water remembered the DNA. So then they diluted it, and they diluted it thousands and thousands of times, and it still remembered it. And as a matter of fact, it actually remembered it better. So that was saying that, okay, water has this capability. So I liken it to
there's scientific proof that there was this scientific proof that people have gone through experimenting and also ensuring that results are there, that people around the world who may not be aware of this, that there is scientific proof that there is memory and water holds memory.
This has been discussed in the scientific community for many years. This isn't something new. I mean, Tesla told us about it. Einstein told us about it. What's his name? Jacques, I can't remember his name. Bouvenet. He told us about it as well. Now, those people, a lot of times, well, not Einstein or Tesla. Well, Tesla was. They were shamed. They were saying, "Oh, wow, no, that doesn't make sense." Blah blah blah. And they were kind of ousted out of the scientific community. But the fact is, they were right. And, you know, guys like Schuberger, who did the same thing 50, 60 years ago, he studied nature and went through rivers, creeks, and all that, and watched what was happening. And then he designed things like log flues, so he could, and I don't like this so much, but anyway, he did. He would bring the logs down from the mountain faster, more efficiently. Made millions of dollars doing that. Right. So
I don't quite understand. What was the connection with the water and the logs? What do you mean? Like,
he followed the pathway of the water, the design of the
water. I see.
The curves and the way it flowed. Yes.
Yes, so I get that.
Specifically to that, and what that did was increase the production of a mill, unfortunately, but whatever. It was it shows that. So we work with water, and I personally have done 10 years of the experiments and practical applications in the agriculture with water.
What kind of experiments have you included, and what kind of things have you found and discovered from all of this?
We went practical before we went into the labs and into the that atmosphere, the scientific one. And I belong to the International Water Conference. We do that every year with Gerald Pollack, and so we do all of that. And the science behind it, they're specific, very specific about the way they do things, and it has to be done with certain protocol. So we went out to practical, and we put it on the ground. And we went to India first, and we've got, I don't know how many, probably thousands of different examples there. Then each country that I went to, we developed a certain unit that would do this. And each country we went to, everybody would say, yeah, well, does it work here? And so I said, fine. So I spent 10 years going around the world, and we have literally gone to.
So what would happen here? So what would happen? So for me to understand, and our audiences to understand, you'd go to different countries, you would take samples of the water, and then, what would you actually do? Yes.
We would take the water from the area, the local water, and then we would run it through a certain protocol, a unit, and then we would water the plants with it. And we did vast fields, we did all sorts of things. And what we found consistently in every country is that the production increased by minimum of 20%, all the way up to 200%. I mean, we doubled the size of a banana tree in India.
Oh, wow. Lots of bananas for people who don't have any fruits. Yeah, great.
But we did that in greenhouse atmospheres. We did it in out in the fields. We did it in the wheat fields in America. We did it in China. I've got in Shenyang. I've got farms there and greenhouses there. Here in Malaysia, I've got an eco farm here that we've done it with very, very successfully.
Well, congratulations. Congratulations, it's fantastic. I mean, this is like a frequencies that you use technology then to ensure that you mix water with technology to bring this about.
The way that it's done is through frequency. Okay, so frequency is, and then we go back to the Schumann resonance, which is the Earth gives off a frequency. That frequency is 432 hertz. So that is the bandwidth widths that we should live in because that's where we're most comfortable. We relate to the earth at that level. And so we decided, well, okay, that's fine. Now that it goes from 200 something up to 700 something. The mid-range is 432. So we went with the mid-range and we found a way of producing it by incorporating, first of all, we incorporated a vortex action, which is spinning action. And what that does is it pulls on the molecular structure. And so that starts to release the memory and toxins actually drop out. We found we could clean the calcium out of pipes, all sorts of different things occur. But
Wow.
so when it occurs, it's now open. It's basically paramagnetic. It has an electron floating, free floating. So you can then add into it. So then we would take rare earth. We have a very specific mixture of minerals that we do. Gives off a very strong scalar energy. And in a very short distance, we can imbue back into the water the frequency that we want. And then it starts to carry. Now, once it's locked in, that's diamagnetic. Okay, now the electrons they're all locked together. There's two instead of like the free floating one. So then it carries, and it carries that, whatever that message is, whatever that frequency is, wherever it goes, and it goes a long way.
Right. So we're talking about, like, let's say the earth, you know, I don't know what frequency it would be, but there are all different types of frequencies that you can also have music, like a music mantras or something, or sounds that have certain frequencies that help with your healing, for example. So we're talking about one of these kinds of frequencies that is infused into the water, which then creates those results.
That's exactly what we're talking about. You're talking about the same frequencies, matter of fact. The book Super Learning was all about that. That was a professor, Lazanov in Russia, had done a lot of work with that. And he found that he could increase your memory, your retention, your learning abilities by simply playing Bach or Beethoven in the background, which is 432 hertz.
Yes.
Now, music was changed back in the 60s. They tried to put it, they changed it to 440 hertz for some reason, and I won't get into that again. But, you know, that was noticed. So people, and I said, well, I talk about history and I talk about, you know, it was worship and theology and all of those things. We go way, 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 way back. And people understood this and knew this and have known it for a long time. Beethoven knew it, Bach knew it, these guys knew it. They wrote their music accordingly. Right? So
that's very true, because we hear about, you know, pregnant women when they're listening to some of this classical music. You find that even the children that are born with better memories and better brain power. You know, so for some reason, yes, it literally does something. These frequencies that they use, and I understand that even with people, I think there's like different hertz. They say 174 hertz is for pain and stress. I think it removes pain and stress from the body. And I think there's also things like if you want to I don't know, liberate yourself from guilt, for example, then if you can play something like around 396 hertz of the frequency, it starts making you feel a lot more balanced, you know, your body a little bit more balanced. So there are many different hertz of these frequencies. This is just something I'm sharing with the audiences. So there must be definitely some kind of frequency that you're mentioning, how it helps the plants. And today we're talking about the environment as well, of course. So how would you say that if people had this knowledge and we shared this knowledge with the world, or the audiences would use this kind of technology, how could we bring changes to the world and the environment using this?
Well, basically, I'm just going to answer a bit of what you said on the brain structure and all of that. Your brain is a very high percentage, up to the 80% of water. So that was what I said about my aha moment, when I really realized that the vehicle is water, and that's universal, because it carries those frequencies with it. We try to stick within, you know, around 432, because you know, you can get into high range, you can have very dangerous ones. I mean, you've got radiation, that's a very dangerous frequency. You've got, you know, cell phones, all of those different things. They're not friendly. They're harmful to you. So we try and block that out by using a certain one and stick with that. So I don't get into a lot of different ones, but there
Right.
are. You're correct.
Is there, sorry,
Before you
yeah, Robert, you mentioned about these frequencies that you're saying, because it's very important. You just mentioned something very important about or phones as well, because there are lots of frequencies with the Wi-Fi that are not very conducive to our health, so the environmental health either, and people's health here. And you said that there's ways to also balance and counteract that. Is there things that people can do? Maybe any tips that you could give to audiences of what they could perhaps do to try to counteract those kinds of negative influences that are out there with frequencies?
Yeah, what you want to try and do, you'll find that those frequencies have different wavelengths. Right? The smoother, the ones that are good for you, like 432, are very smooth. The ones that are detrimental are very sharp. They go up and down, up and down. Microwave, for instance, cell phones. So what that does is it disrupts everything around it. And when it does that, that's what's affecting people and affecting you. So to smooth it out, I live in an environment, my home has water units all around it everywhere, and it has rare earths everywhere. I mean, literally everywhere. So that when you walk into the house, you're, and I can't guarantee you're 100% protected, because who knows, but you feel a lot different. I'll tell you that. You have a much more calm, relaxed demeanor, and it's much nicer. So, and yes. I get that a lot.
And I think that people should understand that with these things that you're talking about, which is very, very important actually, with the frequencies that we're talking about, which are out there in the environment. Sometimes people can have pain, body pain, and all sorts of things that take place. But by having these kinds of technologies in place, you can actually really balance the frequencies around you, which helps you to calm down, as well as your body not to be so inflamed.
Yes, and that's basically, you're now moving into the new medicines that are coming out now, and there's a number of companies that do that, and you can go onto their database and download frequencies of different medicines. For instance, what's it called? ICA, I think it is, Bulgarian company. Anyway, you can go on with your computer into their website, go to their database, and say you take, I don't know, a blood pressure pill. You take that and you look at whether they have the frequency. They do. You download it, and you download it through your computer into either a glass of water, or they have a device you can plug into the speaker and just wrap it around your arm, and it'll download it directly into you, because you are water. So, and it works. The first time I saw that was about 6 or 7 years ago, and I happened to be at the water conference, and somebody gave me one of the devices and said, try it out. And because at that time I did have high blood pressure. And I took it back with me and tried it out, and I stopped all of the medication I was taking, and I just used that, and it worked. Lo and behold, I haven't taken
wow. Well done. So this is practical level as well. You're talking about how practically, you go through these experiments, and then you do this on a practical level, and you see the actual results from this as well. So what do you do in terms of this now? Because after doing this 10 years of research and discovering all these wonderful information, which could actually transform people's lives worldwide, if they had the knowledge of this, what can you do? And what are there other products that you've created, or books that you've written? How can people get to find out more, or to be able to utilize this in their own lives? Or if they're farmers out there, or environmental related organizations, how can they use these products or whatever knowledge you have to enhance the environment?
Basically, that's a big part of what I've been doing. The practical part is on the ground, because laboratory and papers and things like that are done in clinical environments. So when you go out on the ground, there's always a difference, and you have to adapt to it. So as far as the products go, yes, there are. I own a company called Crystal Blue Global, and we make units that you can literally put in the pipe system in your house. There are lots of products out there, and they vary. most of them work, but it varies as to the effect, how efficient they are, how strong they are, the different things. And so I try anyway, we try to go with completely environmental. We don't use electricity. There's no replacement parts. They're made from things like stainless steel, or we've just designed a new system that's done in ceramics so that they're extremely strong. They last for years and years and years. As far as business sense goes, it's not very sensible because there's no replacement. They last, but on the other side of that, people are very happy, and the word of mouth brings you more clients and more customers and that. So
absolutely, and you're helping the environment as well, because nowadays what people do is they keep using something for 2 years and they throw away. At the moment, there's like 600 million tons of terrible things, rubbish being just dumped in the seas and all sorts of places every year. There's amazing amounts. It's terrible. So if you can help to create long-lasting products, you're actually helping the environment already. By not having so many things to be replaced regularly.
We have got so in depth, and my circle of associates is professors and inventors and scientists and researchers globally, and we have come up with things. Now, water encompasses everything, as we said. So we have entered into not just agriculture, but we have entered into industrial. We can waste energy. Waste energy is one of the things that we did. We use vortexes in that. We can take the garbage and turn it into energy, but we can also take water. Now, the type of water, structured water, will produce steam rapidly. It heats up faster. Okay? So we can produce steam in megatons at 3 to 5 seconds, which, places like Beijing, that the entire system is steam, or use a old style steam turbine, which are, those things last forever. And you can produce electricity. We can do that. We go into the health side of it. We have found the COVID, although it was, a lot of people said it was very bad, blah, 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 and it was, and for what it is and what it is. But the problems that it caused actually were an advantage, because we started donating. So I had some friends here that I do some construction products with come to me and say, can you design us a water that we can donate so that, we can help out? And I said, yeah, okay. So then we took that and we took what I usually do, which I consider the best, and I added to it. I bumped it up a notch, and then actually 2 notches. And then we donated it. We went to the quarantine center. We went to the hospital. We went to 3 or 4 hospitals. We went to the prison and gave them the water, right? And the guys that delivered it had no protection whatsoever. Not one of them got sick. They drank the water. Okay.
Right. So this water was infused with some kind of frequency, so that if they drink the water, it can bring in that same frequency in the body, which then creates more health for the body. Is that right?
Yes. So what it does is it changes the structure of the water. It manipulates the structure of the water so that it will penetrate faster through membranes. So in the case of a plant, osmosis occurs rapidly. So that's why you get the production, you get higher nutrient content, you get bigger leaves, bigger root balls, you get all of that stuff.
Wow.
Now, in COVID, it was confused with, or they didn't quite understand. They thought it was pneumonia. They were treating pneumonia. They were giving people, all of that. It wasn't, but it was similar. Now, pneumonia is a fiber coating in your lungs, which blocks your oxygen intake. COVID is a fiber that is in your blood. It's in your bloodstream, and it blocks the oxygen. We found that if you drink this water within 5 to 10 minutes, the oxygen SpO2 level of your blood goes up to normal. So it goes through the membrane, that fiber. Yeah.
That's amazing, because you're literally changing the molecular structure of your body. And you're
manipulating. You can't change the molecule, but what you're doing is when they lose a negative charge, the electrons, what happens is they get a condition in a human called rouleauing. When all of the blood cells group together, they cluster. The same thing happens anywhere in water. Now, what we're doing breaks them apart. Now, there is controversy about how they reform, whether it's into a hexagonal shape or into whatever. Emoto, you mentioned earlier, his pictures show that it's a crystalline of some sort. When you take those pictures. So whatever it is, whether it is hexagonal, whether it is, that's arguable. Science argues everything, and I'm glad they do, because that's what science is all about. Right? We question everything. So great. So whatever it is, that's why we do practical. I operate on results. You can tell me why all day long. I don't care why. I really don't care why. Does it work or does it not work? If it works,
it's the results which show up for themselves, right? Oh, dear Robert, we're coming to the end of our discussion, and you've got such an interesting discussion. That's such a brilliant topic here. Is there a particular website people can go and visit to find out more, or perhaps to get in touch, or anything like that? So if they
there's a lot of information out there. We have a website. My partner in the U.S. has a website called crystalbluesales.com. It's got information. We had one that was ENT before, and it was too much information. Most people did, so we took that one down. But there is tons and tons of information. You can go to the International or waterconference.org. It will give you all scientists and all of their data and where they all come. I mean, you just look on the internet. Mr. Google will direct you.
Mr. Google. Absolutely. But Robert, I really would like to congratulate you for your wonderful work, because you have really, really been persistent, very determined, I can see, and ensuring that so much knowledge is being put together practically. So we would like to all, from the whole of our team here on Healing Our Earth, congratulate you for the really great work that you're doing. And perhaps even myself, if I can contact you on a separate level, maybe put you in touch with a couple of these countries who are looking for sustainable ways of, doing farming and agriculture, and using different technologies to help in that area. So maybe the water part could be connected there as well.
On that note, I'm working with the country of Vietnam right now. The government, we're looking to institute government programs where the government subsidize. Farmers don't have money, so they have to be subsidized. And so I work with governments, and I've got Sri Lanka. I'm going to be working with them because they've just gone through some pretty hardship times. Vietnam, I'm working with them. I work here in Malaysia. It's a little bit harder here. China. Come on board. As a matter of fact, we won the last 2 years. We won the most innovative technologies awards 2 years running, second prize, because they didn't understand what we were doing so much. But
wow. So this is like double congratulations to you for the great work that you're doing and for the awards. And I think it's very well worth it as well that people are recognizing the work that you're doing. And I think that I'm sure in 5 to 10 years time, everybody will know this, and they'll really be utilizing this, wonderful technologies in the correct way, thanks to the kind of work. But Robert, we just want to say a very big thank you for joining us here today, all the way from Malaysia. We're just going to be moving on to our next guest now, Dr. Shauna Powell, who is joining us, of course, to discuss a little bit more about some of the solutions of environment-related topics and challenges that we are incurring at this moment in time. So we were just listening to our wonderful Robert, who is really an amazing, very knowledgeable gentleman, as you could all tell. And we're now moving from Malaysia, from Robert John Pascoe, all the way to our dear Dr. Shauna Powell. Now, Dr. Shauna Powell will be talking to us a little bit about the climate solutions through collective grassroots action. And what she is, let me tell you a little bit about her background before we discuss this topic. Dr. Shauna Powell is the founder director of LEAP Lancashire, an organization that focuses on enabling collective grassroots environmental action by partnering with community and faith organizations in the UK. Dr. Powell is a doctorate. She has a doctorate from the University of St. Andrews, and having completed her research on a full scholarship, she actually, she's a very talented lady. Her research interests include historic characterization of urban landscapes, particularly on the construction of the multiplex as a symbol of capital consumerism. Wow, how deep is that? We're going to find a little bit about her, and later on I'll be also introducing to you Kailash Parekh, who's a panelist, but she'll be joining us in a short while. So, Global Namaste, Dr. Shona Pal, how are you?
Namaste, Dr. Kalaria. Thank you so very much for inviting me and Mrs. Parekh to this wonderful, gathering and much needed gathering. Just good afternoon to everybody who's taken the time out to be here, because this is the very first step that wherever you are in your journey in sustainability, to basically connect to the world, to listen to what other people are doing, and to learn about what more we can, each of us can do to improve things and help things along, basically. I don't think anybody a lot of people are perhaps more clued into the climate crisis now than they were perhaps even a year ago, I can say that. And if I can just quickly say that Mrs. Parekh, MD, she will actually first be starting the presentation, and I will do the second half of the presentation. So if I can hand over to Mrs. Parekh.
Sure. Global namaste to you, Kailash Parekh ji. How are you? You're on mute. You're on mute. We need to just get you unmuted. Thank you. Okay. And, hello. So I'm going to just give a little bit of background about you as well, Kailash ji. Now, Kailash is a very, very passionate lady, and she's very passionate about promoting equality and diversity, particularly in the field of education and promoting a greener environment. Kailash was appointed as a magistrate in October 2001, and through her work within the community, she has positively contributed in promoting better community cohesion and race relations. Kailash's work has also been recognized when she was awarded with an MBE in 2004 by Her Majesty the Queen for her services to community relations and race relations, of course, in Preston. And this was followed by the National GG2 Diversity and Leadership Award for her work in the community for making a positive contribution to British society. And I know that she's been doing amazing work. Her other achievements include National Training Award for her outstanding contribution to education, and of course a Woman of the Year award in 2004. So we are very proud to have you here today. A global namaste to you as well, Kailash ji, and a wonderful thing for the MBE, because we've all been celebrating the Queen's Platinum Jubilee just now as well. Even I have been involved in a few of the shows and events. So Kailash ji, first of all, welcome to the Healing Our Earth platform, and today we're discussing the topic of the environment. I believe that you wanted to share a little bit about the environment and maybe do a short presentation as well. What would you like to be sharing today?
Namaste. Thank you so much for inviting me today. We are going to be sharing our presentation, both myself and Dr. Shona. I'll do the first part, and then Dr. Shona is going to take you through a case study of some of the work that we are doing with faith communities. So if I may just share my presentation.
Sure, I think you're able to share directly, so no problems at all from your side. That's it. We can see it on the screen.
Okay, so I'll start with slide 1. Yes. So, namaste again from Preston, UK. My name is Kailash Parekh, and myself and Shona Pal will be presenting on the topic of climate change and the solutions, how collectively we can work together at grassroots levels to make a real difference to our environment, our planet as well. So first of all, as I said, I'm a director of the LEAP. LEAP, again, like you introduced us really well, that we are Lancaster Environment Action project, and we work together with at grassroots levels with community volunteering faith groups. One of our key partner is the Hindu Forum of Britain, where we are working on a national training program on environmental and assessment management, which again, my colleague, Dr. Pal, will take you through that later on in the presentation. We believe that the youth are our future generation. So we have a big wing of our youth, the youth panel that are working very, very hard to make a real difference to our world, or our environment. And hence they've been very busy designing the eco-friendly booklets. And these booklets are based on key celebrations like Diwali, Hanukkah, Passover, Christmas, Eid, and it's about celebrating in an eco-friendly way. So where we use less plastic and things that we can sustain, help to sustain our planet Earth. And so it's been really exciting. It's been well received, especially in all the schools, primary schools in Lancashire. House of the Commons have also been a sort of part of this booklet as well. So we're really, really proud, and we're building on this, and the schools are positively using that to promote eco-friendly and celebrations in schools as well, and families as well. Families can also use those in celebrating. We also had very recently launched the Superhero Awards, where families came together and then looked at the ways how we can help, to promote sustainable environment and use eco-friendly products to help the planet. So that was really good. And we had a competition where we actually recognized the hard work that our youth and young children have been doing. So those are some of the things that the LEAP have been involved in. And so we're very proud that we're building on that. And we, like I said, we are an environment partner for the communities. So I know that climate change is what we're going to talk about, is climate change. And it's nothing new. Climate change has been happening for thousands of years now, but now it's becoming quite a bit of a concern because it's rapid changes we've all experienced, and it's threatening our lifestyles, our agriculture, animal, everything. It's all had a negative impact. So it's time to make those positive changes. And the kind of changes we already have seen, the sudden flooding, the fires, the storms. So there's already been changes that we can see, and it's all just also been predicted. The temperatures are rising by 2030. We'll see the changes, and we are seeing. But then by 2050, it's predicted that it's going to be unbearable unless we do something now to make those positive changes. As we can see, the climate change is having a detrimental effect on the water shortage, which again has a negative impact on our crops, the food. So it all has repercussions. Many homes will be lost to rising sea levels due to the polar ice and melting. That was mentioned by Dr. Calaria, in the beginning. So all this is, impacting the climate change. So again, it's time for, some of the images you can see here, how the heat, the temperature rising, causing all the fires, the trees catching fire suddenly to the heat, the frequent storms, high winds, the sea, the rivers flooding. All this is we're seeing now. So it is time for us collectively, and it's not just one person's responsibility, or as we say, the government, but it's us as a communities coming together and making those positive changes. And like I said, there is a case that we'd like to share later on, how we can work with our faith groups, in making those changes. So climate change, how we can mitigate, well, one of the things we can do is to help us to mitigate those risks. Because again, it's our lifestyles, the way we live, that has caused the sudden rapid climate change over the couple of centuries, the way we use our fuels, the way we use our water, the plastic, everything. So again, it's being conscious about the way we use our fuel at home. Making those changes can help, to mitigate those risks. And I've got some points here that, obviously on the PowerPoint about talking about how we can mitigate those, how to slow down by stop burning fuels and using other ways like solar powers, hydroelectric power, wind powers to generate energy. Also trying to stop the massive deforestation that is occurring across the planet. So there's some of things like stopping the use of things like using single plastic, unnecessary production in use and throw landfill culture. So those little changes can have a big impact. And we're already seeing, the government has already encouraged, again, I'm talking about UK, where, they're putting charges. Before we used to have plastic, carrier bags when we went shopping. Now they're charging us like £20, 30 pence, 20 pence, 30 pence per bag. So again, it's making people think about the way they, do their shopping and the way, they do their everyday chores. So again, it's the government doing their best, but like I said, it's a collective effort. So again, adaptation is about recognizing the climate change and the risks in your area that could affect the place where you live, or the food that you grow, or the water you consume, and the changing way that you live, and to adjust to this risk in order to lower those risks. Again, things like when you're buying a house, maybe think about, where you maybe not buy a house near a river or sea without checking the flood map, or whether the property will remain safe over the next coming decades. So little things that we can make those kind of changes. And if you grow food in an allotment, we want to start growing other varieties which can tolerate warmer weather. So these are little things like, again, like water birds, to get into a habit of, storing water as well, to save those, like we just talked about water, really powerful presentation of water and how important water is to our life. Again, it's about preserving and how we can better preserve water for the future. So what are we doing about it? So like I said, the government are doing their best, and there's also Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, that produces extensive and excellent developed reports, to show us how the climate is doing. There are 196 governments have agreed to take part and taking the necessary steps in their communities to limit this global warming, and preferably, to bring it down to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So it's a collective effort. So this is happening, in 196 governments at United Nations. But in the UK, UK is committed to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions to nearly zero by 2050. And what they're doing is promote all of the UK's electricity to come from clean source, to minimize the emissions from industries as well as households, promote electric vehicles. And I'm seeing that a lot, already. My daughter's bought one that I know we need to sort of keep charging it, but again, it's so friendly to the environment. And I think it's the more people do it, they become role models to others. So that's been introduced in the UK, and that's an excellent initiative. Again, people who have electric cars, they don't have to pay any road tax, and so there are sort of advantages to that as well, to encourage public to use electric vehicles. Promoted less meat and dairy in diets and reduce food waste, increase tree plantations and stop deforestation. So these are those kind of things that the UK government has been committed to doing. So this brings me to the end of my presentation, and I'm going to hand you on to my colleague, Dr. Shona Powell. Thank you.
Oh, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. So important to go through those wonderful information. People should be aware that this is the kind of impact that's taking place, and also the fact that 196 countries are coming together to do such good work. And that shows how widespread it is that people are looking to work collectively to make a difference to this challenge that we have. So yes, let's see what Dr. Shona Powell has to say and what kind of case study she's going to be sharing with us. So please go ahead, dear Dr. Shona ji.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kolaria, and Kailash. Thank you so very much for an excellent summary of the kind of work that we've been doing and what each individual can do. And I'm so happy to have Mrs. Trupti Patel here. She's the wonderful president of the Hindu Forum of Britain. Very visionary person, because basically without her spearheading this, obviously, we can, as an environmental partner, we can take things forward. We can say that, hey, this is what, this is how community and voluntary and faith organizations need to go forward in the face of the climate crisis. But without visionary leaders like Mrs. Patel, it's not possible to actually make it happen. So, it's the leaders who have to have that vision and that open-mindedness to take it forward. So I'm very
Absolutely. And I should also be saying thank you very much to Trupti Patel. She's a lovely mentor. She's a real good supporter of all the work that we do. And she's the one who's put forward quite a few people from the environment side to come on board today so that they can share their wonderful knowledge, including yourselves, you know. So thank you, Trupti ji. And I know we'll be having her very shortly as well to discuss a few areas about environment. But please go ahead, Shona ji.
Yes.
We have around 10 minutes. Yes.
So thank you. So what I wanted to say first and foremost is that, you know, what is the objective of, you know, or the role of faith organizations, community organizations? Why is it so important? Basically, with the climate crisis facing all of us, it's, you know, there's a tendency that whenever there's an emergency, a lot of people think that, oh, well, the government needs to do this and the government needs to pass that law and the government needs to do A, B, and C. But climate change, it's a massive phenomenon, as Mrs. Parekh was saying, that it's been going on for millennia. But the thing is, what we're facing right now can't just be left for the governments to take forward. Each and every one of us has a responsibility to, you know, absolutely go for as many sustainable choices as possible right now, because there isn't a planet B, as very, you know, astutely pointed out by, you know, that poster that you have for this conference. And the thing is that, yes, each of us is powerful, very powerful. And when we come together, there's nothing to stop us. So literally, we can, you know, reverse the clock. We can, you know, reverse the damage that's been done and get our beautiful planet back on track. We just need to work together. And there's nothing like the voluntary sector, the community sector, the community organizations, faith organizations, to move this forward. So I will very excitedly share with you what the Hindu Forum of Britain has been doing with us. So I'll just move on to, I've actually gone for a PDF because, you know, there's a tendency, unfortunately, for PowerPoint to kind of throw me out and for the audio to break off. So I'm just hoping that the PDF being lighter, it'll be better. Okay. So this is something that we piloted, because obviously it's a very big change. Here we have the Hindu Forum of Britain, which has over 300, you know, members across the country of different, you know, temples and Samaj buildings and so on. Plus, they have innumerable numbers of, you know, individual members. So we do not want to progress without, you know, being sure about what we're doing. So we had a consultation where, you know, those we don't want to reinvent the wheel either. So large organizations who are members of the Hindu Forum of Britain, such as ISKCON, the UK Brahma Kumaris, so basically these are the kind of organizations already doing a lot of very wonderful work in the environment, setting up solar farms, etc., eco-farm farms. So we worked with them to say that, right, we have an environmental assessment. Can you just go through this assessment that we've come up with? And do you think that this will work for temples? Do you think it will work for Samaj buildings? Will it work for other communities? And because there are so many large and small, you know, organizations, temple organizations, to see what will work. So we did the consultations, it, you know, did the rounds, it came back with some wonderful feedback, which we incorporated. And we went for the pilot training. So there were 40 organizations involved who went for the pilot. And we had, you know, some feedback from the temples who were taking this forward. And it worked very well, so much so that basically we got national lottery funding to take this forward on a bigger scale, to involve even more, you know, members, so that it can really go national. And, you know, we have a huge number of temples. There are already temples who are making these changes. And now we have more and more temples who are, moving forward with this environmental thing. So what is an environmental assessment? And I'm just going to skip that, because this is basically, in short, the kind of impact that we've had that is possible. That, you know, it's one little piece of document, well thought out, lots of hours spent, but at the end of the day, it is one document. That one document can make such huge changes across the entire country in the way people are perceiving and operating, interacting both within their own space, as in the voluntary or community organization working by itself, as well as the families that they're interacting with. You know, what are they carrying home? What lessons are they carrying? Lessons is the wrong word, but what kind of practice are they carrying home? You know, how does this go into, how does, you know, your role as a faith organization, how can you make all these wonderful sustainability practices reach the community, reach every member? So some of the key things is, firstly, to understand that most faiths, I don't have enough knowledge to say all faiths, but I would assume all faiths would never say waste. Everybody would say, you know, definitely minimize your resources, look after the environment, because basically without the environment, we don't survive at a very selfish level. And of course, there are lots of other more beautiful and philosophical reasons why we should be looking after the planet. So the thing is, firstly, we all recognize that all of us are following certain sustainability practices. So this is not about, your thing as look at environmental assessment and
we're
fault me
losing
on
you
your our
we're,
faith hasn't done this and our faith
Dr.
hasn't done that.
Dr. Shona, we're losing you a
Yes.
little bit. Sometimes we're losing your internet, so just stay close to wherever your mic is. We're just losing it. Yeah.
Yes, sorry about that. So it's not about basically, what you haven't done. It is very much about what more you can do, because everything is important and nothing that you do will be enough. There's more and more and more. You can always be more sustainable. So firstly, it's about reflecting on and identifying each aspect. So breaking down, not just generalizing and saying, oh, our organization does this, our faith organization does this. So with the Hindu Forum of Britain, literally, it was breaking down into what are the main activities and events, what are the different actions, such as, when do you take the prasad, when do you give the prasad out to people, where is it bought from, how do people take it away? People are bringing in offerings to the temple. How are they bringing? In what form are they bringing? Are they bringing it in sustainable packaging? Are they bringing it in long-term use things? That kind of thing. So literally breaking down what your organization does in terms of activities, and then literally analyzing what better you can do. And the very important thing is to make sure that there are short-term, to recognize there are short-term and long-term goals. There may be something like, say, for example, you may not be composting because you think you can't afford. It may be a small organization who cannot afford to get a compostable bin, and that's fine. But it's setting that goal, having a specific date and sticking to it by saying that, yes, by so and so date, we are going to get a compostable bin, so that we can actually a compost bin in which we can actually make sure that the waste food, the waste fruit, etc., can be composted safely, and something that is pest secure, that will not create an issue. So there are different things to take on board, things like that. But you know your organization the best. You know what you are doing, and you know what more you can do. So it's about coming together and taking those steps to move forward. Also, it is important to move this beyond the conversation within your organization. Oh, yes, we are wonderful. We have a luncheon club. We only use steel plates, and we only cook as much food as is needed by our people. But what is the next step? How do you engage this? You are a community or a voluntary or a whatever faith organization. You are engaging with small to huge numbers of people. So how do you make this conversation go home? So, if you have something like, let's say, for example, you have some creative activities, perhaps you have something like dance classes. That's wonderful, but also have a sewing class. If you're worried that, okay, that's too general, like that's too generic, we don't want to have a sewing class, but there are so many cultural motives that can be introduced within the sewing class to make it cultural specific. So, the main thing is that people need to take this home. So get projects which will involve your families, your community families in it, whether it is a gardening club, grow your own, bhindi for your, luncheon club, so find how to do it, have your greenhouses up, and nothing is too expensive or impossible if you have reasonable, realistic dates and people come together. So this is very important. And what I would like to say, one very important part, which is that realize and accept that we are going through a climate crisis. It's important now to start forming a climate emergency group. This is the very basic duty that each of us have as an individual, and certainly as a faith organization or as a community organization. Form your emergency group now. So, nothing is rocket science. It is just about people getting together, being determined to make a difference, and coming together to do the same thing. Plan it. You can get people who are interested and connect. Make the connections with the local emergency services. Find out that, okay, if there's an emergency, let's say, for example, if there are 10 vulnerable members within your community who are going to, in different houses, who are going to, perhaps bear the brunt of what is going on right now, who or which local company would be happy to provide them with food and water for a certain place? What is a safe place for a shelter? So think about this. This is not, some kind of a very far-fetched thing that you're doing for, 20 years ago or 20 years later. Not at all. It needs to be done now, and your information needs to be kept updated. So these are just certain things that I wanted to share. I think, Dr. Kalaria, we're probably kind of getting to the end of our slot. So just to say that I hope that, very slightly touching on the environment policy. This basically because the environmental assessment is done by the whole organization, and it is spearheaded by an environmental coordinator who will actually take the responsibility to go around and do these things. And environmental policy sums it up. If you tell your supplier that I'm not going to buy the potatoes for you from you for the next foreseeable future unless you start selling it to me loose, I will not buy it in your plastic bags. Okay, so make your environmental policy and stick to it. The environmental policy will summarize what you want to take forward. So with that, I really hope that this motivates organizations all across the world to take up environmental management. It is not rocket science, it just needs planning and commitment. Thank you very much.
Such amazing. That was really very useful. Thank you so much. If Kailashji, if you wanted to stop sharing, perhaps, so we can get to you on the screen, that would be lovely. Thank you so much for the lovely presentation. And I just wanted to say Trupti ji as well. Trupti Ben, the Miss Trupti Patel is a president of the Hindu Forum of Britain, and she has been really, really a great leader in this field. She's been working on supporting environmental organizations and bringing them forward for such talks and discussions to really, really bring these topics forward to a wider community and get some action going. So, Trupti, I just wanted to say well done and congratulations for the really great work you're doing. We will be calling you on after 3:30, so we're going to have you to discuss a little bit more about the environment. And Kailashji and Dr. Shorna, I just wanted to say what a fantastic presentation. I love the fact that you already had a management template that people can go through. It's not about reorganizing something, it's about restarting something off. You actually have templates that organizations can just follow and start implementing and think about the environmental aspects of the work that they're doing as well, whenever they're planning anything for the work that they do. Yeah. Is there any final, messages that you would like to share with our audiences? Maybe, I had a couple of messages coming through from different people saying that where do they get these kinds of templates? Where can they, so that if they wanted to do this for their own organization, what's the best place?
I can definitely share, in the chat, I will in a couple of minutes share the actual website address with Trupti ji's permission, basically from the Hindu Forum of Britain, so they can certainly download the template and certainly use it. We really want people to move on this and use it. So
yes, we need wonderful leaders like you, to help to, generate that little movement that if every organization can get involved in how to support the environment, and then their members can follow inspiring leaders, then we can really create wonderful impact collectively. So I just wanted to say congratulations for the great work. You mentioned the website. Trupti Patel ji will be also giving us this website a bit later on. So if you wanted to download the template and utilize that, then at least you can start getting involved in making this world a better place. So Kailashji as well, I just wanted to say congratulations for your MBE as well. We're very proud of you for the great work you're doing in the field of diversity and promoting so many things within the community. Well done. Congratulations. And Dr. Shorna Pal, thank you for bringing Kailashji on board as well. And keep up the great work with your environment as well. And we look forward to connecting with you in the future so we can collectively do a little bit more work in this field.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A global namaste to both of you. We now move on to our next guest, which is Henry Asplin. A global namaste to you, Henry.
Hi, good to be with you.
Very good to be with you as well. I'd just like to do a little introduction about your work, Henry, because I know you're doing amazing, great work. But I just wanted to say Henry Asplin actually is somebody who's going to be speaking to us about the Conscious Planet Save Soil movement, which really is considered a huge movement of our times. Henry Asplin is also a full-time volunteer with the Isha Foundation and the Save the Soil movement. He's been supporting Sadhguru's current 30,000 kilometers motorcycle journey to raise awareness about the soil extinction crisis and inspire concrete policy changes for soil health. Having crossed 26 countries in 61 days, he offers stories from the journey of a lifetime and an introduction to the Safe Soil movement, which I believe is such an important and very, very important work that you're doing right now, Henry. So welcome to our Healing Our Earth at the moment on our special event called Environmental, I should say an environmental event that we've organized. We had some amazing guests who've joined us today who are sharing all these different topics, who are sharing lots and lots of knowledge about different fields of the environment, how to protect the climate and how to get involved. So Henry, about your work as well with the Isha Foundation, tell us a little bit about yourself. Well, how did you get involved in the Isha Foundation? What, triggered you to get involved in this Safe Soil movement?
Yes, well, hi everyone. Lovely to be here with you. So I'm myself not a soil scientist, don't come from an ecological background, not really anyone of great note particularly, but I've had the extraordinary privilege of, as Dr. Clara was just saying, supporting Satguru Safe Soil movement in recent months. I've been a full-time volunteer with the Isha Foundation for about 3.5 years now. My background before then was in script writing and theatre production, and I'll give you the short version of the long story. I ended up doing one of Satguru's yoga programs, and it had such profound impact on my mental health, emotional balance, physical well-being that here I am a few years later speaking to you.
So inspired you so much that you actually thought, right, let's go and join this, because actually it's the best gift you can give to somebody. When you can give the gift of spirituality to somebody, a gift of health and well-being to someone, it's the best gift you can give. And you're doing the same thing, from moving from individuals to the whole planet, to the world, by the work that you're doing right now with the Safe Soil movement. I believe, of course, Guruji has been on a journey, 100 days journey, where he's trying to, I would say, create some exposure about this work, making sure that people are becoming more aware, raising this awareness about how important it is to protect our soil. I understand that long time ago, you could eat one orange and get this much vitamins and minerals from it. And now you have to eat 8 to 9 oranges to get the same amount of vitamins, right? Is that right?
In the last 100 years, yeah, if you were as you said, to eat an orange in 1920, you have to eat 8 now for the equivalent nutritional value in those oranges. It's yes, this was something that I personally wasn't aware of at all before supporting this movement. So about 7 months ago now, we heard that Satguru was going to be launching this initiative and that it was going to be to do with soil. And up until this point in my life, soil was, speaking from a personal direction, soil was, I don't know, maybe it's the same for everyone. It's just sort of there in the background. It's not something I'd really thought twice about, really. And yes, and it was brought to our attention through Satguru launching this movement that a few major agencies, United Nations agencies, are saying that we may have 80 harvests left globally, which is around 45 to 50 years of cultivable soil, which I was immediately struck. But it moved me, the kind of urgency and the severity of the issue. Like it's hard to comprehend, like soil not being there.
Soil, because we take it for granted, isn't it? Because I'm just thinking about the audiences who are there tuning in right now from all around the world. If you can imagine, we wouldn't really think much about the soil, thinking, well, there's soil there in the garden, here, there, in the farmland, so big deal. But actually, with pesticides and also the chemicals that are being used, and we're using land over and over again, and all sorts of things that's happening, we're taking away all the nutrients which are in the soil, and also biodiversity, as we say, is being destroyed. And we need that to be able to sustain good quality organic foods. and plants that we grow. So there are so many things that are happening because of the way we live and the way humanity is destroying the planet, that we're literally not going to have good soil in 50 years time to plant and harvest wheat and foods and plants and whatever it is. So Henry, this is really amazing work, and Sadhguruji has really come up with such a great initiative to take this around the world. And the most important part here is that he's trying to change policies around the world and to get soil and the earth protected. Tell us a little bit more about that. What is the aim? What is the advocacy that's happening?
Yeah, I think really to comprehend the scale that Sadhguru is trying to take this to, the multiple aspects of the issue and the challenge that we're potentially facing, I think it's vital that we kind of have some form of awareness around these things. Dr. Ratan Lal, who is the professor of soil science at Ohio State University, he was also the World Food Prize awardee in 2020. He's one of the supporters of the movement. He, just to read a quote of his, climate change, food security, water security, biodiversity, nutrition security, political stability, human health, well-being, peace and prosperity. Soil is the basis of all of this. And it's true, 95% of our food comes from soil, 95% of antibiotics come from soil. You know, when we pass away, we go back to soil. In so many ways, soil is the basis of our life. I think 87% of life on the planet relies on soil, including us, to survive. And yes, as we've been saying, by 2045, we will be in a situation where we will be producing 40% less food than we are now, for a population of 9.2 billion people.
Yes.
I think, well,
I had some little statistics here, you know, from the Save Soil movement. I was just going to share that, if that's okay, because I understand that with the project that you're talking about, some very interesting information is there about that by just increasing soil organic carbon by 0.4% a year in Bangladesh can increase rice yields by 43%. Also, we talked about, you know, the average mineral content of calcium, magnesium, and iron in cabbage, lettuce, tomatoes, and spinach has dropped by 80 to 90% between 1914 and 2018 in the US, and so much other information such as that. So I just thought that would be really interesting to share with people that what we're talking about right now. Was there anything that you wanted to share? I believe you had a video that you wanted to share, or a presentation that you wish to share with our audiences. Please go ahead and share whatever you'd like to. I'm sure the audiences would be really, really thrilled to learn a bit more about all this information, and also be inspired to create some change in their lives.
Yes, well, so Sadhguru and the Save Soil movement have put together a just over 6-minute video, which really beautifully sums it up. So it's much better than me talking to you about it. So I'll just share my screen and show you this short video.
Well, I'd like to congratulate you too for making, you know, taking this step forward, because it's people like yourselves, you know, who are doing something, who are taking proactive action here, which is really important. And you're a volunteer as well. It's not like you're just going in there doing these things. It's something you're doing with your heart. You know, you really want to help to protect the planet. And I think that's an amazing thing to do.
Well, it's very, very kind of you. It's not, I'd love to add, or conscious of the time we have, I could talk about the movement and the journey for hours. Hopefully we'll have a little bit of time later, but it's taken so many people, you know, over the last 6 months to make this happen. I'll go into more detail later, and by no means the effort and the what Sadhguru has himself been putting in. You'll see a little bit in this video that I'll play you now, but we'll talk more about
Sure, please go ahead. That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Is my screen, is it visible?
Yes, your screen is there, and if you've got the audio on, then we should be able to hear it as well. Okay, yes.
Great.
We are talking about climate change, carbon emissions, and global warming and various other aspects. But we are not addressing soil. Soil is the habitat upon which zillions of lives thrive. Once there is no richness in soil, then you have forsaken the planet in many ways. Every responsible scientist in the world and the UN agencies are clearly saying we have only 80 to 100 harvests left. That means approximately 45 to 50 years of agricultural soil left on the planet. By 2045, we will be producing 40% less food than what we are producing right now, and our populations will be 9.3 billion people. The food shortages that could manifest in the next 25 years, the consequences of that is unimaginable. Civil wars will unfold across the world once there is food shortage. What we are facing now is soil extinction. Why is soil becoming extinct? Where is it going away? What is happening to our soil? We must understand, if you add organic content to sand, sand will turn into soil. If you remove all organic content from the soil, soil will become sand. In normal agricultural soil, the minimum organic content should be between 3 to 6%. The most minimum is 3%. At least this minimum to keep the soil alive, to keep the soil as living soil is a must. Agricultural soils across the world, the depletion is so heavy. In most countries, more than 50% of the topsoil is already gone in the last 100 years. The nutrient levels have dropped significantly. The level of micronutrients you would get from your food in early 20th century to what you are getting from the same food now has dropped 90%. If you ate one orange in 1920s, what you got from it. Now in 2020, if you have to get the same, you will have to eat 8 oranges. This is what we have done to our food.
Soil is the biggest ecosystem on the planet, and so few people know anything about it. 1 teaspoon of healthy soil probably contains more microbes than there are people on Earth.
The microbial life in the first 12 to 15 inches of topsoil is the basis of our existence. It is this magic beneath our feet which has produced the life that we are. This first 12 to 15 inches of soil is the basis of life for 87% of life on this planet, including you and me.
We have to begin to recognize that what we call our soil, Mother Earth, is a living organism.
Open soils, ripped open by plowing, open to sunlight, is the basis of destruction of microbial life. So the focus should be on agriculture, the focus should be on seeing that land is under shade as much as possible, some kind of shade, grasses, herbs, bushes, trees. Conscious Planet is launching Save Soil movement to bring about a policy change to regenerate soil. As a part of this, I'm 65 and I'm riding 30,000 kilometers, a lone motorcycle journey, 30,000 kilometers across 24 nations to activate support from the citizenry to assure the governments long-term investments will be appreciated. So it's extremely important that soil regeneration is enshrined in the policy of every government on the planet. We must change the narrative on the planet that soil is a wealth, a legacy we have received from previous generations, and we have to pass it on as living soil for future generations. We are in a cusp of time. If you do the right things now, in the next 15 to 25 years, we can significantly turn this situation around and regenerate the soil. But if we allow this to progress like this for another 30 to 40 years, after 40 years, if we attempt this, then it could take 150 to 200 years, because that much loss of biodiversity would have happened. From 21st of March for 100 days, the whole world, every human being on the planet should talk soil. So we must hear the word soil, save soil everywhere to see that the narrative on the planet changes towards the most vital aspect of our life, the soil. Each one of you should reach as many people as you can to make this happen. Many global leaders and influencers are already participating in the movement. Be a part of this and let us make it happen.
From my part, as much as I can contribute.
And the movement that you are taken up, I could not expect any more God's blessing than that.
Sadhguru, and this campaign is so important. We're going to save the soil. Do your part. And saving the soils.
And our planet's future depend on it.
Sadhguru, save soil, my friend.
Save soil, let's make it happen.
And TN Barbuda is part of the Save Soil mission.
We commend you for what you're doing. That is why we are happy to sign the MOU. The science and philosophy that backs the thought behind the movement is tremendous.
Save soil. Let's make it happen.
Save the soil.
We know what we must do, so let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make this happen.
Let us make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
Oh, wow, that's interesting, Henry. Let's make it happen. Let us all make it happen. Was there some more in the video?
No, sorry, I had pressed.
Yeah, no problem. That's great. Yeah, no, that's it. We need to all make it happen. So Healing Our Earth family who's just tuned in today from any part of the world, of course, I hope you found this quite inspiring, and I believe that Sadhguruji is doing really extraordinary work. He is literally biking 30,000 miles around, or kilometers around the world. Yes, he's 65 years old. So no excuse for people who are over 50 saying, I can't do it now, you know, I'm elderly and I can't do this and can't do that. Because look at a 65-year-old taking this initiative. It's amazing. So can you tell us a little bit, Henry, you know, what happens? What is it that we need to do with the soil? What is it that will help to change it and reverse it?
Yes, well, there are many ways. So as you would have heard from the video, the fundamental thing is that the organic content in soil is at least 3% globally. Ideally between 3 to 6%. This is the kind of minimum threshold for organic content. And when this level of organic content is present, then soil is thriving. It's able to provide the correct nutrients that we need from the food that we're getting.
Yeah. But how do we do that? So how do we, let's say, you know, the soil has become like desert nowadays, right? So, you know, there's less and less, and all our trees are being cut all over the place. All our rainforests are going, deforestation is taking place. So many really terrible things are happening to this planet. It's like we're just stealing every little bit of those resources through our greed. So, and also sometimes even necessity for villagers or indigenous people who may not understand the importance of keeping trees and things there. What do we have to do? What can we all start doing to help to regenerate the soil again?
Well, fundamentally, the organic content that needs to be in soil can only come from two places. It can either come from animal waste or vegetation, kind of plant waste. So there are many ways, therefore, for the correct amount of organic content to be present in agricultural soil. Farmers and nations independently can see how to do that according to the various aspects that they need to deal with. But fundamentally, it has to be at least 3%. So Sadhguru's journey is kind of twofold aims, I would say. One is raising awareness about this issue, also for people like myself who had no idea it was this urgent and this severe. And the second, as you were saying, is to inspire policy changes to do this, because I can speak for myself, and I'm sure many people that are listening, we aren't all farmers. We don't all have the capacity, maybe individually, to raise organic content in the soils around us. And even farmers, individual action will only do so much. It's going to take national and global policies to kind of to make this happen in the way that we
Right.
need
So
to.
we are really actually, what we're doing is we're encouraging governments to perhaps put some funding into this area, making sure that there is this kind of organic content that's being put back into the soil again to reliven the actual soil. So for the future generation, we're creating, we're not destroying the earth, but we're having enough land to be able to, first of all, grow the crops. And so, yeah, and I understand that the more this biodiversity is taken out from the soil, it starts getting drier and drier and drier, the soil itself, until it becomes like desert. So, and then you can't plant anything in it because nothing grows from it after then, right? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, as you would have heard in the video, if you take all the organic content from soil, it will become sand. The opposite process is the same. You introduce organic content to sand, over time it will become soil. We're at a threshold now, as also Sakura was saying from the video, when we have a very small window of time where we can be the generation to turn this situation around and avoid kind of catastrophe within our lifetime and certainly our children's lifetime. To do that, individual action is wonderful. People looking after their own gardens is great, but it's, as we've been saying, it's going to need national policies to really take this to the level it needs to be. So what can people do? They can go to savesoil.org. They can check out the website. There's a number of resources on there that people can use to get in touch with their heads of state, local representatives. Otherwise, just tweeting, posting on Facebook, shouting from your window, save soil, just talking about it for the next, I think we have just about 2 weeks left of Sakura's journey. But so now is the time. Anyone that's listening now, anyone that will be watching this in the coming weeks, please raise your voice for soil health in some way. You can do this with the hashtag #SaveSoil. And the goal of this movement really is to have the support of between 3 to 4 billion people, around 3.5 billion people, which is 60% of the world's electorate. If this many people have raised their voice for soil health, there isn't a government on the planet that can then, not kind of look into this. This isn't an agitation. This isn't against any government, any practice, any industry. It's an expression of our, collective responsibility and love for the planet that we need to make this happen. So
yes. Yeah, we can just see this on the screen as well. Here's our Save Soil website, which our dear Neil Kumar has sharing with us. Magic of Soil. It gives you information about the soil, how important it is. There are videos there. There are also promotional material like Facebook posts and things that you could just share. All you need to do is download the resources, etc. And of course, if there's any information you need, there's statistical facts and things that are there as well. So you can literally go and educate others about it. So savesoil.org, is that right? Or is it SaveSoil? Yeah, savesoil.org. Yes, which is great, Henry. And Henry, is there any final any message that you would like to share with the world out there? Because I really would like to also, request every single person who's out there. Most people have a social media, like a platform somewhere, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Pinterest, whatever you have. If you can just share the Save Soil with the hashtag Save Soil, and just that's enough for all of us come together to create a little bit of awareness and do our part for what's happening out there. But second thing is, of course, to take it one step further. If there's ways, if you're part of an organization, you could start telling other members about this as well, and then to ask them to do the same. And of course, move on to the more governmental level, where you could start perhaps speaking to your MPs and anybody who can create the changes for us on a more governmental level, which is great. But any final messages, dear Henry, about this?
Just stay in the loop with the movement. We have social channels on all major platforms at Conscious Planet. Sakura, his journey has taken him through Europe, through the Middle East and into India. It's 30,000 kilometers. He's just at the last stretch. 28 countries in total. There are a few upcoming events in India that you can view online. And yes, as Dr. Kalari was saying, if you have any connections or anyone within your network would like to get involved or would be interested in supporting this movement further, please do get in touch. 70 nations so far have voiced their support. 10 nations have signed MOUs with Save Soil, committing to bring this minimum 3% organic content into their soils in their nations. Yes, we've reached, I think, 2.3 around this number billion people with the movement so far. So it's really been.
I mean, that in itself deserves a huge congratulations, because to get in touch with 2.3 billion people around the world, I mean, that is a huge achievement to try to educate. And yes, this is amazing work. You know, I really want to congratulate every single one of your team members as well. And you mentioned it's Conscious Planet is the actual organization that's running the Save Soil movement. And Conscious Planet is also a very, very powerful word, because each one of us has to become a little bit more aware, a bit more conscious with the way we are living, the way we are using our resources of our planet, the way we are contributing to the, to the emissions, the carbon emissions that are taking place right now. So many things that we need to become aware of, that each of us are contributing to either the negative effects or helping with the positive effects, like the work that you're doing, which is great. Well, Henry, I just wanted to say thank you very much for joining us here today. We really are looking forward to hearing all your wonderful stories about how Sadhguru's completed his 100 days. And we look forward to supporting all the work that you're doing from Healing Our Earth, because we're here to support great causes like what you're doing. And I'm sure every single person who's listening right now will be going out there to support in some shape or form.
Thank you so much for having me. Do please, just as maybe a final thing, do check out the social media channels and just see the distance and the scale that Sadhguru has been riding in the last 100 days. What he's been, we can't imagine, 30,000 kilometers. Some days it was like 10 to 18 hours kind of stretch on the bike. It's really been unbelievable what he's managed to pull through in this short time. So do recommend checking out some of the content and being with him for this last stretch.
It's a historical moment, because somebody in history who's creating this he's creating history along the way, but also he's taking positivity with it as well, because he's communicating such an important topic in such a positive way. It reminds me of the way Gandhiji used to work, with peace, and he still managed to create huge changes in the world, but it was all through just peace and sharing positive messages with the world. And I think Sadhguruji is doing the same. So thank you, Henry. You have a lovely day now. A global namaste from everyone here on Healing Our Earth. And do also tune in next week, because we have some really great topics that we have lined up for the next few weeks. I'm sure Neil will be putting up some of those flyers up very shortly. Our dear founder Neil Kumar, who actually is the man behind the initiative of bringing Healing Our Earth on board as well. So thank you for wonderful people like Neil Kumar, Sadhguruji, and all the rest of the wonderful people who are doing great work out there. So, dear Henry, have a lovely, lovely day. Enjoy and keep up the great work with Save Soil, and we'll be with you all the way.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you for all the work you're doing.
Thank you very much, dear Henry. Thank you. So there you go. That was Henry Asplin, all the way from Isha Foundation. And we now are going to be very shortly asking Tripti Patel to join us very shortly. And before then, I would love to perhaps, just run through some of our future events that we've got lined up for you. For next week, from Healing Our Earth, we have Ayurveda Special, How to Boost Up Your Immunity. This is on Sunday, 12th of June from 2 to 7 p.m. BST, of course, British Summer Time. Do tune in and find out. We have some amazing guests who are joining us and sharing some of their knowledge with us. The week after that, as we move forward, is our International Yoga Day Special for your mind, body, and soul development. So do join us again for this free online event. This again will be from 2 to 7 p.m. on 19th of June. Sunday as always, and come and join us and find out some more, learn practical yoga, practical meditation, and learn a little bit about the benefits of it all. Then after that, we have the Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, which is so exciting. Sunday, 26th of June, our one and only dear Seema is going to be producing that particular program. And she, again, will be bringing in many, many wonderful guests here who will be sharing really, really delicious recipes with you, and of course, giving you some tips on the kind of foods you can have. The week after, we have another vegan and vegetarian kitchen episode, which is 3rd of July. The reason being because we get so many messages from all of you around the world for these kinds of topics and these kinds of programs. So we're bringing you a double whammy. So come and join us for that. Dear Trupti ji, thank you for joining us here. Trupti Patel, from the president of the Hindu Forum Britain, who is also very, very active in the environment arena. She's the one who put forward some of our guests like Kailash Parekh and of course Dr. Pal. Trupti ji, what have you thought of the program so far whilst we've been discussing all different areas of the environment?
First of all, namaste everyone, namaste. Environment is something which is living, yeah? It's part of your living. With the 5 elements that we all are made up of. We've learned from time memorial, we are Pancha Mahabhuta, yeah? And all Pancha Mahabhut is the environment that makes the environment. When we understand the environment, that is when we start questioning ourselves. And see, there are like all five elements interplay with each other. But when we talked about, when we heard Dr. Robert Pascoe, and he talked about water, and he went into a quite serious technical aspect of water. Yeah. Now we know that, and you and I both coming from that very, very technical background. Maybe for some people thinking that these frequencies and inducing water with something is a new technology and let's utilize it. But if we go back to the practice of Rigveda, if we go back to the practice of chanting, and very simple practice of the my grandmother's generation, yeah, very simple practice of fasting in the morning. They had the water collection for the whole day. There were earthen pots about that size, depending on the household, maybe
Yes.
2 or 3 more, yeah, with the little taps on, and copper or brass glasses to drink from them, yeah. And what they used to do in old days, they would wake up in the morning, they would do a Tulsi Puja.
Yes, they would go to the plant and they'll put water there and they'll do prayers on it. And the Tulsi as well has such amazing energy, doesn't it, Trupti ji? I'm just going to be, by the way, before we go on, let me share with our audiences a little bit about your background, because I think it will be quite important for us to share your background, Trupti ji. So before we carry on discussing such wonderful information, Trupti Patel, of course, one of our panelists, is just going to be sharing a little bit of her message about environment. She actually became the first Hindu woman in the UK to be appointed as president of the largest national Hindu umbrella organization, the Hindu Forum of Britain, HFB is what they're known as. With over 40 years of experience in the field of highways, traffic and transportation, Trupti has successfully managed various divisions at Salford City Council, Manchester City Council, and also the Three Rivers District Council. She was appointed as a traffic manager for the Salford City Council between 2007 and April 2009. And now she has her own consultancy dealing with projects. This involves network management, sustainable transport, environmental improvements, road safety, climate change issues, and helping voluntary organizations in various technical matters relating to the environment. So thank you very much, Trupti, for joining us here and, of course, mentioning about this. And you mentioned just now about the Tulsi. What I'd like to do is actually, I was going to do a quick little presentation, Trupti, and then perhaps I would like to ask you some questions and maybe take some questions from you relating to that presentation.
Absolutely. But just before you do that, honey, before you do that, I just want to finish this, that the whole process was that the water was taken, water was offered to Tulsi ji, water was offered to sun god, the first thing in the morning to the sun.
Salutation, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the water was sprinkled on the earth. Yeah. So all the water was not just a water being something you can drink or cook with, but water was actually revered. It was the reverence to the water. And then then our grandmothers would fill the pots up, and like I said, the first glass would be offered, and that is then considered as sanctified. And we all drank all day. Now, being in an earthen pot itself, with getting all the nutrients and everything, as Sadhguru mentioned, it's just pure science.
It is. Do you know what? This is very, very true. And you've hit upon something very important here for us to all consider, that these are ancient, this is ancient knowledge that comes from the Vedic background and the Asian background, where from India is known as a land of spirituality anyway. But it has all this knowledge right from the beginning, the 2,000 years, 5,000 years ago, where people have been passing down this knowledge. And also, now that you've mentioned this, when we do yagnas, fire ceremonies, we always have water. We put water in the special, where the fruits are. We clean the fruit with it. We say mantras. We also have a kailash, like where we hold our hands, and we do some, we do some prayers with it to put some energy and vibrations into that water, and then do all the prayers with it. So there is definitely some kind of science that our ancestors knew about, from this ancient technology, I call it, which doesn't need any technological equipment. It's just a mind and powerful mantras, which have certain frequencies infused.
Yeah, and all the temples have water bodies. So they are either on the river, or they have lakes, or what we see. If you look at the old ancient technologies of going from the all the what we call valves, or the open kunds, that 5-story down or 4-story downs on the water management. And when you do the prayers, when all the offering to the god flows into it, flowers and all organic material that enriches that water. Now, that water then in old days would be used in the scarce time in the agriculture. So you are not just feeding the fish in that pond or lakes. It's more science behind it.
Yes, it's absolutely right. Because once you do the puja, you go put that flowers and everything back into either the river, or you put it back into the soil. So you give you give it back to the earth again. So everything you use is never used and thrown away. It's used and given back to the earth as well, for it to be. That's a very good point, actually, Triptiji. I have actually a presentation here that I wanted to share, and maybe if I could discuss those points with yourself, I would be really, really happy, because you have such wonderful knowledge about this environmental field. You're working within this field as well. Maybe you could come up with some ideas, and we could give some suggestions to our audiences. I have 5 projects here that I wanted to share with the audiences out there, with Healing Our Earth audiences. These are 5 projects that I'm working on with the Rotary Club. I am a district chair for the London district for the Rotary Club, where my work is to support about 40 clubs all around London, Rotary clubs, to get involved in environmental projects and to support them along the way. So here were 5 projects that I set up, which I thought would give a variety of things that people can get involved in. And maybe I could get some suggestions from you about how we could encourage the wider audience to get involved in these projects. So my first project, I'm going to just share the screen here, Truptiji, is to perhaps start off with this. When we talk about healthy ecosystems, we're actually talking about healthy ecosystems, healthy animals, healthy humans. It's everything is connected, which is really, really important. And we consider this as one health. The whole planet actually is interconnected, which we all know about. So one of my projects, which I felt would be really, really important for people to get involved in, is, of course, reforestation and planting of trees. Very simple, where people can get involved. And why is it very important? First of all, just a little background about why it's important to get involved in something like this is because there's a lot of destruction taking place on a massive scale. And 50% of our world's tropical forests have been lost. because people have just been cutting trees down due to mining and agriculture and all sorts of things. But the thing is, 50% of the world's biodiversity is found in rainforests, which are all being cut down right now. Therefore, it's really, really important for us to protect, because now the most threatened species in the world, like animals and birds and all sorts of like life, their habitat is being completely destroyed as well. There's no place for them to stay. There's a company called, an organization called Eden Project, which works with, of course, local communities to restore forests. And this is done on a very massive scale, because what they do is they choose and they select people from the local communities, give them jobs, paid jobs. So they're literally looking after the local communities, and also helping towards climate change by doing this. And the interesting thing is, what I'd like to propose to our Healing Our Earth audience members from around the world is, this is something that they're trying to work on, that by the end of 2024, Eden Project plans to produce, plant and protect a minimum of 2.25 billion trees. Wouldn't it be wonderful to be part of that? so you know, absolutely great. And all the people can either raise funds and share those funds with these kinds of, I mean, this is the countries they use are things like Philippines and Brazil, Mozambique, Kenya, Nepal. So these are places where all the trees have been cut down, and we need to replant and the reforestation has to take place.
Yeah.
But look at those benefits.
Honey, 1 second. Honey,
yes.
Honey, 1 second. What just came to my mind is quite profound.
Yes.
In our culture, yeah, when people, our ancestors, when people passed away in the family, yeah, you always donated for schools, yeah, for your Bal Mandir schools, but you also donated for planting trees, whether it is in Vrindavan, Mathura, whether it's in any forest. And I know many families in the Gir forest.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Let's bring that back. So in UK, if you've got any family members and you want the remembrance for them, let's bring it back, because we have non-agricultural land here as well. And we have few Hindu Forum members, actually the Cambridge, Dr. Bimpuria and them, they have bought some land. Yeah. And many people have non-agricultural land where we can actually create these groves. We can have fruit groves, and we can create the trees that actually, the Panchavati.
Yes. There are herbal trees as well, aren't there? There are medicinal trees as well. So they don't have to just be trees. They could even be producing things that could help the communities. And if it had a little plaque, like you said, as a memory plaque, just written at the bottom of each tree, just as a plaque thing, wouldn't it be a beautiful way to remember your ancestors as well?
Let's put that in as one point.
Yeah, there you go. There's your first solution. So I hope you're all listening to this. I knew Triptiji would be the right person to ask here to give us some great ideas. So we carry on with this that we were just sharing just now. Why this is important, of course, is with the environment. If we are going to be supporting plant replantations and things like that, and reforestation, it will also provide habitat for animals. It will purify water sources, restore ocean health, control flooding and erosion. It also helps to replenish the soil that we were talking about with the nutrients which is needed for farming as well. So this is the first one. This is the first one. So we had Truptiji saying that this is great. If each one of us, and come on, we're about over 60 million people here, almost 70 million people in not just the UK, even just one country, where each one of us went there and just planted one tree, wouldn't that be great? And just one every year. If you just go and plant a tree once every year, in 5 years' time, 10 years' time, we'll have created some amazing trees around the world.
And not only that, honey, not only that, with the Queen's Jubilee Green Canopy, yeah, we are all taking part. We are asking all the temples and all the community buildings and everyone to take part in the Queen's Jubilee Green Canopy program. Yeah.
Yes.
So one thing is planned, and people can support it if they want to. Is we will be doing some planting, pot planting, because the tree planting season's gone at the moment. Yeah. So there will be, towards the end of summer, hoping that at Janmashtami,
Right. So around August time, yes.
Exactly. Janmashtami and Shri Krishna, it goes very well with the environmental values. We need a whole program for it on the message from Shri Krishna on environment.
Right. So there is one, they're healing our earth, family members out there. Maybe this year, somehow, in some way, if every single one of you, whichever company you're working for, organization, your own business, you're in your family, communities, neighborhoods, part of Rotary clubs, whatever, Lion Club, whatever organization you're part of, if you could perhaps put this idea forward to everyone, let's all plant one tree, every single one of us in the whole of our country, and perhaps every person in the world could just plant one tree everywhere. I think we could be on our way, you know, to getting our planet back to square one again. We now move on to our second project, dear Truptiji. So perhaps, you know, you may have some ideas with the second one, which we just spoke about, actually. So our second one is about eat to beat climate change. Eat to beat climate change is really important, because if you really understood the whole food production process from farmland to your plate totals to 26% of all the global greenhouse gas emissions. So we want to try to reduce this, because this is what's creating the climate changes at the moment. Also, there is other things like, you know, by eating, replacing, some people eat non-veg as well. I'm a vegetarian, pure veggie, but if those people who eat non-veg foods, for example, by replacing meat with vegetarian sources of protein, we can reduce gas emissions, because meat diet requires 2.5 times more land compared to growing vegetarian foods. So there is really, really important things, you know, for people who may be eating non-veg. And maybe if you are eating vegetarian food for a year, we could literally save the same amount of emissions then, like perhaps if you were running a car, like a small car, for 6 months. So this is how much emissions you would be you'll be able to support. So if perhaps you could make a pledge for the planet, each one of you who's watching out there, perhaps start eating more plant-based food, because this is one of the biggest changes you can make to reduce your personal carbon footprint. Second thing is, of course, you could do anything from eating one veggie meal a week to going full-time veggie if you're not veggie already, and perhaps encouraging others to do the same. So I would suggest, you know, that if that is something we could work on, what kind of thing would you say? I mean, because look at this, we in Rotary, what we do is we organize educational talks in schools. We stage like little vegetarian chef competitions. Maybe we need to get Seema on board from Healing Our Earth to come and help us with something like this, to get people more educated on the beauty of this. But what would you say? What idea would you give in terms of how to make a pledge for the planet through food?
Yeah, I think what Prince Charles said earlier on in the year was that one day in a week, become vegetarian. Yeah. Now coming from him is quite amazing in a way. So if we look back into because I'm a strict vegetarian, so through the generations we are, and many of the children these days are vegan, gone on the vegan side as well. We are lacto-vegetarians. But when we look at the thali, when we look at a traditional thali, is the one that is right across in ancient time, right from Afghanistan all the way up to Java, Sumatra. Yeah. And what is in our thali? Those little katoris would have 2 veg, 1 dal soup. There will be salad. There will be
rice,
birds,
yeah,
then
chapati,
some pickles. Now, when you look at what is in the food, people say, so many people say that, but you are vegetarian, so you can't have protein. You are sort of these, you are sort of that. But it's not true really, because the scientific studies been done recently. It proves the point that one proper thali, the whole meal, is a whole meal in itself. And being in the tropics, you get sun from vitamin D from sun as well, yeah? And when you look at various nimbu pani is what we used to call. Now,
coconut water, and lemon water.
Yeah, what you nowadays use for, when you have any dehydration and all that, the concoctions that, but we already had them, the jeera pani, yeah? Nibu pani, jeera pani. So when you look at the food habits of our grandmothers, and you bring them back into modern day, you can have a twist. So, like when I make pasta at home, whatever, I like sort of like fusilli quite a lot. Yeah. But when I make pasta, I make it with all the veg on the tomato sauce, and put sort of black pepper, and put the cloves powder and all sorts of things into it, and Indianize it, or make it basic.
Make it to your own taste, put some vegetables in. But I was wondering, maybe even taking one step further, Truptiji, because we could also have our own organic gardens. You can grow your own organic foods in your garden. You can start becoming a bit more plant-based with the way you eat food. It'll make you healthy as well as it'll make the planet more healthier, right?
Let me share one thing with you. Fenugreek or methi, has got tremendous medicinal values. So in the ancient, my mother-in-law used to soak it overnight and have it in the first thing in the morning.
What is this? Methi, did you say?
Yeah, methi, the fenugreeks, the little brown.
Fenugreek seeds, right.
So what we've started experimenting is, when Japanese people eat quite lots of microgreens, and when you have the sprouted moong, sprouted mud, sprouted white beans, I started sprouting methi when the corona started.
Yeah, so you get the roots coming, after soaking, yes.
And once it came to a certain sprout level, Jagdish, my other half, has started planting them outside last year in the summer, in the 20 in summer. And we use those microgreens into the salads.
Right. So of course you put those in the salad, so it's really great. So what we're talking about is, of course, making your food healthier. So maybe from our Healing Our Earth members who are out there, instead of going to McDonald's and throwing rubbish away, and all this is it's all rubbish. You see, it's all recycling has to be done with this rubbish, because there's so much rubbish being thrown in the seas and all sorts of litter that's being thrown everywhere. So you could try to keep it as less as possible. So these are the kind of things, and maybe I can share a few areas at the end of 10 things everybody can do.
And maybe honey, because before your time, maybe when I came here, and for a long time, allotments was quite a good. People used to have allotments everywhere, and you would see them working hard on, because after Second World War there was a huge effort to home grow, and I think if we take that, and if we put it around the world into homegrown, I know some people would say that, but the companies are there, they are there to make profit, and they are there for our convenience. But I suppose we can balance that. If you want certain food, and if you want certain homegrown, do it. Please, there are so many things you can home grow. I know my family, my brother's family in America grow lots of vegetables, because they are in deeps of Ohio where they can't get them from anywhere.
Yeah. So basically, what we're really trying to do is to get people to become a bit more aware of the food that you're eating, how it's also affecting the planet. So perhaps making better choices when it comes to foods, and what you're putting in your body, because you're doing things in a more conscious way, like making sure. Now, we also spoke about the safe soil, which is another one which I was going to share as it is. And this is important because even the chairman of the World Economic Forum said every citizen of the world is asked to take part in this Living Soil initiative. Let us make it happen, says Claus Schwab.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and also, Sadhguru which is founder of the Safe Soil movement and conscious movement, he said, no matter how much wealth, education, and money we have, our children cannot live well unless we restore the soil and water. Absolutely. So conscious planet is the only way forward. And it's true, because how much money will you have, but if you've got no water, if you've got no food, what are you going to use? What are you going to use the money for?
Absolutely.
Look at the amount of celebrities who are supporting this. The people, if people are watching out there, audiences who are watching out there, so many celebrities are coming on board, and it would be wonderful that each and every single one of you could come in and support in some way or form. This could be a great way. What do you say, Truptiji? Because look, corporate social responsibility for companies and organizations.
Yeah, absolutely. See, honey, I always say to people, when you got any project in mind, this is going into commercial world, and going into, because I have done the development control on the highway authority side, approved many schemes. And I always say to people that, what are you putting back? You want to build a Tesco here, yeah? But what, as a store, what are you putting back to the community? Are you employing local people? What's the percentages that you are thinking about buying the local goods? Yeah, it's all that plays a very, very important part. But one thing came to my mind is that people used to laugh at India and other countries. Yeah. They do the agriculture with the bulls, and they do agriculture with the horses, because in South America mainly is done with the horses, while all the Indian and the Southeast Asia is all done with the bulls.
Natural ways, yes.
Naturally. Now, question that used to come to my mind, quite stark question, was that, but why do you think that use of animal in sports, in greyhounds and in all the race courses and all, that is okay? Yeah, that is very good, that is cool. But using animals to keep our soils organic, yeah, using animals to do the organic farming, agriculture is not good.
It's fantastic, but it takes it's one step further, because they used to use cow dung to put back in the soil, didn't they? Many years ago, whenever you would farm, all the farmers would use cow dung and things, put it into cakes and put them back into the soil again, and that soil used to, the food you would taste it completely different. Now it's all pesticides and this and that and all sorts of.
See, honey, it's the narrative that we need to change. When you go to B&Q, okay, and you will see that there are fertilizers from chicken bones. There are fertilizers from various animals in there. There are fertilizers. So when the traditional practice of the cow dung or other dungs, and making the tablets from them, using it in the fuel, using it as the in so many ways, yeah, they were being used. We need to bring that narrative back, that on one hand, whatever you produce, you think that's cool, yeah, because you're far too much eating all these animals. Then you are also asking us to actually use as fertilizers. But we are doing the simple things. Our people in the other countries, in the other continents, they're following their indigenous practices. Let's follow their indigenous practices.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point as well. Yes, you may need to make sure. And what you said about Tesco's as well, I saw a beautiful thing about we're protecting the environment. Please reuse your plastic bags again. So even little things like reusing plastic bags, even as general shoppers, let's say we're talking about farmland, which is what you're talking about, but even here in everyday commercial places. Now, I wanted to move on to my fourth project, which is Our Planet, which is Let's Save Our Planet. It's a book. It's a fantastic book, and it's a children's book, actually. And it's a book about the environment that provides an understanding of this changing world, of course, to educate children and teens, and I would say with adults as well. If you want to find out a little bit more about, the environment, then this would be a great one. You will learn about the environment, climate change, how to protect the planet, what does carbon emissions mean, what is fossil fuels about, what is electrical cars, all this information that you would be useful for us to understand. So this is the kind of things that other people are saying. For example, a science teacher called Mr. Philip, he said, this book is an excellent resource to engage developing minds with ideas about climate change, as well as numerous ways to prevent it, describing quite complicated concepts of greenhouse gases, renewable energy, and fossil fuels in simple yet effective terms. Another gentleman, Len Hart, said, a wonderful book to give to children, young people, and even adults to provide the tools they need to assess how we can make the best possible choices for the future of the planet. This book should be a staple in school libraries as well as in school curricula. So there are books like this that we could just share or donate. You could literally, like with Rotary, what we think about is why not distribute a copy of Let's Save Our Planet book to schools, let's say, to keep it in their libraries and encourage them to teach their students about this. They could also organize things like Green Quiz Awards, like how many people know information about the environment. And of course, you can purchase you can purchase this, of course, from the just somewhere like Amazon. It's by Julie Warnen, this particular book. But so what do you think of this kind of things, educating youngsters?
Well, last year with the COP26, Art of Living has produced some similar book. Yeah.
Actually, this is from the Art of Living group. Yeah, actually, it's from the Art of I think it's called Climate in Action.
Yes.
Or Climate Action. Yes.
Yeah. So Art of Living is produced. Now, what we were thinking about was the first stage that Dr. Shona Pal, Kailashji, myself, Dr. Richa Soni. I think she's not here today. So what we developed is the first part is going on now, which is the grant that we are going to use to raise climate awareness. Will be part of these, this book and the project for children. And second part is we actually thought about it, having an academic project in terms of going into our indigenous practices. Yeah, yes. Going into I think I did probably mention to you, but the way it was developing in my mind was that 5 elements. Yeah, 5 continents, more populated 5 continents. Take each element, take indigenous practices, how they actually make sure and ensure in their ancient wisdom to protect that environment using that element. Yeah, we can use others, but that. And let's create sort of like another sort of a wise book for youngsters and children to learn about it.
Right. So you're using indigenous practices from the, which even I would say small communities from around the world use, but to protect the planet, they have various ways of natural means of how to protect the planet in certain ways. So we should share this knowledge with the rest of the world and put it together in a book.
See, if you look at the very typical example of the Mayan culture, and how the Aztec and what happened afterwards. Yeah. So when you look at the Mayan culture, how they flourished and how they were so green and everything. But when the Aztecs came and they had a different set of values and how the Mayan went into decline. Yeah. Or on the other hand, when you look at the drawing of River Saraswati, and the whole of the Saraswati Sindhu civilization, what we call it, and the continuation in the Indian subcontinent. So because we come from Gujarat originally, and it's that continuation of the river Saraswati. And what happened because of the earthquakes and the various natural elements, as well as the tsunami after Sri Krishna left. And the effect of it, and what did our ancestors learn? How to survive in the deserts, how to survive in the situation where you have rain for 3 months or 4 months only.
Yes, yes. The special plants that you just cut and you drink the water to try to live, and there's so many things. So I think this is a great thing where you're talking about educating the public about these ways of living as well, and in a way to also protect the environment by using natural means rather than by using technology and products that you have to keep throwing away. And like if you have plastic bottles of water, you have to throw that again, right? So you have to find a way of how do we recycle these things as well. I know there's a lot of recycling happening, but did you know, Truptiji, that if you put a plastic in the sea, it takes 450 years for it to dissolve. 450 years. And we're putting like 800 tons or 600 million tons of these plastics in sea every year. Can you imagine how we're destroying the oceans? So I'm going to move on to my final bits here. So if that's before we get our next guest coming through, it would be wonderful to see what we what is great ideas, by the way, as always.
Absolutely, honey. That's really, really good. And end of the day is the good health following good practice of Ayurvedic way of saying is that you eat sort of Rajasi food, you eat a Tamasi food, or would you rather eat Sattvic food? Yeah?
Yes, yes. Sattvic is all plant-based foods. Yes. So at the moment, just to share with you, just to remind everybody, we talked about how we could plant trees and do more reforestations. We talked about how we could save soil as well. We talked about how we could eat right foods to help beat climate change by eating more plant-based foods as well. We talked about the Save Soil movement, which of course Henry spoke to us about just recently. So you could just maybe share that information with the rest of the world, and just share on your social media. And this one is really great. The Treatly app, by the way, is something you can just download. It's free app that you can download. But every day, if you do 5,000 steps for 5 days in a trot, there's one tree that gets planted for you on your behalf. So it helps you to stay healthy as well. So it's good for your health, good for your planet. And it's an easier way to, I would say, to help to beat climate change. So all you have to do is download the app, and it's really, really easy. And there's normally one mangrove tree that's planted in Madagascar, so which is really great.
And you know, the mangroves, it's really, really important for the health of the whole nations, because when those mangroves, when the rivers meet the sea, is that delta, and it's got not only the minerals and all the nutrients from the river that brings with itself, but it also protects so many fish and other sea creatures and animals.
Yes, the ecosystems and the habitats that yes,
so the life flourishes in there, and then it moves out to sea. Yeah, so without the mangroves play the most important role, and where mangroves have died out in those rivers, the areas also do not survive.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely. I know that Dr. Thank you so much, because today you've been really fantastic, really great information. I actually wanted to invite Dr. Lalit Soda as well to join us, because he's such an amazing gentleman. I know he's really, really into his environment as well. He's always protecting the world with everything. Here comes the Hindu Forum of Britain, which is Tripti Patel, a great work she's doing in so many different areas. This is just one area we're talking about, and there are many, many organizations who are members of the Hindu Forum of Britain. Go and do visit them and find out, look at the interfaith work, hate crime work that they're doing, so much great work. So Triptiji, from all of us here, we wanted to really congratulate you for the wonderful work you're doing, and thank you for your thoughts and feedback.
Thank you for inviting me, Honey, and thanks all the previous speakers, and Henry particularly, Kailashi, Shona, and Robin.
Robert, yes, Robert and Henry as well, all of us, part of the gang. Yes.
The talk that we talk, and then we put it in action, what we did by creating the Hindu Environmental Task Force is most important. And for all of us, not just talk, but walk as well and plant as well. Yeah.
I love that. What a powerful message there. Not just talking, but start walking and start taking action and really plant those trees. Thank you, dear Triptiji. Thank you for your time. I'm moving on to Lalit ji, and I know very soon I'll be, introducing my next host as well. Hello, dear Lalit ji, Dr. Lalit Soda. Global Namaste.
Global Namaste. What a wonderful conversation you ladies were having about saving the soil, saving the environment. I absolutely loved it. And Triptiji, one thing I must say, my motto is health by choice, not by chance. And then I would say keep healthy by walking, not by sitting.
Ah, right. I like it. We all need to go and download this Treatly app. But but it's terrible because you can do this in groups as well. And my friends are saying, honey, you haven't been walking much. We can see. I thought, oh my God, I'm going to start walking, because I never take my phone with me.
If I just mention one thing, we're toying with the idea of race for life. I always used to run or walk for race for life for so many years. And yes. I'm thinking about doing it this year. And I think we will create a whole group for race for life. Yeah.
Oh, that will be, we should do this. We should do the race for life. Truptiji, we look forward. Do stay behind because I'm sure you'll be invited again to say, and perhaps be part of our panelists there. And I'm sure Kailash Parekh as well be invited later on to say a few words too. But Lalitji, I had one last slide that I wanted to share before I invite dear Saikshaji. Hello, Global Namaste, Saikshaji. All the way from Mauritius. I know you'll be taking over the hosting in a couple of minutes, but I wanted to perhaps ask Dr. Lalitji, with the one last thing, maybe you could also share here. So what I wanted to...
Thank you so much.
Welcome. I just wanted to really give 10 really great ways that people could get involved, in helping to make this world a better place. I say to people, reduce, reuse, and recycle. Just follow those 3 R's to help to conserve natural resources, and try cutting down what you're throwing away. Do something with it. Replant. Do something. Reuse. Also volunteer for cleanups in your community. Go and support other people out there, to help to make your beaches cleaner or your community and neighborhoods cleaner. You can also educate yourself and others about the importance, about how to protect our natural resources. I think that's also very important. Conserving water, don't let your taps just be on, so you've got water running everywhere. Try to, use as less as possible. Use also sustainable and smart food choices, which is what we were discussing right now, more plant-based foods perhaps. Shop wisely and bring reusable shopping bags. Just reuse. Don't buy those plastic bags. If you see how those fishes, dolphins and people who eat those plastic bags, what's happened to them in their tummies and what happens is terrible. Also use long-lasting light bulbs. So even if you've got bulbs, you don't have to keep throwing away these bulbs. You protect. And of course, plant a tree somewhere, which is really good. I can't see the rest of what I can see on my screen there. And bike more, I would say. Just go and bike more instead of walking more, rather than using transport or using your car, etc. So, Dr. Lalitji, what do you say about this? What changes do you think we could make? Each one of us. What would you make, and what would Saikshaji make? One thing that we could do.
Well, I'm going to be very honest and open about this. And one of your top 10 tips is something that we practiced on 2 days ago. This was planting a tree. And I think I'm going to share that with you simply because during the Queen's Jubilee celebration last Thursday, the Lohana community of United Kingdom and the Lohana community of North London jointly had an event where tree planting was being done in memory of the Queen's Jubilee. But the way it was conducted was you can contribute towards the tree by paying for the tree. So obviously there's some charity money being collected. And then you plant the tree in the names of the persons or your beloved ones, the ones you have lost. So every time you go to the venue, you can pour a little bit of water. Think about your parents, grandparents, whoever's names you have planted the tree in, yet by remembering them and also helping the environment. And I thought that was such a great initiative. So I'm going to pick up on plant a tree.
I love it. Well done. That was Trupti Patel also mentioned that bit as well. So you two are going to go planting trees and memory of people too, which is great. Saikshaji, what about you? I know you're coming on now, being our host for the next few hours. What would you do? What changes would you like to make?
Yes. So I think that this is the most beautiful theme on Environment Day 2020 because it marks a historical event. It started from 1973 and now today it's the Golden Jubilee. So that's a really wonderful thing for the planet Earth, for our Mother Earth, motherland, because we don't have planet B. So this is why we have to focus all our attention on sustainable, integrated and a holistic approach, how we can save Mother Earth and we can all live on the beautiful planet. So what I want to share about Honeyji's perspective that she shared about, so together we can save our planet. So we have the 3 R's already, and in Mauritius, the Ministry of the Environment today launched 5 R's. So the 5 R's are, so we have the raise the awareness, So
Raise
raising
awareness.
like,
Okay, number one, raise awareness.
Sensitize people about the environment, and we have rethink where we are moving and redirection, get a redirection of where we have to lead the youth and other people, and how we will leave the planet when we'll go one day, we'll die. How, in what condition, what kind of planet Earth we will leave for the future generations. And then the reuse, that we all know about reuse, the reduce, and have recycle already. So the two that we added today, the Ministry of Environment added, it was raise awareness and rethink.
Wow, I love that. So this is so your tip to the whole to all of our audiences and to the whole world out there is these 5 R's we must all remember. And before then as well, I must do a little bit of an introduction of yours, Saiksha, because I know you're such an amazing lady. Look at the amazing information that she's shared with us. We now have Saiksha Sambhu, who is going to be hosting for the rest, a few more hours here on Healing Our Earth, part of our wonderful family all the way from Mauritius. She's a director of Beyond Excellence, Beyond Grace Meditation Center, director of BERU, which is a Billionaire Energy Realm Universe. Saiksha is a vice president and network facilitator of NLEAD, National Leadership Engine Action Drivers 2022. And she's also participated in national and international trainings, conferences, workshops, education, communication, and administration. She's an executive member and facilitator, also an educator and trainer, a youth coordinator in the NGO Indian Ocean Center for Education in Human Values, which I think is really fantastic work that they're doing. And the whole family, the whole Sambhu family are doing that. And she also has been the recipient of several recognitions like the Train to Gain Women Empowerment Award and Most Promising Indian Award. She has participated in great events and received medals for the 9th Walking Festival in Beijing. And her hobbies are reading, music, and community service. You can tell about the community service because she's such a warm-hearted lady. She does a lot for the community. And Saiksha has many publications out like poem books and Billionaire Energy Workbook, which I need to take part in. I need to do this billionaire thing. I'm going to find out what that is all about. So Saiksha ji, global namaste again to you. I know that I'll be leaving the platform for you to take over for the rest of the couple of hours here. Thank you for the 5 R's. And I'm really, really looking forward for us all to come together collectively to do some kind of positive changes in this world by getting involved in the environment-related projects. So thank you also to Soda, Dr. Lalit Soda, for his lovely, wonderful shares, and Trupti Patel as well. Thank you for that. All yours, dear Saiksha ji, and to the rest of our world out there, our audiences, Healing Our Earth family, global namaste from Honey Kalaria to each one of you. Thank you. So I think you were meant to do a little introduction to me.
Most inspiring lady. So we're all like seeking her blessings and guidance always. So she is like the incredible woman on Healing Our Earth platform. That's the most prestigious platform, and we're always inspired. I'm always in awe and always fall in love in the way she's talking always all the time, and I feel really blessed that I'm sharing the platform with her today.
Oh, thank you so much, dear. Saiksha, thank you very much. I'm so proud to be part of Healing Our Earth, and look at this platform, giving such a fantastic platform to professionals and experts and contributors to share such profound knowledge with the world. So I'm really, really proud to be part of the family here. So all your Saiksha, global namaste to you.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Haniji. Yes, so today we are going to relish, we're going to learn about what is a World Environment Day 2022. As we know that the earth is our mother. We have so many mothers in many forms. We have the Gau Mata, we have the Mother Earth, and we have so many, our own mother. So Mother Earth should represent the golden, the lady, the spiritual birth that is receiving all the human souls on earth. So this is why it is so important to protect, preserve, and conserve all the energies that she is resourcing, that she is spreading to the whole world, and for us to be able to live in peace, harmony on planet Earth. So that is why we are all gathered today. When it comes to my relationship with the earth, I sometimes ask, should I save it or savor it? Because God has created Mother Earth. So he knows what's best and he knows how he will protect it. If there is something out of alignment or we are going without the equilibrium, it is that moment that God will create like a big chaos or destruction that will make us think, will make us try to change ourselves so that we will protect Mother Earth, because Mother Earth is already protected by God. It is that we will be eradicated if we are not in line with what God has created and how to preserve the precious gifts that we have already been given. So there's no doubt that Earth is in need of saving. And I know that we all have a role in playing to reverse the damage that humans have already done to the earth. So when we spend time just basking in the beauty of nature, walking through forest, hiking in the mountains, and we have a surprise for you today, we will fly to the mountains. So I'll just keep that as a surprise. So just basking, watching a sunset nourishes us profoundly in many ways. So these experiences are soul-making experiences and soul-touching. So this is all that Earth has given us. So this is why we have to protect, save Mother Earth. And now, we would like to wish everybody Happy World Environment Day 2022. This year's theme of World Environment Day calls for collective, transformative action on a global scale to celebrate, protect, and restore our planet. The first World Environment Day was held in 1973, and since then, it is being observed in every year on June 5 today. The day is observed to raise awareness about the need to protect our environment and create a platform for collection action to conserve nature. Like we love healing, we love the earth, so we love also healing our earth. So this prestigious platform is giving us this opportunity to join in with the whole world to save the environment. So every year, this is a different theme that is used to celebrate the day today. So the theme for this year is Only One Earth, which was used at the first Global Environment Conference held in Stockholm, Sweden in 1972. According to the United Nations, the SDG 17 goals, Environment Program, this year's theme calls for collective transformative action on a global scale to celebrate, protect, and restore our planet, as I mentioned before. So this theme is focusing on living sustainably in harmony with nature. We did a program, Renaissance to Transform, last year with all the youth of Mauritius, where we brought so many programs, activities, and games that we integrated holistically with the holistic approach in the community outreach programs in a school, where we use so many materials that were recycled, that we reuse, and sensitizing the people, making them aware why it is important to protect the environment. So today we will focus on the importance of living sustainably and in peace with nature, because nature is our mother, and we feel so relaxed, we feel in peace, we have peace of mind, we feel in harmony and healed when we are in nature. Planting trees, reducing carbon footprint, changing diets, and cleaning up rivers as well as coasts have all become very essential to save our environment. So these are few aspects that have already been started. And as Haniji has mentioned, and all the beautiful expert speakers on the panel have already gone through. So we have seen how many, there are innumerable ways to protect and conserve energy and the environment. Now, the surprise I was having for you today, we will now fly to or climb to Chomolungma. I'm sure you're very curious. What is it? So this is, I'll keep it a secret again. So we'll like to fly to UK and see if Dr. Lalitji is among us today.
Yes, Saksha, a global namaste to you. I'm totally connected with you and I'm enjoying every word that you're saying. Thank you very
Global
much.
namaste, Dr. Lalitji. We are so honored to have you, to have your presence here, and I'm sure you did a wonderful, an incredible accomplishment that you will share with us today.
Most definitely. Thank you so much for that.
So let me just give a brief introduction before we find the surprise, discover more, and we jump and dive in or fly to the beautiful space, the sublime space that Dr. Lalitji experienced. He's gonna break that suspense for us. Okay, let me introduce Dr. Lalit. So Dr. Lalit Sudha, DC, graduated from Canadian Memorial Chiropractic College, Toronto, Canada. Over the years, he has had the privilege of treating numerous celebrities and patients from all walks of life. Along with his professional life, Lalit has taken keen interest in hosting Zoom sessions as an anchor and also being guest speaker on various social media platforms and has been recognized by various organizations. So he's a great anchor himself. So today I'll be having that privilege of hosting him. So Dr. Soda's motto is health by choice, not by chance. As we all know, health is wealth, which the practices preaches and promotes at all times. Dr. Soda believes in maintaining body flexibility through yoga, hence undertakes daily yoga practice to maintain his flexibility, personal flexibility. An avid and keen trekker with a special passion to trek different mountain ranges, he has trekked the ranges to include the Himalayas, Andes, Alps, Mount Kilimanjaro, and very recently, Mount Everest. Additionally, enjoying nature and exercise at the same time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Saksha. Thank you so much for this wonderful, wonderful introduction. I must say a big, big global namaste from London to all over the world and to you in Mauritius, Saksha. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And we are so happy to have you on Healing Our Earth.
It's a pleasure of mine to be with my family again.
Okay, so let us hear what you have to share for us today.
Well, Saksha, I picked up on something that you just earlier used a name. You used a name called Chomolungma.
Yes, this is a very rare name. So that's why I brought that. So let us hear what is it and what you have in store.
Okay, well, Chomolungma is a Tibetan name for Mount Everest. And you knew that so darn well. And that's when you caught it, caught the crowd. I think not many people are aware of the Tibetan name of Mount Everest. And let me also share with you that the other name of Mount Everest, as the Nepalese would call it, is Sagarmata. So that's also called the Mount Everest, and that was the region I was trekking just last week. I've been back only a week, and I'm in much better health today, but I haven't been in the best of health due to altitude and the sickness that I did suffer. However,
That's great. We pray that you always remain in good health and you stay with us all throughout the program.
I will definitely try my best to. Just a little one. I think trekking the Everest and going into nature and walking on Mother Earth that has provided us with such a beautiful, spectacular nature. And the big concept is, yes, entertainment and fun, but we forget that our responsibility is to also keep our environment extremely healthy and clean. And that was one of the major topics. Our coordinator at Healing Our Earth, the producer director, Mr. Neil Kumar, had asked me to keep that thought in mind while trekking Everest, look at the nature, look at the environment, and how we can support, how we can help. And today he's given us a great opportunity to talk about that part of land where I don't think many people have talked about at the moment. However, there's a lot of literature, a lot of material available to see how we can protect our environment, how we can protect the soil, and how we can protect that what Mother Nature has given us. So I'm totally thrilled, totally excited to discuss all about that. Saiksha?
Yes, we are so happy also. Just give me a moment.
No problem.
Yeah, we are so happy that that you've gone to the most beautiful, the highest peak. This is the height, the most beautiful zenith that some person can reach in life, and it's not for everybody. So Mount Everest, like the Sanskrit word, and the Nepali word is Sagarmat, and the Tibetan word is Chomodungma. So this is why I was so interested in this word. And Mount Everest, like it's the peak of that region in China. Mount Everest has been revered by the local peoples as the goddess of the world and the goddess of the valley. So that's why it's really beautiful, and it's a great achievement that you've done and made us
all proud. Thank you so much, Saiksha. And you're so very right in saying it's the people of Lukla who established everything. Lukla is where all the flights from Kathmandu arrive to start their trek. And one thing I will share, that the name of that airport is called the Hilary Tenzin Airport at Lukla. It is named after the first person who managed to summit, Edmund Hillary, and his Sherpa by the name of Tenzing. And hence, those were the two people who made it to the peak of Everest. And hence, every tourism on trekking has had the biggest support of that particular trek that Hillary and Tenzing did. The airport was established thereafter. And one thing I'll definitely share about the airport and how the Lukla people look at Mount Everest and that area as Mother Earth. And the goddess over there is so vitally worshipped simply because on my trek, I found out recently, this time around, I was told that there is right at the runway where the flights land in Lukla, which if for the benefit of the viewers, the Lukla airport runway is the shortest runway where the flights have to land, and unfortunately has had a history in the past of many, many accidents taking place. However, it was also said that when that earth, that area of earth near Lukla at the airport was worshipped, and a deity of Devi Mata, as they call it, was established right at the end of the runway on the slope. Soon after that, Devi Mata deity was established and worshipped regularly. The number of accidents have dramatically dropped down. So here, worshipping of a Mother Earth has shown such a huge, significant change in the number of accidents that took place in that region. So now I would recommend everybody who's going there to at least when you land in Lukla, to go and pay your homage, pay your respects to Devi Mata, pray to the mountains, because that is Mother Earth. And this is where we started. And I think one of the biggest things about the people in the Everest region is they consider that as the gift of God. Mother Earth, the nature, is a gift of God to us. So let us pay homage, take permission from the Devi Mata to actually walk on those lovely mountains that they've given us. And at every time, at every step, respect those mountains. Because if a mountain doesn't allow you to walk on it, believe you me, you will have to turn back. So you've got to pay that respect. You've got to pay that respect to the Devi Mata there and the mountains that are there. So I just wanted to share that at the airport, Lukla, please, 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 anybody who's going to endeavor to go to Everest and go for hiking and trekking there, pay your respects to Devi Mata. It is paying homage to our Mother Earth.
Absolutely. Wow. And it's like they say that when you get a calling, then only you get the chance to go there. So it's not given to everybody like that. It's a beautiful, blessed, sacred sanctuary that you can, just pay tribute, like they say, or pay the respect to the goddess of the valley that gives us the permission to step on it, to touch it, and to feel the beautiful vibes. It must be like Kailash, like the Himalayas, like Lord Shiva himself is present there with Goddess Parvati. So this is a beautiful, surreal experience, not for everybody to feel. I really wanted to be part of that experience, but since you're here today, I can feel the vibes coming this way. So that's really nice. And also there's one more word that they found in 1952. They described it as the peak of heaven because it is the highest.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than the...
Thank you so much, Healing Our Earth, the producer director. Thank you so much for showing that little clip. My God, it made me feel like I'm back on Everest right now.
Yes, wow, it's a wonderful experience, and we would always want to be with you, Pa, to feel that energy. So I will have a question for you, Dr.
Go ahead.
Lalit. So what was one way that you actually requested the permission from the mountains to walk on them? How did you do that?
Excuse me, I have this picked up a little bit of a cough from there, and it's called the Khumbu cough. And it's in the Khumbu Valley at the base of Everest, where the temperatures are extremely cold and the dust is there, and the yak poo and everything. So there's a lot of dust which sinks into your throat, into your nose, and gets into your lungs a little bit, and you pick up a cough, which is called the Khumbu cough. And unfortunately, I was one of those who picked it up. I wouldn't say unfortunately, I'm blessed because I experienced that coughing from the Khumbu Valley. So I consider myself lucky, but however, that cough will disturb me while I'm talking, so my apologies in advance. So your question was, Saiksha, and I will definitely answer, how did we take permission and how did we decide to walk on the trek on Everest? So I must share one thing, that the group expedition that we went to was with a group called Earthbound Expeditions, based both in London and in Nepal. And they're very well trained, very well organized trek, and they know exactly what to do, when to do, how to do it. So the first thing, as we landed, in fact, from Kathmandu, we took permission by standing together as a team of 13 people. That was 9 trackers and 4 Sherpas with us, with our leader. And we said, oh, Mother Earth, give us the permission from this particular land to come to you and to be able to trek on you and appreciate the good nature that we have. And one thing was absolutely certain, that Healing Our Earth program starts with the most universal mantra, the Gayatri mantra. And that is what we chanted every single day before we started our trek. This was a trek of about 17 days. So by taking permission from Kathmandu before we arrived in Lukla, and every day in the morning was a sun salutation, praise to the sun god, praise to the wind god, praise to Mother Earth, by simple chanting of the mantra, Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. By that, we just bow down, physically make sure that our hands are folded, and the mantra is chanted with purity in our heart. and a physical bow down with our head, requesting Mother Earth to give us another fruitful day to complete the trek. So that's how we did it. And at the end of the trek, when we came back to Lukla, I personally, with a couple of other team members, went to the Devi Mata temple to pay our homage, because we were split up into smaller groups. Every group then went to pay homage to Devi Mata temple. It's a huge deity, an absolutely wonderful, picturesque deity. And we paid her homage there to thank her at the end of it all, to say thank you so much for keeping us in good shape, good health, and allowing us to walk on her.
Awesome. Wow, that's amazing. That's a really very good way of, paying that respect to the goddess. And you mentioned about the plantations at lower altitude and the air and the atmosphere and all that. So were there chemical fertilizers used or organic plantations, or can you elaborate on that?
Yes, absolutely, Saksha. That's a wonderful question, because I'm going to share an experience I had there, which was outstanding. At about 2,000 meters high, it's an area or a district called Monju district. And that was the area where we had reached for our lunch break. And we were walking through, so at 2,800, the vegetation is still green, lush, the natural waters are there, the river, the name of the river that was on our trek, the biggest river there, is called the Dudh Koshi River. The name Dudh Koshi means Dudh meaning milk. It's white. The waters are literally white. And the Koshi is the region around where the river is flowing through. Hence, the name is called Dudh Koshi. So along that river, the land is so fertile. The soil is so rich. And one of the biggest things I found out, that in that region, in the Monju district and in the Everest region, the government does not allow you to use any chemical fertilization. It is all organic, pure organic. And we hear about this, that it's all pure organic. But let me tell you one thing. I personally experienced the organic food and the organic farm, because as we walked through the farm, I wasn't aware that we were going through to the lodge that's established in the farm. And it was called the Nirvana Lodge. And the huge farmland.
Initiative. That's a very great initiative from the government, because they're trying to maintain and sustain that spiritual energy that should be, radiating there. And also it's all pure, the land, the soil, the air, it's all organic. So then we can feel the, the authentic feeling, connection with the mountains.
Absolutely. And you know what? The organic food was absolutely delicious, because what we saw was they literally picked up the carrots, the potatoes, the spinach, and we had about a 2-hour break there, and freshly picked vegetables straight from the plantation onto the stove, which was actually, again, organic, because it was made out of fire from yak poo. The fire that burned, the food that was cooked was also naturally cooked. The electrical and the gas cookers was not available there. So it was naturally cooked on the fire in presence of our own eyes. And we then experienced those vegetables on our dishes, and the most delicious food that we had that day. So let me say, organic was the big way there. And one of the things, as you said, the government of Nepal has given this initiative that no chemical fertilizers to be used to pollute the soil there.
Wow, Dr. Lalit ji, we are so happy that you got so delicious meals. What is coming to my mouth now? So you had this organic, because it's good for your health. And we pray also that all the people and the government also continue to preserve that place for us, so that, it remains a pure and blessed space to feel, to experience whenever we go there. And there is one special thing about a bird called Kali. So this is a very unique species among the 8.4 million species around the world. So the Kali bird, they always go in pairs.
Correct.
Would you like to share about that?
Yes, oh my God, that's again very unique and interesting concept, Saksha, where the flora and the fauna and the environment was so serene that just to capture this glimpse of these birds was just outstanding. Let me say, this is something that I learned myself. I didn't know about it. This is called the Kali bird, and they're like, I wouldn't say they're like ducks, but they're the size of a small baby duck that's walking around, and they always travel in pairs. And this was very interesting. And the reason being, they're made for each other. And the folklore or the story or the truth or the myth, whatever it was that we heard from our guides and everybody, it was very, very interesting that these two birds travel in pairs at all times. Now, for any odd reason, if one of them has to die, the other one just waits there till the first bird's body decomposes. And that bird is waiting there till the body of the dead bird decomposes, that eventually the second bird also dies there. So it's like they're made for each other. They will not go for another companion. They will leave their life for the other, and both of them die at the same place. So I thought that was such a unique thing about these two birds, about the Kali.
It's like they have a connection. They're very intimate and they feel for the other person, like the other bird. If the bird goes, the other bird also will follow. So this is correct. How nature is so unique and different. This correct. Is all God's creation.
And you know, this is why we think that, come on, do the birds come and affect our lifestyle and our way of connecting with our people? They leave our environment to us. Likewise, I strongly believe, after listening to that concept, that we should respect that environment for those birds and not pollute it, because that's their nature, that's their habitat. Let's leave it for them to enjoy it.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. We must, preserve the environment and work in harmony, work together to protect the ecosystem and the chain that is already there in the universe. So everything is interlinked. We have that connection among every species, and yes. This is how we create the influence the other entity.
Yes. The only sad part I feel, Saksha, with this wonderful mountain and the trekking is that there is over 100,000 people who visit this area every year. And unfortunately, obviously, to provide for the tourists, to provide for the visitors, there's a lot of deforestation taking place. Trees are being chopped down to make lodges around there, to actually provide the wood for burning, for the fuel. But so those are the things that are taking place. But as initiative that we should take, and this is something that our expedition group was very, very keen on, is to make sure that wherever we go, we try to contribute towards a tree plantation. The ones that have been knocked over, contribute to make another plantation, get the area a little more greener, give less carbon monoxide emissions, let the trees thrive. So I think those kind of initiatives are very, very important in this particular area all over the globe, yes. But when you go trekking to Everest or any other mountains, respect that, but also have this initiative of contributing towards the nature over there.
Yes, and also what about the, littering, or what do they do when they have waste or rubbish or like wrappings of paper? So how do they manage to, protect that environment there?
So one of the things that was done was in 1976, there was what they call the Sagarmatha Provincial Parks, which is obviously the Everest Provincial Park. It became an area where it was established to protect the wildlife and the nature around there. It became a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1979. And the number of tourists that come, it's said that on a very good day, there could be around, in the peak season, about 500 people summiting the Everest mountain, and even more going to the base camp. So you can imagine the number of people that are going through the trek. And the litter that comes with it. Unfortunately, it's not only the people who are trekking, but also some of the local communities may have created a little bit of waste that has gone overboard. And then I think trekkers should take this responsibility of not littering the area. It is said that on average, per person who treks on the Everest Base Camp trek, there is approximately 8 kilograms of waste that has been generated per person. Now, that's when you think of it, from the food waste to the toilet paper waste, to the wrappers waste, to your own human body waste, that is about 8 kilograms. Now, can you imagine the number of people trekking there and the number of waste that takes place? That's a huge. In fact, it is said that there is no exact known figure, but there's tons and tons and tons of waste that is created over there.
Dr. Soda, I love the journey you've been doing in Mount Everest. I just like to cut you short just for a moment. Stay around.
We're in Spain.
With Spain, where they are celebrating the World Environment Day on behalf of Hindu Forum of Europe.
Oh, wow.
We can see if Swami can hear us. And Swami, can you unmute your microphone? Dr. Soda, you or yes, let's introduce the Swami first. Swami, let us introduce you. Lalit, can you introduce Swami, please?
Sure. This is Swami Rameshwarananda. Global namaste to you. This is a live from Spain. Are we connected, Swamiji? A global namaste?
We are. He's waving at you. Just please introduce. Thank you, Oba.
Perfect, perfect. Swamiji is one of the founder and director of the Celica Europe PHI, the Yoga Vedanta in Spain. He's already, as a child, Swami had a great inclination towards spirituality and began to practice spiritual disciplines from a very early age with the help of his mother, Maria. Swami's great interest in discovering ways to promote the development of human potential led him to focus on the study and practice of breathing techniques, dedicating himself especially to the study and practice of yoga applied to physical and mental health in the field of breathing, yoga therapy, conscious breathing, therapeutic yoga breathing techniques, yoga nidra. Swamiji, a very warm welcome to you on Healing Our Earth, live from Spain. A global namaste and my humble obeisances to you.
Namaste to all of you. We are here now in Spain, celebrating the Hindu Forum of Europe and the annual assembly of the Hindu Forum of Europe. And we are from different federations of Europe all together, celebrating also the environment, World Environment Day. And also in Spain, we have now a new ambassador who decided to use all the month of June to celebrate in different cities of Spain the International Yoga Day. So we are very busy because now just we reached the monastery of the Palancar, which was the place where live a very holy man in Spain, the Saint Peter of Alcantara, and we are here all together. So I can present you. You maybe know. Introduce Lakshmi Vyas, which is the president also of the Hindu Forum of Europe.
Hi to everybody.
Global namaste to you, Lakshmi ji.
Yes, happy Environment Day.
And Swamiji, Lakshmi ji is also a part of Healing Our Earth. He's a patron
Yes,
member of Healing
yes,
Our Earth.
yes, yes.
So is Ragasudha, so is Nita, so is Kesh, the CEO.
Everybody is here.
Yes, everybody is there. It's lovely to see you. And of course, you are celebrating the World Environment Day as well.
Yes, exactly. So now we are in this marvelous monastery, which is also the smallest monastery in the world. This holy man used to live in the 16th century with a very higher state of tapasya and in complete seclusion. So we were supposed to see if the connection was good, and we have enough data to tell you, to all of you, most welcome to Spain. I will show you a little bit the place.
Yes,
Sure.
let's have a tour. Swami, let's have a tour.
So you can see the nature around us. This is a magnificent place to, of course, be on retreat, and at the same time, a marvelous place to be in a spiritual retreat, you see. So today we had a very busy day, and Krishna Kripadas Ji, Pandit Krishna Kripadas Ji, he will tell you a little bit how it was today.
Today we have a very busy day. We have the World Environment Day, and we put some nests for the birds. And then we have the Yoga International Day, and one official from the Indian Embassy came. So we, like almost 40 people, we did a yoga class in the open air. And it was really nice. And now we are coming to sightseeing and also get inspiration from the holy saints from the Christian tradition.
Krishna Kripadas Ji, a global namaste. This is Nil Kumar. You're of course one of the lead in Spain. You are very good at slokas. So can you have a little sloka from you? Lakshmi Ji, can we have a little sloka from Krishna Kripadas?
Namaste.
Namaste.
Arunji is there also. Namaste. Mauro. Parabhakti is there also from Italy. Vaidyanatha also here from Germany.
Marie
Madakini is there from Sweden.
Yeah, we know each other.
And Mita Yoshi also from UK.
Wow, that's a wonderful representation at the World Environment Day in Spain today. Swamiji,
Yes,
that's a great celebration.
And also Mohaprabhu Dasa,
yes,
coming from Belgium also. Shankar coming from Spain also. And Kesh, of course, with the t-shirt of the Fee School of Yoga, Vedanta and Meditation.
Outstanding.
Swami Kesh is also a board member at Healing Our Earth.
Yes, yes, of course.
Nil Kumar, glad to hear your voice.
Global namaste, global namaste. Lakshmi Ji, can we ask?
Yes,
can we ask Krishna Kripadas to do a sloka, please?
Krishna Kripa.
Lalit loves because he just went to Mount Everest doing slokas.
Om Asato Masat Gamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotir Gamaya Mrityoma Amritam Gamaya Om Shanti 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 Sahanatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karava Vahe Tejasvino Aditamastu Mavi Vishavahe Om Shanti 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 Hari Om.
Thank you very much, Swamiji. Thank you, Krishna Kripadas Ji, for this wonderful, wonderful shloka. You guys are basking in sun and having a good World Environment Day. The area looks so green and so serene. Wow. Really excited for you guys.
Lalit, let me tell you, Swami over here, he is also a founder of this wonderful venue, which is not this one, but this is where our whole team of Hindu Forum of Europe is staying. And it is where we want to start a retreat because it's also very environmentally friendly. Swami, how is your day 3 for World Environment faring so far?
So it is true that we live in a very special place. This campus, PHI, is a place absolutely global sustainable system. We produce our own energy with solar and thermic panels. We get the water from the wells we have in our property, and we make the integral water cycle. So the gray water we use in the garden, and the black water we use after depuration, phytodepuration. We use on the reforest and the trees.
To water the reforestation.
Yes. So at the same time, we collect all what we produce in our garden, and we eat in our restaurant. So I think that everybody was very happy to visit our place, and at the same time they could eat without look at me. Not restrictions for vegetarian and vegan who came to visit our campus. So thank you very much. It was awesome to see you all over the world, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Swamiji, for tuning in live. Always connection is not the best, but we've got the best connection. We've been able to communicate with you and learn so much about your center, which is so eco-friendly, saving the planet, saving Mother Earth. And why not, Mr. Nilkumar, why not have a retreat there soon?
Yes, it is a wonderful, it's a wonderful place. Swami, can you ask Dr. Lakshmi, Meeta, Ragasudha, and Cash to come on the screen, please? Dr. Lakshmi, Ragasudha, Meeta, and Cash, please.
You are most welcome. You are most welcome to come to the campus field.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
We all want to be there. Dr. Lakshmi, how do you think everything is going there for Hindu Forum of Europe?
Fantastic. Everything going very, very well.
And we are so proud. We are so proud that there are so many members of Healing Our Earth there as well. And Swami Rameshwarananda, as busy as he was daily sending me a report that everybody loved looking at. Is Swamini there?
Excuse me, Neil, I could not.
No. Yes, Swami, now I believe that you are going to go into yoga practices, celebrating.
Yes, now we are just entering in the monastery of Kalankar, and we are with the Franciscan monks who are waiting for us to make the visit, and then we return to the campus. So
buenas tardes, señor. ¿Cómo está?
Buenas tardes, muy bien.
Muchas gracias.
We are very close. We are very close friends, and we have a very good relationship.
So, Swami, can we see as you are going to the venue, can we have a tour of the venue, please?
It will be difficult because it is a monastery. So when we enter inside, the data doesn't function. We tried before, but it was not possible.
Wow, that's wonderful. And would your friend like to say anything? It can be in Spanish. It doesn't matter.
Si tienes que decir algo en español, no importa, sería bienvenido. Es el Día Mundial del Medio Ambiente.
Y ustedes viven rodeados de naturaleza también. Hombre, pues San Francisco de Asís.
Paz y bien, y alabado sea el Señor por la hermana creación, por el sol, por la tierra, por la lluvia, por las flores. Es lo que San Francisco, el cántico del hermano sol, el cántico de la madre tierra. Paz y bien.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Nilkumar. Thank you, everybody.
It is wonderful. Thank you for your time. And maybe later in an hour, if there is a signal, do come in again. We love you all and we wish you all the best.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Wow, that was an awesome representation of the Hindu Forum of Britain in Spain on this wonderful World Environment Day. Wasn't it, Saksha?
Oh yeah, and we met all our Healing Our Earth friends also there.
Correct.
Shaisha, what Lalit was doing was so wonderful because Lalit has just returned. It's only been about 6-7 days since he's returned from Mount Everest. So he's the latest guy to do the base camp. Let us ask Richa and Dipti and see if they've got any comments for him or if they want to say anything. And later we're going to go to Dipti and Richa will have a presentation in about half an hour as well. And we've got Kailash here as well. So I'm going to open all your mic. And if you have got any comment for Lalit's visit to Mount Everest, you can comment or ask him a question. Over to you, Kailash.
Sure, Kailash.
Sorry. Namaste. Very, very interesting, and I just like the way you sort of made the comparison of mother, the Mother Earth, and they getting the blessings, and that's so important coming from a Hindu faith background. That without the blessings of our elders, without the blessing of Devis, nothing is accomplished. So, but thank you for sharing your experiences, and it was nice to see the life experience of Swamiji in Spain as well. And now, on this special day, sharing, some of the things that they're doing to contribute to the world, the planet, and it's just amazing. I was just like, wow, I couldn't get enough of all the experiences today. It's just been
Awesome celebrations on the World Environment Day. Yes, the Swami was absolutely wonderful in Spain.
And Kailash and all the viewers who are listening to us on the YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, and the website, we do regularly go live to venues. Healing Our Earth is one of the only live, unrehearsed community channel that brings people from different countries, different race, different nationality, different age, united just for one simple thing: unity, peace, harmony, and liberty. Kailash, thank you very much. Stay around. And Richa, you've just joined us, and later shortly you will be presenting a very nice presentation of yours. Richa, what were your thoughts for Spain and Dr. Lalit Soda's Mount Everest climb?
Spain was just awesome. Just love the way they're celebrating the World Environment Day and the yoga thing. I would specifically like to put my thoughts over to Dr. Lalit's words, and I am so happy to relate with his experience of nature and the mountains and how we connect there. And later when I present a little presentation of my my own thoughts, that is so much similar I can get, because I have the same vibes, that there is some connection. When you have that connection with the nature, then you feel like saving it. And that is the most important part. You can heal the earth when you actually have that connection with the earth. And that comes with that inner conscious and spirituality. And spirituality is not here, which is something related to specific religion. It's just spirituality towards your nature. And I so much, I didn't know those bird things. That was so new for me. And it was so interesting to know that it's not just the humans who care, it's the birds and other species who are there in this ecosystem. They care too. So, I'm really, really delighted to hear those words from you. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Richa. Yes, that bird story, the Kali bird, was also a very eye-opening and an inspiring incident, especially when we saw those Kali birds 2 or 3 times along the trek, traveling in pairs. So first, when you hear about it and you see them, you think, okay, maybe. Second time you see them, they're together. Third time you see them, 2 others are together. So it is such a nature connecting thing. And you think, oh my God, how can we go and, yes, experience the nature, but absolutely respect that nature too.
And Lalit,
yes,
just to let our viewers know outside,
about the birds,
yes, to let our viewers know
when
outside,
you mentioned about the Kali bird and how.
And Lalit, just to let our viewers know outside, that Richa will be back with the solutions for healing Earth, the importance of individual actions in about half an hour. So she will be back in a while. And I would like to remind people that Dr. Lalit Soda was not feeling too well today. So he says, Nil Kumar, can I come just for about 15, 20 minutes? He is now so charged up. I don't think he's going to leave us, Saiksha. So Saiksha, let's go and introduce Dipti, and Dipti and you can further interrogate Lalit Soda over here.
Thank you. I will definitely be able to stay for a few more minutes. Not a problem. I'm okay. Thanks.
Okay, Saiksha, introduce Dipti, over.
Yes, yeah. So coming now next, we have the next speaker in line. So this is Mrs. Dipti Kataria. She's a panelist. Let me give a brief introduction before we share what she has in treasure for us. So Dipti is a reader of various ancient Indic scriptures and is fluent in Hindi, Sanskrit, English, and Arabic. That's a multilingual person. She has been a resident of Egypt for over 20 years and was head of physics department in Cairo. She has published her papers on various international platforms, including South Africa and India. Being a mathematician and science enthusiast, she has been regularly invited as a public speaker in universities and on Egyptian national TV. Wow, that's such a great achievement and accomplishment, Diptiji. And all from Egypt, like we have the Greek gods there. So we're all so excited and we're eager to hear what you have to share today.
Thank you very much, Saikshaji. It was so pleasing to hear Lalitji as well. Actually, I'm gonna be asking questions. I have a lot of questions, not a lot of questions, but I have some, curiosity about the Mount Everest base camp, because there was a chance that I was supposed to go, and due to some minor accident, I couldn't make it. So I still feel that I should have gone. I should have done this. So as Saikshaji mentioned, that the philosophy we follow, which is like Hindu philosophy, which is treating every nature or natural element as mother, because it's creation, isn't it? Worshipping tree or species, aligning them with the god and goddesses, as Lalitji is saying. And the Kali, the bird Kali, it was really fascinating to hear. I've heard about it actually, that there are birds like that, that they're inseparable, So I think this is one of them. You had the chance to witness it, so wonderful. So they are like our ecosystem engineers, isn't it? Birds are ecosystem engineers. So I am going to ask a few questions about not just your preparation about that, because that is, I'm sure you have done it, but you talked about the environment and how it's spoiling it. So I have some, I was just reading that only 60 to 70% people can make it to Mount Everest successfully, I believe. And although this tourism, this tourism has it has brought a lot of stability or blood to the Nepal and the communities surrounded. But at the same time, tourists, they also bring loads of care, human waste, toxic trash, which is clogging in the trail in peak season and turning the picturesque in the site one of the world's most challenging environmental problem. So what do you have to say, and what is the government doing about it? And also I want to know, one more thing, local government, it says that it has including increasing, the population density, over dependence on wood as a fuel, as you said that you were using that. I've heard that it has estimated like 10% increase in the wood consumption as well. So Nepalese government, which leads to like 240 million cubic meters of mountain topsoil lost on Everest every year for the triggering forest depletion. So what is the government doing, or what is our job as we are treating nature as mother? What should be considered, what should be taken care of while doing the mountaineering? I would really like to have yeah.
Sure. You asked me a couple questions in that one question, so I'm going to address them as best as I can. The first one about the government, very interesting question, Diptiji, because on our trek, while we were trekking, that was when the Nepal elections were taking place. And on our trek for the Kumjum district, which is around the base of Everest, was the elected mayor who we met on the way, Mr. Lakshman Adhikariji. And he was campaigning on that particular day was the election day. So prior to that, he was campaigning for him to be nominated. And he was the ex-mayor also. So under his mayorship, there was a lot of changes that were brought into the environment cleansing, and environment preservation. And the day we found out, in fact, while we were trekking, he was actually going for voting and then waiting for his results to come. He actually won. the elections and was re-elected as the mayor again. So his principles and policies were very, very strong. As we had a quick chat along the way, was obviously number one, environmental preservation. Number two, he was really enforcing was the wood that is being cut down for fuel. One of the things he was really promoting was yak poo. Yak poo, like the cow dung, they've got the yak dung that they dry off and they use that as fuel. And let me tell you one thing, all the tea lodges that we stopped at, or the lodges that we stayed overnight, they call it the tea lodge or the tea rooms, which are very basic because the electricity and everything is very reduced over there. They were all using the yak poo as a fuel to burn the heaters, to keep the rooms warm in terms of the common room. So a lot of changes are being made over there to consume the local produce, to actually preserve the nature. And the other thing the government has established and has been put in practice since, I believe, 2014, was a $4,000 deposit. That trekkers who go up there pay a $4,000 refundable deposit, that while they finish their trek, excuse me, and they collect 8 kilograms of rubbish on the way to bring it back. That is the amount of rubbish that is generated by one person on a trek. So if they bring 8 kilograms of rubbish back with them, that $4,000 is refundable.
That's quite rewarding.
So that's a very good exercise that has been, initiative that has been put in, and it is being encouraged. Now, let me say one thing. The foreign trekkers are also responsible for this waste. So are some of the local people. Let's not blame and point fingers at one or the other. So it's a cumulative effort that has created this mess over there. So I believe it's a cumulative effort to also cleanse it. So one of the things I must share that our expedition with Earthbound Expedition is a routine that whenever we trek with them on mountains, and I'll give you the example of Everest, we were at about 4,300 meters high at a place called Gokyo Lake. And there are 5 very, very scenic, very pretty lakes on the trek. And on that particular day, we were only walking for about 4 or 5 hours. So we had the afternoon, evening available to us to acclimatize at that. So our guide is very good. He says, no, you can't sit. We've got to acclimatize a little bit and walk around. And he said, look, we are 13 of us. If we can spend 1 hour as a group, 13 people, carrying a bag to collect all the rubbish that has been scattered along the path. He said 13 man hours are used today to cleanse that region where we were in. So I think when one is trekking, make that as a part of your trekking expedition, that spend an hour or two to cleanse that environment. So I think take that responsibility on ourselves to do the cleaning. While the government is implementing their rules and regulation, it becomes an individual responsibility to clean the environment also. So those were the 2 ways that we try to help the local community, the local cleansing effort that the government is trying to implement.
Wonderful. So good to hear that. I mean, this is, you said it very rightly. I mean, this is a individual responsibility. Why should we always rely on just the government policies and the system they have it? And you said very well, the acclimatization practices, I mean, to clean it, to do it this way, I'm sure. May you also share your, I mean, how did you, I believe you have been tracking from quite a long time, because as I saw in your, and in your introduction, I mean, for a normal person, how do you encourage to, have the body or the build endurance or body struggles you had it, or, I mean, one has to push through a zone of discomfort, isn't it? So would you just give us a little idea about it for the new mountaineers?
Sure. I will just track back to the Hindu Forum President of Britain, Mrs. Truptiben Patel, who mentioned about the 5,000 steps daily for 5 days and then plant a tree. Well, one of the training things is obviously walking. You've got to walk, and walk, because then you build that endurance so your body is stronger. You eat healthy food, you do regular exercise. This is the basic to become a stronger person to track. Now, one thing we are never, ever certain is how altitude is going to affect us.
Yeah.
So the fittest of the person may not be able to complete the trek because altitude affects them quite badly. And the least fit person can probably continue doing the trek because altitude may not have affected them. So altitude is one thing that you can never, ever guarantee. However, the most important thing is who you're trekking with and who your expedition leaders are. Now, if the guides are strong, the leaders are strong, like we did with Earthbound Expedition, they were absolutely amazing. Every morning, every afternoon, every evening, 3 times a day, our oxygen concentration was tested. How are we doing with oxygen? The tour guide, the head of the Earthbound who was with us, Mr. Badri, was a very sharp and an astute trekker who's been leading this expedition. So he can tell you from your eyes, are you tired? Is your pressure going down? You're coughing, you're breathing. He's constantly looking at how we breathe over there. So constant monitoring of oxygen saturation was vital. Making sure the body temperature doesn't drop was another vital thing, and he kept us active. At higher altitude, it's important not to fall asleep during the day or to fall asleep on the trek while walking. So he would keep you alert on those things and obviously be able to recognize when you are unable to do the trek. So one thing they always say while trekking is have a good, experienced tour, the guide who is with you. And I can say for sure we had one. And secondly, they say, listen to your body. If you are unable to not do it, then listen to your body and stop. Be sensible about it.
Yeah, you talked about altitude. I believe the Lukela was under sea level, wasn't it? 3,000 below sea level. Lukla, I mean.
Yes,
Lukla,
yes.
and the Kalapatra, the top point you reached was like 5,500. So there was quite a marginal altitude difference.
Correct.
So
correct.
I'm sure, yeah, it was quite challenging.
Yeah, Everest Base Camp was 5,364 meters high. So that's the height we reached. And yes, so there's a quite altitude difference. And as we say, everybody responds to altitude slightly differently. So be smart about it, listen to your body, and absolutely travel with a guide who is experienced.
It's not as
That's
daunting
so interesting,
as it sounds,
Dipti ji. Thank you for sharing your views and your thoughts about Lalit ji. So now we have amongst us the director of the Indian Ocean Center for Education and Human Values, and she has already implemented and deployed extensively around the country in Mauritius so many sustainable projects and programs. So let us hear from Mrs. Gayatri Rantan Sambu what she has on the experience of Dr. Lalit ji.
Global namaste to everyone, especially to Neil ji and Dr. Lalit, Dipti ji, all everybody on the Healing Our Earth platform. It is a pleasure again to connect with all of you and especially to heal our earth. And if we say our earth, our Dharti Ma, is our only real home for the 8 billion human beings living on it. And also, I'm really very, very impressed, in awe, to listen to Dr. Lalit experience. That is amazing. And you make us, all of us, I think, dream one day to go, but it doesn't matter. Even if we are not able, we have gone through you, Dr. Lalit.
Oh my God, thank you so much, Gayatri ji. Thank you. Global namaste to you.
Global namaste. And we do pray that you feel better very, very soon, because the world needs you, because you heal.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. And I just have wanted, humbly, in a humble way, on our little island. Every year, it's nearly about more than 25 years now, we are trying to work in our small ways, small actions, and especially in the field of education. And we say that if we can change the mindset of small children to create and raise the awareness in them that Mother Earth is their only habitat, so they will take care as the way they take care of their rooms in their homes. So they will take care of every part, every country, every part of Mother Earth. So in one of the ways that we work, of course, as you have all mentioned, all the various ways and methodology, technology, how we can save sustainably, in an integrated approach, holistically, how we can save our world, because it is very, very serious where we have reached. Like this morning, we have a beautiful, we had a meeting with our Minister of Environment, and he mentioned, he gave us, I will not go long on it, but the various statistics globally, like it is really, we are in a crucial moment that if we don't do something right now, I mean, we know we are really appreciate. There are many, many people who are doing the best, but the awareness of the people who are indifferent to the actions, they have to know that if we don't do it now, it's over. Like we're saying that, like so many 500 million tons, 500 billion of plastic sacks, bags, that goes into our lagoons, in our ocean. And who does that? Who is doing so much of waste? Terrestrial people, human beings. So if the whole ecosystem has gone so badly collapsing, it's because of man, human beings. And human beings are becoming more intelligent, but more intelligent is not bringing, it's not improving our Mother Earth. So in this manner, we are doing small actions like copybooks, like CDs, the songs, many techniques and methodologies, how to change the mindset, and also having to connect with meditation as well, how to heal ourselves. And one very important I would like to share, we called it WAW, that we worked with the ministry for the exhibitions around the country. We call it WAW is war. We are water. So our inner world is the outer world is a reflection of our inner world. So if our Mother Earth outside is going through so much of turbulence, so much of ruin, in danger, because our inner world is also in ruin. And our thoughts is the beginning of everything. So maybe later on, so that we are working on this, especially how to purify the thoughts so that we do not pollute the outer earth. So in such, briefly, how we go along with our education to bring the change in our little children. Thank you so much. Thank you. So hope to see you soon.
That is amazing, Gayatri ji.
Saisha, thank you so much, Dr. Lalit. Thank you to give me just a few minutes to share with you.
A brilliant share, Gayatri ji, a very brilliant share to teach the kids from the beginning to respect their environment, like they respect their own rooms. So thank you so much for sharing that wisdom, that knowledge, all the way from, I believe, Mauritius it is, isn't it?
Yes, Mauritius.
Yes,
We're
yes.
surrounded with the oceans, and that's why we are very concerned. The oceans and the living beings, the fish, they are going through a lot of problems. So today, along with the minister, so many organizations, NGOs, we've been going to clean the beaches and clean the oceans.
Wow.
So that we are doing fine, because we have to attract the tourists.
Absolutely. And we say it's our individual responsibility to clean that environment. Gayatriji, that was wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Saiksha, I just want to say a massive, massive thank you. You've been an amazing host on Healing Our Earth. It's been an amazing time to talk to Richa, to other panelists on Healing Our Earth. And I just want to say a massive thank you and a global namaste. I'm going to be heading off right now as I am well, but I'm not 100%, so I'd like to take some rest. And it's been such a great pleasure to be with my own Healing Our Earth family on this wonderful, wonderful World Environment Day. So thank you very much. A global namaste.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lalit Ji. You have been a beautiful presence with sharing the beautiful and special spiritual vibes today with us on this Healing Hour. So global namaste, Lalit Ji, for being with us today. And global namaste, Mrs. Gayatri Ramcharan Sambu, sharing your views and the techniques how to implement the sustainable programs from early childhood. And we have also Mrs. Richa amongst us today. So she's also a very inspiring lady and would like to give a wonderful introduction before she intervenes. So the solutions for healing our earth, so it's directly in line as our platform, Healing Our Earth, the importance of individual actions. Here we're going to find from her, we're going to discover and explore how each and every being can contribute to save Mother Earth. So Dr. Richa Soni has done her PhD in environmental engineering and has almost 10 years of research experience in water treatment. Her interest in nature has led to work for the betterment of environment. She's the director of Lancaster Environment Action and Protection, LEAP, CIC, and also works as a project scientist in Lancaster University. As we all know that water is really precious, and Mrs. Gayatri also just mentioned that water is life, so we have to preserve water, we have to keep the sanctity of water because we are also 72 to 73% of water in our bodies. That composes of 3/4 of our composition, and the earth also, if we see the globe, it's 3/4 of water. So whatever is happening in the crystals of the water, like Dr. Masaru Emoto, the Japanese scientist, he discovered is happening in the crystals. This is what is happening in our body. Maybe you're gonna explore about that. You're gonna share about the water crystals as well. And then if we think or talk or even act, any emotion that we're experiencing, it makes an effect on the crystals of water. So this was the why project that we did in Mauritius, that we are water. Okay, so now I'm not going to take much of your time. We're so eager to hear what Dr. Richa Soni has to share for us today. Over to you, Richa ji.
Thank you, Saiksha ji. And I'm glad that I'm here today on the occasion of World Environment Day and speak about our planet. I would first like to thank the Healing Environment, Healing Earth platform who has given me this opportunity to be here on this special day and share some of my thoughts. And I'm so much glad that now when I'm presenting few thoughts here about solutions for healing earth, they're so much aligned with what Dr. Lalit Sodha has said and what Gayatri ji just mentioned about individual actions and training young minds so that they know they are the future and they know that we have to save Mother Earth. So now today the topic for my presentation is solutions for healing earth and importance of individual actions. We all think that, okay, what do we have to do if what our actions will just make a difference in this climate change and the effects which environment is having now? But no, I would say that every little action counts, every little step matters. So coming to what Pope Francis said, he said that the world is dealing with one complex problem that is both social and environmental. We as humans have to have that feel that we have to save the environment and we are socially responsible for this problem. Therefore, I would say that this is interconnected. Our planet is really, really stressed and it's facing too many serious issues. And to name a few, there are so many, there's so much awareness. We all know about it, that what are those serious issues. So to name a few, there's reducing biodiversity, changing climates, the unavailability of food, clean air, clean water. So we all are facing these grave issues.
Richa, if you can hear me, will you maximize the screen so it will look beautiful, because the presentation is quite good. People are enjoying. Over. Thank you. It is maximize and unmute yourself. Thank you. Over.
Yes. Thank you so much for letting me know. Sorry, all. So for taking action against such issues, it is very important to understand a phrase called integral ecology. And this was the term coined by Thomas Berry, who was a theologist and ecologian. And this concept, integral ecology, this is a study which combines environmental ethics, environmental science, and environmental spirituality. So all together promotes the well-being of nature as well as well-being of society. So it's not just the scientific measures or scientific solutions which will help us deal with the current climate crisis. It's also the spirituality, the environmental ethics, our own lifestyle, our own thinking, which will actually help us heal our planet. So the question here is that is scientific knowledge alone sufficient to heal? And as I mentioned, that the answer is no. We have to look closely at our personal lifestyle choices. And then we have to think that what our choices are. Is it promoting the well-being of natural world? Are we actually acting in the right manner? Are we only considering about ourselves, or we are considering about our planet? We are considering about other little species who are living in this planet. And as Dr. Lalit Sodaji mentioned, that we have to create that ecosystem. We have to think about each and every species who's living in the planet, and then only our planet can heal in entirety. Because humans is not the only race who is living in this planet. There are many others. And therefore, when we think about our personal lifestyle, we must be aware that whatever choices we are taking to live on, is it actually doing good to the nature? So that's the most important thing, the self-question, and that is really very important to heal the planet. And next, I would say that yes, everything is interconnected, and we need to ask ourselves that what are we here for? And do we have some responsibility towards our planet, or we are here just to exploit the planet for our own greed? But this answer to all there in our subconscious mind, and that governs our spirituality, which will help us to take action. So are we ready to actually bring those changes in our lifestyles and promote the overall well-being? And all of these thoughts are actually interconnected with each other. We must have a scientific understanding of what is going on and why it concerns us. What are the changes and what are the harms or benefits that are causing us? Then we should do an ethical evaluation and reflect the spirituality, and that will actually drive us to take the right action. And so, as it says, it is not the scientific things, it's also your own subconscious mind and your own spiritual reflection that will lead you to take action to heal this planet. And I think today is all about thinking of measures which we need to take to heal our planet. And these individual efforts will go a long way, help us heal our planet. Now, individual goals. We just have to set our mind in that direction. We can have our own individual goals, maybe protecting the biological diversity, maybe support the sustainable ways, conserve water, use it effectively. Even if you are using it into your own home, you should be cautious enough that we need to be very cautious about using water, energy, and even when we are going out shopping things, we should promote buying sustainable things. We should promote local things, and that's going to help us a long way. And it seems reiterating, but I would always say that yes, individual actions do count, and we should not think that okay, if we don't buy, one day we are not thinking about buying sustainable goods or maybe recycling things or maybe use less plastic, it won't cause any harm. But no, that would cause harm. We should have that thinking. And another thing is, when you have individual goals and when you think of individual actions, you have to be wary about goodness that it will create. And if you think about the goodness your actions will create, you will have that feel-good factor, and that will actually motivate you to act in a very sensible way towards your mother nature. You just have to be thankful to the existence and beauty of the nature. You have to be cautious while you take the decisions that affect your health or the health of the nature around you. You should abstain for exploiting goods of the nature. And the most important thing, we should be generous. If we are rich, maybe we have plenty of water to use, maybe we can use energy, maybe we can misuse energy. But yes, there are some people, there are some parts of the globe who are deprived of such common things. So we should be very, very wary when we use these things and generous in sharing our things. So nature needs attention and every individual action counts. We should feel the importance of the situation, try to reflect on our lifestyle, bring the change in your own lifestyle first. Think of the benefits, and that will bring that change. There's so many things we all are aware of that we should do to actually, revert the climate change. And there are plenty. It's just my slide has very little information. Planting trees, limiting disposable items, promote local purchases, stay informed. But the most important thing, which also Gayatri ji just mentioned before my presentation, was make children aware and encourage their contributions. I think this is the need of the hour, that the children, the youth should be made aware at the right time. And here I would be very proud to share that I am a part of LEAP, the Lancaster Environment and Protection CIC. And there we have this LEAP Voices of Youth, where a group of children from Lancashire, they work on many eco things. And currently they are working on eco booklets. And they meet weekly or monthly, twice monthly, and then they have shared their ideas of making booklets and encouraging families to celebrate several festivals in eco-friendly ways. And so far, the kids have made Eco Diwali booklets, Eco Christmas, Eco Passover, and Eco Eid booklets. So here are shining stars. They're almost all age groups, and we train young minds and encourage them to know the importance of living our lives in that sustainable way. So I would just like to share the glimpse of the booklet these children have created. So these are, so far they have created 4 booklets, and there are more to go. And and definitely after that, they will have some other activities. So I think, again, mentioning to Gayatri ji's thing, to train young minds is very, very important. And because we have to save this planet, save our Mother Earth, so that they can live nicely so many years after, and they should understand the importance. Our nature, as very well said in Hindu Dharma, that nature is mother. So mother planet, Mother Earth. And in a similar way, as mother loves us, mother comforts us, the same way we have to love our mother. and very rightly said that love your nature and nature loves you back. So it's similar that if you love your mother, mother loves you back. If you don't love her, she still loves you back. But you need to do something for your planet and to sustain, to restore, and to make that connection. So that's all from my side today. Thank you so much, Healing Earth, for having me today and letting me share my thoughts.
Thank you so much, Richa Ji. That was like really outstanding presentation, and how many small activities you have already shared with all the the youth and the people that they can integrate in their lives, the e-books and all the facilities that you have presented. And also I love this, the line that you mentioned at the end. You said that if we love nature, nature will love us back. If we respect nature, the universe, the environment, they will also respect us back. If we honor them, they will also honor us. So this is a beautiful, powerful, really powerful and impactful line that you mentioned today. So this is going to mark today's event, because all the people will remember that if we do like a beautiful action, beautiful deeds towards the environment, towards nature, because if we want to find God, we can find God in nature. We can find God in His creation. This is where we will find God, and within ourselves also. So if we honor, then we will be honored too. So thank you so much, Richa Ji. We really appreciate it. It was really beautiful and inspiring. Dipti Ji is still here amongst us, our panelists. So do you have any thoughts about Richa's presentation?
It was absolutely fantastic to see how you worked with the kids, actually. And that's really important that we, we instill these features in the younger generation at the very right age. And I liked, as Saikshaji mentioned, I liked the last quote or last line you mentioned, love your mother and mother loves you back. And I loved even more when you said it after what you said afterwards. Even if you don't love mother, she will love it more. The same is happening with the nature, isn't it? So we are not loving it. Mother Nature never stopped loving us. And one thing, when you said it's all connected, I remember one, Lauren Esley's quote, one cannot pluck a flower without disturbing a distant star. So very well put it. It was lovely to see it, Richa Ji. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dipti. Yes, you mentioned it's really very powerful again when you say that even if we don't love, but they will love us back. This is really heart-touching. Thank you so much. And we have also Mrs. Kailash Parekh Ji from UK. So would you like to share something with us?
Namaste, everyone. Thank you very much, Richa Ji. Sorry?
Global Namaste.
Global Namaste, thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh,
yes,
sorry.
yes.
Yes, so Namaste, Global Namaste to everyone. And thank you, Richa Ji. Richa Ji is actually my colleague. We were both part of the LEAP project, and we are working together. And obviously, you shared some of the pictures of the eco-friendly booklets that I mentioned in my presentation earlier. I'm not sure whether, some of you weren't around then, but basically we believe that the youth, the young children are our future. And this is why our LEAP project is very much focused on young people, getting them to think about our Mother Nature and how we can preserve it, what can we do to contribute. And I think this is, we're very heartened to see that this group of young people are so motivated, and they are actually, putting all their efforts into, how to sustain, how to love our nature back, basically. And we want to build on that side, like Richa Ji was saying. So thank you so much, Richa Ji. And like everybody said, Mother Nature, Mother nature is our mother. She will love us despite whatever we do, but we must all collectively respect her as well. So thank you.
Richaji, may
Yes,
I
you're
add
right.
just
You're right. So
one more
Mother
line?
Earth is our planet, is our motherland, and our dear mother, because she's the portal. Like our mother is the medium from God to the universe. So Mother Earth also, she's like a portal for us to feel, to experience everything, to live on the planet. And as we know that there is no other planet, so this is high time, this is the right moment, like Richa mentioned in her presentation, how we have to collectively join hands together to save Mother Earth and restore all her powers, so that she can also give us some of her energy and some of her powers, that we can live a life of fulfillment, as we all say. This, thank you, Kailashji. Thank you, Parekji, for your views. Yes, Diptiji.
Yeah, also I wanted to add something along with what Richaji said. We have been constantly talking about protecting nature, protecting environment, Mother Earth. That's phenomenal and beautiful. But are we different from nature? Are we not part of it? I mean, we are always humans. I'm not talking about the philosophy we are following currently, which is a Hindu philosophy. Humans normally feel that we are the one who have to take care of the environment or to take care of the planet or something, because we are having a kind of distinction between us and the nature. But our Hindu philosophy, what teaches us is that we are part of this environment. We are part of the nature. Do not segregate yourself, do not distinct yourself from the nature. Once you think, as you said, Richaji, very well, that once you think that you're part of it, then you're automatically in the system of protecting, taking care, because you're actually taking care of yourself, isn't it? Because you are the nature, you are not something beyond or something higher than that. I think that phenomena has to come and lived through our lifestyle, I feel. I mean, Hindu philosophy talks, I believe the Ayurveda says, when we are told we are plucking some tree leaves or some flowers from the trees. I've heard that, I'm not very sure, but they say that a day before that, they go and say to the tree, tomorrow I'm going to pluck certain number of leaves because I need it for some medicinal purposes. Please forgive me. And the next day they plucked 3 leaves. And they have witnessed it, they have noticed it. While doing so and plucking randomly has a different impact on medicines. So our culture is teaching us that it's not that you are taking care of nature. It's just you're respecting yourself in return because you are the nature, isn't it? I mean, it's just how I see. Maybe it's not very true, but
No, I completely agree with your thoughts, because it's all about respecting. When we talk in a sense, we always say that we need to do this for nature, that for nature. But no, I think it's just the basic respect you have to pay to your nature, and I think each and every care is done.
absolutely, absolutely.
Incredible. Yes, I totally agree with our elegant ladies here, so Richaji and Diptiji, because if we are always in rhythm with the universe will match its rhythm with us. If our heartbeat matches with the heartbeat of the universe, and then it'll be in total alignment. So I have a meditation center. We try to practice that and integrate it with the kids from 4 years old. They start practicing meditation so that they are in line with the universe, and they start to feel it. As Mrs. Gayatri also mentioned, she's my mother, and she also taught us how to inculcate these habits from very early age, very tender age, where their minds are tender and receptive. They can start to feel that respect towards nature, and then they can feel those light, those energy, those feelings coming towards them. And then when we are one with nature, then we can't destroy it, right? Because we have
Absolutely.
only one planet. So if we feel that we are part and parcel of the universe, we're going to respect it, and we will also save it. Actually, we don't have to do anything to save it. We just need to implement the techniques, because if we are out of the balance, or we are doing anything to spoil nature, God is gonna, kick us out. So this is why we have to, just reflect and go within and awaken that knowledge that we are, we are from nature. We're gonna go back to nature. We're the extra on earth, because earth is already perfect, right? She's already, full of life, like water, the sun, all the resources, the 5 elements and all that. But it's just us that we are, trying to do over in the planet, right? So if we don't do
Absolutely.
the right things, we will be the ones who will go out first.
Perfect.
Yeah.
You actually very well said, Saikshaji, that I mean, having the sync with the nature is what we need to work on, just to have the sync. I remember once I was listening to one Sadhguru. He was just talking about that if birds die, I mean, it's going to be in few years, the Mother Earth will destroy in 4 or 5 years, about the insect the same. But if all humans just go away, Mother Earth is going to flourish in next 10 years. So do not give over importance to ourselves, and as you said, have the sync with it and be a part of it. That's wonderful statement.
Yes, talking about the birds, this is a very right point. I was also thinking about that previously. The birds have a very good intuitive power. Like when they are, like the engineering, somebody mentioned about engineers. I think it was Dipti who mentioned about that. Yeah, they are the perfect engineers of the universe. Like when they fly in that coordination, and they're always communicating with each other. But when the birds, they are either migrating to another country, or they are moving to another place, or we can hear them shouting, or like chirping irregularly sometimes. This means that they're indicating a sign. They're trying to communicate to us that something imminent is going to happen. Something, yes. So when they're happy, they are chirping like happily, and they are so, lively and all that, and just flying here and there, then we know that everything is perfect in harmony. But when they are trying to, express something negative, we know that now we have to, be on alert. It's like a warning, that's something.
Yes,
like
absolutely.
less
Actually, it had
catastrophic gonna
happened. It had happened during the
So we have
tsunami
to
time.
pay attention to what they are trying to tell us.
Yes, during the tsunami time, I mean, when it had happened in Chennai and Andaman Nicobar, I'm sure it was in 1997 or 2017, I believe. When the tsunami occurred, everybody thought the people living in Andaman and Nicobar would die or wash away, everybody would go away. But it didn't happen because they, as you said, Saikshaji, they heard the voices and the noise the birds were making. They were listening to their, the songs they were talking about, and they were trying to have the sync with it. And they just left the Andaman Nicobar before the tsunami actually occurred. So yeah, having the sync with the nature, it's great. Namaste.
Yes. Okay, so now we have a wonderful and elegant, inspiring lady. We're going to teleport directly to USA. So she's already here on Healing Our Earth. So global namaste, Sharonji, all the way from USA. Sharon Roseji, the next host for today's event. Global namaste.
Global namaste to you and to you, all of you out there.
Global Namaste, Sharon Ji. So let me give a brief introduction before I hand over the floor to her. So Mrs. Sharon Rose, she is Emmy, ED winner of the Filmmaker of the Year Award from the 20th World Congress on Qigong, Tai Chi, TCM, Taoism, and natural healing. She is the director-producer of the forthcoming documentary series, The Quantum QI, The Taoist Art of Nurturing Life. Sharanji has lectured, performed, and presented her films in numerous universities, spiritual centers, cultural organizations, and museums, and was a consultant to the National Endowment for Arts. She's the author of The Path of the Priestess, a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine, and is currently completing a CD, The Nectar of Bliss, dedicated to the healing power of the divine feminine in cultures throughout the world. Wow, what an accomplishment. That's really great. And we are really privileged of having you on Healing Our Earth platform.
Thank you so much. And always I have to mention to all of you.
Thank you for being here.
I want to always mention that I was the first American disciple of Sitara Devi, Queen of Kathak, and early Bollywood star who I lived with in the 80s. And that from that base, that experience of living with a Guruji of that power, that Shakti, changed my life.
That's great, wonderful. So today you're here, you will change so many lives by being here, by spreading your vibes, and we will all feel that energy. And as today is World Environment Day, so I'm sure that there are so many speakers that will add up, that will top up on whatever we have already mentioned and all the speakers from before. So how we will save and conserve Mother Earth. I would like to share a beautiful song before giving the platform. So here it goes. It's on water, and now is the time. If you permit me, Sharanji.
Sure.
Thank you. So the song goes like that. Water is life, water gives life. It's so precious, please save water. L'eau c'est la vie. That's French. Alors en français, c'est comme ça. L'eau c'est la vie, l'eau donne la vie. Elle est précieuse, gaspille pas l'eau. It says, do not waste water. And now is the time to care for our earth, whoever we may be. To join our hands, our souls, and our hearts, and to work for unity, for the world to be a beautiful place, for the flowers, birds, and trees. The future lies with nobody else. It depends on you and me. It depends on you and me. It depends on you and me. Thank you so much. So on this
also beautiful. It
I would
certainly
like to,
does
share the
depend on
with
us all.
Our host.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well,
Thank
on
you.
that, I will sing for you.
Now it's all yours.
The song. I did a show in the 90s called Planet 3, and it was about what's going on. It was then like 90, I did it about 92. And I had this, it was about the earth and the animals all rebel and teach the humans how to live on the earth. So there was a song to, it was called Mother of the Earth. So I'll sing a little bit of it for you.
Oh yes, would love to hear your beautiful voice.
Mother of the earth, soul of the universe, Mother of the earth, you've always been by my side. Mother of the earth, asleep, we have lost our way. Yes, it's time to wake up. The earth cries for us. Our souls cry. It's time to see beyond what we're being fed by our media, the fear, the anger, the divisiveness. And it's time to heal our earth. So today I have some really wonderful guests who have been involved in the environmental movement for how long? Many years.
Oh, 40 and more.
40 and more years. And so I'm excited to bring them to you. We're going to start with my dear friend who I actually went to college with in the late 60s, Lee Torsha. Lee Torsha, well, I'll tell you about her and then I'm excited to play her song for you. Lee Torsha is an American jazz singer, North Indian raga singer, and TV producer performer. Lee was drawn to Indian classical music and studied privately for 20 years with the great Indian raga vocalist Pandit Pran Nath, becoming his initiated disciple. She has performed, taught raga at universities, and produced a weekly New York City cable TV show, Lee Torsha Sings, with repeats on YouTube and Facebook. Lee continues her interest in swinging jazz. Her CD, Loverman, a tribute to Billie Holiday, has arguably the greatest rhythm section of jazz, including Mel Lewis and Roger Ram Ramirez, and is available on Amazon. Lee's lifelong concern for the environment prompted the composition of her tune, I've Got the Earthling Blues, viewable today and on YouTube. As a big band leader performing in New York City clubs, she created a form of classes, classical raga mixing, and she'll tell you about classical raga with classical jazz. It's called Jazz Raga. Global namaste to you, Lee.
Namaste. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We can.
Well, there's that CD. I don't know if you could see it.
Yeah, sort of.
A little bit, yeah. So I guess I would like to start off to share with you the song "I've Got the Earthling Blues." The video is a little teeny blurry, but but the audio is terrific. And so if I may share
Yes.
my screen. Okay, here we go. Video. And here it is. And I'm gonna open it up like that. Oops. And there. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Jesus has died. Don't know if he was black or white, but I know he was died.
Ah, beautiful, beautiful. Everything about it, your singing, your rhythm section, my goodness.
God, aren't they great? They, oh my Lord, just to work with such people is amazing. Just amazing. They make you better than you are, but
I understand, but you have to be, pretty talented to even attract and work with these people. So
yeah, well, thank God they allowed me to do that. So that song was written in 1995. And it's just, I'm still very, very sad about the earth. I heard a woman, Deepti, mention Sadhguru. I'm in love with Sadhguru and his 100 days of trying to get the governments around the world to pay attention to soil and putting earthworms and microbes back into the earth and poop. Another gentleman was talking about yak poop. All this is really a very important thing for the earth right now. So
oh, I agree. We have a whole yak herd out here.
I know you're doing
we have a lot of cows as well. And if you're a Healing Our Earth viewer constantly, you know that I'm always speaking about growing your own food and gardening and the power of that to be in touch with nature. And we've been making our own fertilizer. So it's a mixture of compost and actually urine and other things, which is, it was funny. We just got a new little puppy, Great Pyrenees, and she just wants to jump in all the beds because the smell is so intense. But we're doing really well this year in the greenhouse. We have, I've told you all that this year I'm doing Lakshmi mantras as I water each plant, and we are having an abundance, and that's what needs to happen. Hannah Strong, who's coming on later, we had a meeting because we're very concerned here. We're very rural, and we're very concerned about the supply chain. And we've been talking for years. Many of us moved here because we knew that the world was going to be in this kind of shape. But now it's even more serious. People really need to start growing their food and learning how to do that and getting in touch with the natural world.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. But I also wanted to bring up something about the Bhagavad Gita. I think somebody was mentioning it. Yogananda wrote an amazing book, and in it he talks about, King Ego, and basically it's a fight. The world, everything is a fight internally. That's what and somebody else mentioned, it's internal and it's external. So the problem is, that the people that are ruling the world will not give an inch. It's I think I told you yesterday in here, it talks about how Krishna went to see if he could get a compromise. We're talking about now the world, we're talking Yugoslavia, I mean, all the fighting that's going on now, and Putin and Krishna went to the gurus, I'm reading here, to try to make a compromise, but Duryodhana rebuffed him screaming, shouting, I will not give back one village. I will not give back 1 inch of the kingdom. I will not give back so much land as will fit on the point of a needle. And we've heard this, excuse me, we've heard this about not giving back any inches of land, but it's also an internal problem. We're our internal self, and I, you know, as all of us are, I'm trying to give back what he's saying is we're trying to give back to our spinal column, more or less, you know, the chakras, give back away from our ego and give the good qualities. So bring the good, allow the good qualities into us. So it's just, you know, our leaders have to evolve. Otherwise, you know, and that's why I like Sadhguru again, because he's out there. Yes, we all have our individual responsibility, but if the leaders within their 3-4 year of existence can't think past those 4 years and do what's right for the earth now, we're just, you know, individuals are great, but governments also.
It's very important, and that's the work that a number of the people that will be here today have been doing. Hannah Strong, she and her husband Maurice were essential in the Rio conference and the Stockholm conference. They've been on the cutting edge for a really long time. And so she'll be coming on. And I feel that, you know, having been absorbed for the last like 5-6 years in the world of Taoism and Qigong and their relationship with nature, what's very clear is that it all starts with your true nature. But at this time in the Kali Yuga, it seems that the true nature is completely clouded by really toxic emotions. It seems that there's so many corporate leaders, politicians, etc., that are filled with greed and think nothing about their true nature, have no even connection with their true nature. And then there's, even from that, there's the true nature, then there's the inner nature. And the inner nature is your emotional body, your subtle bodies, your chakras, as you're describing, etc. And people are so disconnected, and they're spending their days, what did I read? That like people, the average like American is watching TV 8 hours a day. So what are they being fed? We often talk about food, right? But inner food, emotional food, this is what you're getting. Turn it off. Turn it off. You'll be so much happier. Turn it off. Go into the park, go into nature, grow some food, grow a tomato plant on your balcony. Like Lee, I know you're growing some food, right?
I am, but I was just going to say something else about the suicide rate among the children and of everybody, and what I just recently saw on the internet was a gentleman who's written this book about how if you're isolated, if you're rejected and as a youngster, you that's what happens. So you have to dance together. You have to get children who feel left out to feel included. And one way is to dancing. One way is to sing together. What have we done in our American schools? I think a while back we said we weren't even allowed to hug, much less dance. If we could get our leaders to dance, I mean, everyone, you know, I'm not kidding. I'm really not kidding.
Dance and sing, I've experienced it in the schools, because we had the show of Ramsey L. Edley and I had a show, Dance Around the World, and we went to schools.
I loved it. I saw it. I was there.
And we taught different 12 different cultures. We had the kids on stage, they were singing, they were dancing, and they got a real experience of, to me, it's like a felt experience of these different cultures. They got to do, you know, Africa, they got to do Dorga. They love Dorga. The girls really loved Dorga. And not only, it just made, they were so happy.
Can
You know,
I
that's
show
what
you
it
a
was.
picture of me teaching kids?
Oh, of course. I'd love to see that.
Well, let's see. Okay, okay. Yeah, you have to get me to allow me to share again, I guess. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, kids. Picture. Oh, it only showed the video. I don't know how to get just the pictures.
Computer, maybe it's computer on the
Oh, it's on
advanced.
basic. It's basic. It's basic, I guess.
Oh, okay.
I guess I can do it this way. Oh, I can't do it. But anyway, the kids really love it. And the trouble is when you're, okay, here's something I just want to say. Here. This is, I don't know if you can hear this. Probably you can't. Can you hear this?
No, not yet.
It's a drone. It's actually just all it really is the.
Oh, yes. Tanpura box.
Yeah, but can you hear it at all?
No.
All of our electric stuff makes a buzz. And if children could just sing one note together, it's centering, you know.
For sure. I mean, look at all the treasures and resources that we have in this world from all these traditions. I mean, look at yoga, look at Ayurveda, look at Qigong, Tai Chi. There's so many healing traditions that really put us back in touch with Mother Earth. And those really need to be brought out. And that's what we're doing here on Healing Our Earth. That's our mission. You know, we've been having shows on, we have a forum now for alternative health. So we've been bringing experts from all over the world. And also because we've been going through this COVID, you know, the intensity of the lockdown, and then the fear that it's engendered, as you said, people are now afraid to touch each other the minute they hear, oh, you know, there's some cases, they're going to mask up. And I don't know how much that helps little kids breathe or learn how to.
I know, it's awful.
We're in such
terrible times here. And can I just briefly read you something from Sadhguru, from Shirdi Sai Baba, the Satcharita. It just says, this ocean of mundane existence is very hard to cross. Waves of infatuation beat high there against the bank of bad thoughts, and this for everybody, and fall down trees of fortitude. The breeze of egoism blows forcibly and makes the ocean rough and agitated. Crocodiles in the form of anger and hatred move there fearlessly. Eddies in the form of the idea I and mine and other doubts whirl there incessantly, and innumerable fishes in the form of censure, hate, and jealousy play there. Though this ocean is so fierce and terrible, our God, he calls Sadhguru, the one God, the all, is the destroyer, and therefore we don't have to have fear of it if we cling to it, to God. But it's everybody has, it's an existence of crocodiles of fear, anger, hatred, all those terrible things we have to get past.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned crocodiles, because in the ancient Egyptian tradition, the crocodile represents Set, who was the kind of evil character in the whole mythology. So it's interesting, but still crocodiles serve their purpose, but that power of the crocodile, it's interesting.
Gets me. It's me that I'm trying always to stop it, just calm down, be as connected to the universe as I can to the good things.
Well, you're very fortunate, like myself, in that you had how many years?
20 years with my guru. Yeah, thank God.
Pandit Pranath, and to have that knowledge of raga, to understand, that comes from nature. The different ragas, different times of the day, and have different qualities that affect your being.
Yeah, but we have such an obligation to get it out there, and it is it's a quiet music. It's a very, very quiet. It uses the tambura, not the harmonium, because of there's 22 shrudis and in between that, but the harmonium can't do it. And so the tambura has all those overtones, and really it's very, very difficult to book it, shall we say, when you're competing against a lot of tabla rhythmic stuff. But the children, and I was going to show you that picture, are fascinated. So are college students fascinated, and regular adults, because it gets you here.
Oh yes. And it's we've lost subtlety.
Exactly. And hearing.
Of every level. And I'd like to, Namaste, Lataji. I'd love to bring you on. I know you have some wonderful things to say, you always do. So please tell us, your perspective on what's going on, and if you have any questions for Lee.
Indeed. I mean, it saddens me as well. And I think, although we're living in a very prosperous and high standard of life, offered to us, are we really, really deeply contented and at peace? I mean, really, we're paying the price, aren't we, for all that we think is a higher standard of living and progress. We've had to pay a very high price. And that price is a hidden price, which we can't afford, really, because yes, we're prosperous in some respects, but it's robbing us. And now we're becoming wiser. We realize, going back to the basics, we were much, much contented and happier. And it was, it's been really an eye-opener, hasn't it, for us? But yes, educating us has opened our eyes. We can read for ourselves, we can understand and reason, which is a good thing. So good things have come out of it. But at the same time, now, what are we going to do with that? How are we going to do it? Because the world is a bowl of pure water. We're all divine lights, like you always say. And all of us have divine in us. We're understanding these truths more and more now. Because we've left our native countries, and now, having come to the Western world, it was all sort of hidden and obscured, and a blanket of lies put over and covered it up. But now it's being uncovered, and it's wonderful to be connected again to our original teachings. But now, that water that we're all living in, a few drops of poison, it poisons the whole thing. We
Well,
can't take out that poison. That's what we've got to do now. How do we extract that or add good stuff in there that will eat away the poison? Maybe that's the solution or something.
well, the first thing, and John Milton is going to join us, and this has been his work on what to do. He's about to join us about this. We're taking in so much poison from the media. It's like the worst. They're just going for sensationalism, where they should be like healing our earth, going for love and beauty and healing and all of that. And my dear friend John Milton, who's been on our show many times, the creator and director of The Way of Nature, is here with us. So we're talking about, well, what can we do, John? You're teaching all over the world.
I'm no expert. I'm a humble, I'm just a person who's been through life and seen a lot. And I do assimilate and put things together, and listening to great minds like on Healing Our Earth, and thanks to Neil G.
Oh, yes. Neil Kumar is a force of nature. Neil Kumar is extraordinary. I don't think he sleeps. He's just working for the planet to help people all the time. Let me introduce John, who's here. John P. Milton. John's vision quest and shamanic work began in the mid-1940s. He was experiencing his first vision quest at the age of 7. That's pretty young. A pioneer in the environmental movement since the 1950s. John has guided thousands of people into the wilderness, sharing with them experiences and practices that cultivate a profound connection with nature and ultimately source awareness. That's what I was saying, the true nature that we all have inside. John has created and essentialized a path of key principles and disciplines that flow from universal source. He calls this path the way of nature. From this path, John has developed the 12 guiding principles of natural liberation, which naturally unfold as one experiences way of nature's foundational quest, sacred passage. Learn more about John P. Milton by visiting www.wayofnature.com. Global namaste to you, John.
Namaste.
It's a joy to have you back, especially on this very important day.
Well, great to be here.
So tell us, you have these principles. We're looking for answers. We're looking for ways, to work on ourselves and have a completely, how would you say this, wonderful, healing, transformative relationship with nature.
Well, the way of nature is based on really bringing together and connecting with what we call the 3 natures. Outer nature in the world of the environment, of all species, of different living beings, the trees, the stones, the elements, the rocks. And then the inner nature, which is the perceptions that we hold, the inner experiences of life through sight, sound, taste, smell, touch, balance, and movement, emotions, and thoughts. And then the opening of the true nature, which is, of course, the source level of the sacred essence, the spark within us all, the sacred spark within us all. So the way of nature is about establishing authentic connectivity to those 3 natures, and then beginning to have a dialogue between the 3 aspects.
You lead people, you guide people, you train people to have this connection with nature. You take them, then they go on to their own vision quests alone in wild nature. Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, basically, I've tried to distill. I've been very fortunate to have some wonderful human teachers as well as teachers from nature, and in the traditions of things like Dzogchen and Undual Vedanta, Taoist internal alchemy. And I noticed over the years, in Native American way, I noticed over the years that there were certain common principles that many of these pathways had in common. So I began to distill these core principles and some of the core practices into kind of a common ground approach that became the basis for what we call an awareness training process. And of course, you can't train the awareness, you can only provide processes to reveal this natural radiance. So that's what we focus on, really helping to clear away some of the blockages and the obscurations to the natural radiance of our true natures.
I know that people have had pretty outstanding transformative experiences. Just give us and interactions with some of the beings like bears, or even what we would call Sasquatch.
In the way that we use, we don't make any discriminations about being higher or lower forms of life. We see all life as basically equal and having equal coherence. And as you begin to enter what we call the sacred view, then very often plants and animals and elements will rise in a sacred way and bring messages and transmissions of great wisdom and heart. So that's part of what you're referring to. So we have beings show up from the world of nature and provide transmissions that are often very powerful, deep, and profound. I should say that there's one of the key things about this pathway is going back to the original tradition of mountain retreat. Christ had his 40 days and 40 nights in the wilderness. In the non-dual Advaita Vedantic tradition, of course, you have the forest dwellers going into deep solitude and communion with all of nature and the rest of life. In the Tibetan tradition, there's the mountain and cave retreats, and so on. In the Kogi tradition, you go into a cave for up to 18 years of deep connection to nature and the earth. So we kind of distilled that process in the way of nature into having first the awareness training that I was mentioning earlier, and then following that with the immersion of anywhere from several days up to 3 months, 3 or 4 months of deep immersion in nature, in solitude, sometimes even with the cave as your partner. And the idea there is that as you drop out of the human culture context, you drop your ideas about religion, about who you are, what this world is, what this life is. You drop all your cultural conditioning, you drop directly into direct connection through the honoring of the perceptual experiential fields. And you begin to take a look at what arises in that connectivity with the mystery of this big family of life. It's hard to hear from the family of life if your mind is filled with ideas about what that family of life is.
Right.
So it's mastering the ability to listen.
To really listen.
Truly listen and drop your expectations, your ideas from culture about how things are. So that mountain retreat, or that deep retreat, we used to call it the solo time.
Yes.
And then we began to realize that as people would come out of it, they were rejoining the big family of life. So they're always in huge connection with all kinds of beings of nature. So we changed the name to the All One Time.
The All One, that's
All
great.
Solo, because usually we have alone, A-L-O-N-E, and we just add an extra L in the middle, all one.
Oh, nice.
All one time.
So you're going to be teaching throughout Europe, right?
Yeah, I'm working in Sweden, Holland, and then Tuscany, and then finally Spain.
Nice. So if they wanted to find out about your retreats, go to Way of Nature?
Just go to thewayofnature.com.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're laid out there, as well as some of the core principles that have been distilled from the world's great liberating lineages.
So John has been attracting some of the, what we would call the corporate types, and teaching them, they go on these retreats, and it's very transformative for them. John has also been in the environmental movement for so long. He began with the, hey, why settle for virtual reality? Experience deep relaxation through awareness training, contemporary solo wilderness quests, and meditation. This is John's website. And he began, I know, besides at 7 years old doing his first vision quest, he actually worked as an environmentalist so long ago in the Nixon administration. Actually, at that point, it seemed that the Republicans were very interested in conservation, in taking care of the environment. And we've come, it's been a long, long trip, and it seems that we really need to come back to the principles that John is bringing us. So tell us about the early days and what's happened since.
Yeah, I think at least for my early days, back in the late 50s and early 60s, we mostly were expressing if we had a care and concern for the earth and for nature, we expressed it through something called conservation of natural resources. Now that term resource came to be used as a way to define nature as what it can do for you. You can go get a mineral, you can get a tree, you can go hunting, maybe get some food for your family, you can go fishing, get a fish. You can, all of these things, we're looking at nature as a resource for oneself. So it's kind of a homocentric perspective of just what can serve the human being. So in the mid 60s, I gathered together a group of leaders from global culture in a number of different areas, from governance to education to biology. We didn't really have ecology established very well by then, but leaders from many different areas. And we introduced the word, I tried to think of a word that would move out of the idea of a resource and the human-centric approach to a word that would be a whole system perspective that's commonly used. So I chose the word environment to get the sense of a whole system of which we are a part, not just a taker. And so we brought that term in, environment, for this first gathering in 1965. Had a big gathering that lasted for a week, and we went into law, governance, economics, biology, and so on, regional planning, and took a look at how each of those disciplines were taking care of the emergent issues of the whole system breaking down through lack of coherent attention to it. So out of that gathering, the word environment, which represented the whole system view and the human being being part of a big family, emerged and floated to the surface. And it caught on, I think it was the right word at the right time. So it suddenly began to spread all over the place. And before we knew it, there was an environmental movement. And of course, I was very active in those days, helping do what I could to help nurture that emergent movement and help it gain more coherence within the culture. Now, I'd begun doing vision quests back in the I guess the first one would have been around 1945. And then I kept doing them at least once a year. And I began to share that with friends, mostly teenage friends. And slowly I learned how powerful this was in shifting people's perspective from human-centric to species and whole system-centric. And all of my friends came out deeply bonded to the rest of life, to nature, and saw themselves as part of a gigantic family of life. And so I began to share this with some of the early leaders of the environmental movement. And this provided an experiential foundation for the intellectual work that we've done to shift from a human-centric resource perspective to a whole system environmental perspective. And but having that experiential foundation of experiencing the rest of life being your family was huge. And many times these early environmental leaders would get burned out. because it was so difficult to get things to shift in that direction. So I used to offer them a vision quest, a contemporary version of the vision quest or mountain retreat. And they would come back out revitalized, refreshed, renewed, regenerated.
Yes.
And so I'm still doing the same work today, but we've refined the introductory training to prepare people for this to a much more refined level. So we now incorporate, we've really taken a look at many of the nature connected traditions from indigenous cultures. As I mentioned, things like the Dzogchen, the Zen Buddhist tradition, Taoism, definitely Dzogchen and the Tibetan pathways of Buddhism, and non-dual Advaita Vedanta has some wonderful roots in a very deeply nature connective perspective, and trying to find that common ground so we can share that common ground, which means you don't have to fight for who has the best spiritual pathway. You can see we all have a common ground of cultivation, right?
Yes, yes.
And you don't have to fight with each other about who's the best one. And instead you can begin to see what you are deeply involved in. You can see the common ground you have with other great cultural pathways. And so that out of that emerges a common ground perspective, which then you take into your period of solitude in nature, and then you bond with the rest of the family of life. And you open up connection to outer nature first, then the inner nature aspects arise, and very often there are blockages there. So we have been doing 4 years of shadow work recently to refine the approach to transmuting the shadows that lie at the level of the physical body, the emotional body, the energy body, the body of the mental patterns we have, the ancestral patterns that we carry from through our lifetime, and also the cultural constraints that we're given through the cultural processes, which we're all too familiar with today. And then finally, the karmic patterns that move through from lifetime to lifetime. So we apply techniques for the transmutation of those shadow aspects at all those 6 levels. And that helps to reveal a much clearer pathway to dropping into pure source and revealing true nature, which is the third of the 3 natures.
Yes, I would say the most important. We have our co-host Wai Ching here today, Amalia Wai Ching, and I know that she's done a lot of shadow work in her Qigong healing modality. So global namaste to you, Wai Ching.
Global namaste, Sharon Rose. Global namaste, John. And Lee also.
Mariam.
It was
yes,
wonderful.
We all know each other, and Wai Ching will be here like the September or late August as we plan the World Congress with Dr. Effrey Chow and prepare for it, the World Congress on Qigong, Tai Chi, Taoism and natural healing, the 22nd one, and we'll be speaking more about that exciting event as it unfolds. It's in late September. But Wai Ching, talk to us. Do you have a question for John? And talk to us about your working with the shadow.
Oh, okay. Very similar to John. It's like we have to go deep inside ourselves to balance the yin yang aspects and also the internal and external. So I've been doing a lot of that, as you know, from the scenes in Quantum Chi. And what I would like to ask John is that, first of all, honoring him for all the work that he's done, John, in bringing out the whole concept of environmentalism into the world. And now you're doing so much inner work. Are you doing any kind of political activist work to make the changes, even, perhaps accelerate even more this time? I'm curious about your work in that field at the moment.
Very good question. I did get engaged in a lot of politically oriented work back in the 60s and 70s. I was a co-founder with David Brower of a group called Friends of the Earth, which was an organization to help lobby for the rights of nature and the rights of all life. And it's been a very effective organization over the years, politically. More recently, I've been trying to take a look at how can we shift and provide a cultural foundation that's deeply honoring of the whole family of life and being part of that and having the experience of that. So we've been coming up with some new ideas about, for example, holding a world concert where we would have an official Thanksgiving concert for Mother Earth to apologize for everything that we've abused her with by up until now, and then having a celebratory concert to honor and give a Thanksgiving concert for all the gifts of life that she has provided, continues to provide us with, and have maybe a day prior to that concert of deep connectivity for a full day, just using simple approaches to opening your heart to the rest of life and to nature and going out for a short period of time into the woods or the desert or the forests or the ocean, wherever you may live, and making that deep, authentic connection in your own context. And then bring in a few global artists. Beyonce's interested in this concept. And so we get a few top stars that would participate in the concert. The concert would rotate around the planet on a 24-hour simulcast or cycle. We'd have a mix of local artists and global. So there'd be a real tapping into the local artists who are proficient in movement, the visual arts, dance, and different kinds of and poetry and song, and different kinds of ways to utilize art to express that connectivity to the rest of life and being part of the big family and giving Thanksgiving back to Mother Earth for holding it up. So that's an example of the kind of activity that we're involved with to provide a new way of sparking a global activation of this idea of being part of a big family of life, that instead of just looking at the rest of life as a big basket of resources to take from.
Well, these kinds of events always make my heart sing, and to participate in. It's just so beautiful to do that. And now in terms of health as well, I'm involved in a lot of the money pox situation. We call it the money pox because that's another opportunity for many of the technocrats and bureaucrats to make more money. And so I'm actually getting a little bit more political. That's why I asked you that question. Are you getting any politicians on board besides people like Beyonce, and make sure that she also uses environmental textiles for clothing, or what are some of the real things that we are doing on the third dimension to really make a difference, whether it's regulations and or changes to the quality of water or air, beyond chemtrails and all that. I mean, like serious stuff. What are we doing that to stop these activities that is so detrimental for human health?
Well, one of the best things that we can do, I feel, is begin to develop models of living at the level of the household. What would constitute a self-reliant household ecologically, so that the house and those living within the house would be functioning as part of a natural ecosystem. So the energy coming into the house would come naturally from renewables. The waste recycling within the house would operate very much like a natural system and recycle naturally into the local garden, for example, in case of human waste. And have the household be really an example of how an ecosystem functions on a very small scale level at the household level, and then move it out to a neighborhood level and do that for a whole neighborhood, because there are things you can only do to scale. And then look at it from a standpoint of a small town and a larger community, a city, and then finally take on a whole watershed, which is one of the most coherent ecosystem levels of functioning. A watershed is probably one of the most fundamental global systems worldwide that we almost all share as a natural system of life. And if you can have some models of how these natural systems can work in a human context, and have a series of those models for each major ecosystem type around the world, then we will begin to have something to look to as an example of where we need to go as a human culture. And this is going to become increasingly important as society and culture begins to break down because of the rapid onslaught of climate change. things are going to fall apart at an increasingly rapid level.
They're falling
pace.
apart.
And you know, I've been involved in like permaculture and biodynamics for about 20, 30 years now. So familiar with all these ecosystems placements. And are you doing anything with regards to the 5G radiation aspect?
My big advice would be don't do it.
Don't do it at all. Yes, I know.
I don't think we have it here yet.
I wear all these doodads, you know, but it's here. And whether your platform, your movement, your people, your network is doing anything to educate people, since we are educating people on the ecosystems, that is really key. That part of environmentalism is it's I don't know whether it's new, it's been encroaching, but it is reaching really dangerous levels now, just like the chemtrails and the toxification of the earth. I think that has to be really addressed at this time.
You're right. One of the things we've been doing in the way of nature is we have the final principle of the way of nature is becoming a warrior of the open heart and in the service of the whole family of life and its liberation. So we have a whole series of suggested projects and activities to help spread a number of these kinds of models we were talking about before, and also to build some coherent resistance to things like pesticides, chemtrails, and don't forget plutonium and nuclear waste. This is one of the biggest dangers to the planet, in my view. And it's largely unattended to these days. So part of being a coherent warrior for the planet is learning how to work with warriorship principles and how to begin to take on these issues in a way that we can learn a great deal from. For example, I spent 20 years learning Tai Chi as a martial art. Recently, I've been teaching a system of Tai Chi called Tai Chi for Liberation, which is a non-martial application. It's more of an internal alchemical transformative type of Tai Chi. But the martial Tai Chi works a great deal on being able to work with the energy of your partner or your opponent in such a way that you receive, through your mastering the skill of relaxation, the incoming energy of the opponent, and then you learn how to move that energy in a positive direction with just 4 ounces of response. So we can take those principles and apply them to the environmental movement and its activities, become more skillful, so that our actions are far more productive than just a normal pushback to what's happening on the planet.
Yes. I agree with you in this spiritual warriorism, you know, so definitely, yeah, that. Thank you so much.
So we're going to move on because our dear friend, Hannah Strong, is here, and she's actually totally, as always, taking action to help people across the world. So I'm going to call her over here. Thank you. Let's see.
Unfortunately, I have to leave.
Okay, yeah, John's getting ready to go to Europe. So I'm going to introduce Hannah. She's going to come over. We're all here in the studio today. Hannah Strong, the origins of World Environment Day. Thank you, John. Hannah Strong has been an advocate for environmental conservation and restoration for many decades. In 1994, she established the Manitou Institute and Conservancy in partnership with Lawrence Rockefeller and, of course, her husband, Maurice Strong. She has traveled to over 100 countries and has coordinated numerous civil society events parallel to high-level United Nations conferences. In 1992, Mrs. Strong organized and chaired 2 parallel conferences to the Conference on Environment and Development, also known as the Earth Summit, entitled The Sacred Earth Gathering and the Wisdom Keepers Convocation in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Participants of the Sacred Earth Gathering formulated the Declaration of the Sacred Earth Gathering, which was presented to the heads of state on the opening day of the official conference. She also launched the Earth Restoration Corps, and that's a global It's missing. I know that from speaking with her very often about the Earth Restoration Corps, it's a way to bring the young people, because we're very, very focused on helping the young people. You know, we're leaving this craziness to them, and they really need to learn ways to make that connection. So, global namaste to you, Hannah.
Namaste to everybody.
You have this event coming up, like today, right?
Today, yes.
So tell us about it.
Well, today is the 50th anniversary of when my husband established Earth, you know, the Earth Summit and the Stockholm Conference, and he called it Only One Earth. So today we're celebrating Only One Earth. And we have put together Only One Earth live event, which starts at 3 o'clock our time, 6 o'clock Brazil time. And but anyway, I'll give you the site before we close up here. But anyway, 50 years ago is the first time the world really got together to do something about the environment, supposedly. You know, these are the days when Los Angeles was so polluted, you could, you know, barely go outside. And rivers were aflame in Pennsylvania and in New York. There was so much oil and garbage in the rivers that they burned. And, you know, I don't need to go into the ozone layer. But anyway, he brought 113 countries together. He was Secretary General of the conference. And, you know, he, at that point, warned the world about what's to come. And if we had done something in those days, 50 years ago, we would have had a huge chance of not having to face what we're going to face now. So here we are, right on the brink of major catastrophes, and this is what we're leaving our kids. So to remedy that, and it's not easy to remedy anything that is that devastated. Like we have dragged out of the earth, you know, the gold, the uranium, lithium, and, you know, I mean, you name it. We have plundered the planet. And with this, you know, whole green technology, you know, movement, the green technology movement needs glass, they need steel, they need, you know, they need all the things that we have already taken out. So to do the new green movement, we're going to plunder the rest of the earth for what's left. So that is not correct. That is not doable. So what are we going to do? And the only solution that I could come up with was to train millions and millions of young people into first restore yourself, restore your spirit, restore your relationship to Mother Earth, give her love, give her gratitude. Where is the gratitude? We get everything from her. And where is the gratitude? People are not giving enough gratitude. So the Earth Restoration Corps is first restore yourself, your relationship to nature. Then we have brilliant techniques, you know, how to restore the soils, how to get the chemicals out of the soils, how to clean up the waters, how to set up nurseries so you can reforest the planet the proper way. Because right now it's not the proper way. They're hybrid trees, they got no spirits. And, they're, for the first 5 years, these new trees are takers. They take the rest of the nutrients from the soil and the rest of the groundwater, and they do not sequester, so they're not sequestering anything. So for 5 years, and then of course the forestry companies say, okay, we reforested these huge areas, now we have to cut them and start all over again. So anyway, there are so many wrong things going on that keep going on. And now, of course, the oil industry, is blackmailing humanity. And, so forcing governments to let them frack, let them take more, let them, do whatever they've been always doing without questioning. So Earth Restoration Corps would teach these young people how to live very simply. I mean, we have to scale down and we have to move a certain portion of humanity up a little bit, but most of humanity is going to have to scale down. So, the second part is the restoration techniques. How do we clean up the air? How do we, basically restore the ecological systems that have been devastated? And I mean devastated. I have traveled all around the world. I've seen the worst and I've seen the best. And, when we talk about the best, let's go to Sri Lanka. This, small little man, Buddhist, accomplished to have 14,000 villages become completely self-sustaining. Then you look at the eco-village network. I mean, there's eco-villages all over the world where people are moving so they can live the proper way. So these would be our universities, these would be where the training can take place. You look at China, everybody thinks China is completely unsustainable, which is true, but still they have over 12,000 ecological villages, greenhouses, organic, and, brilliant. And, they restored the largest area that has ever been restored in human history, the Lost Plateau, which is the size of Belgium. So we know it is doable on a very large scale. And now they're working in the Sinai Desert to restore the waters and the trees and whatever it used to be in the Sinai Desert. It used to be green. It used to be a vineyard. But, unenlightened human action have made it, so it's a desert. And you look at the, Sahara Desert, they're now moving on restoring part of the Sahara Desert. So what are the farming methods we need to use? We need to teach these young people how to dry farm. How do you farm without pouring a lot of water into the ground? And the first year I was here in Crestone, the Hopi Indians came up to teach us how to dry farm. So we know how to dry farm. And, Earth is drying up. So we're going to have to find new ways of farming.
Well, we use one of our methods in our garden is using cardboard and making holes and then just watering. So you're just watering instead of the whole box, it's going directly to where that plant is. And that seems to be working pretty well.
Right. No, I mean, they're very innovative, beautiful projects all over the world. And these are the people that we are going to partner with. And hopefully we will have a good amount of money that we're absolutely raising now to get to these projects around the world that are doing the right thing, but they don't have the money. I mean, first of all, you have all these corporations plundering the planet, and then we expect all these little NGOs around the world to restore it after the corporations plundered it.
Well, it seems that some of them are moving toward, they're pushing this kind of AI thing where we're not even going to be human anymore. We're going to be this Yuval Harari. He's pretty out there, talking about we're in the fourth industrial revolution where human beings are going to be, everything about them will be monitored.
Right.
So what does that have to do with nature?
Right. So the next third part of Earth Restoration Corps is green livelihoods.
Yes.
Every kid that takes our course has to build a natural house. And, so the green livelihoods can be making the bricks, making tiles, setting up nurseries, organic farming, seed collecting, solar and wind. I mean, there's so many, and we have a library that has 1,200 simple technologies how to do all these things, how to clean up the waters in a natural way, how to generate electricity from biogas, because we do need energy. So we got to figure out non-destructive ways to produce this energy. So I don't know if anybody has any questions or.
Lee, I'm sure you have a question. Lee is a very old friend of mine.
Well, I'm extremely impressed. First of all, I'm very, very happy to know about your projects. A lot of environmental activists around the world in small indigenous places are actually murdered. It's a very, very scary place to be if you're on the grassroots level in your country. And
it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous to protect the land.
Yeah, and it's because, again, I hate to keep using the word greed. It's really, again, the people at the top.
Ignorance.
Well, they need to dance. They need to be included. That's the problem when we otherize people.
No, but the thing is, this is what my husband has worked on, including everybody.
Yeah, that's important. It really is. And because if they can't evolve and if they have the power, then how can anyone do anything against them? I mean,
No, I mean, that's why he set up the Business Council for Sustainable Development with the 52 largest corporations in the world. But where is the action? There is a lot of greenwashing. There's a lot of deceit. There's a lot of good words that will, confuse people. And, but where is the action? And the thing is,
I don't know.
Thank you, Hannah. That was what I was bringing up, was it's a lot of greenwashing. And, it's so been doing
we have
that.
a whole new vocabulary of
what are we going to do now to shine the light on it and make sure they take action, and what do we do? And what you're doing is incredible. And we talked about bioremediation and biodynamics also. So there are simple techniques, but we have to do it on a larger scale. And also these technocrats, you have done so much and your husband has done so much. And what's the next step and that to use the power to make the change?
Thing is, basically, it's going to be up to people. Governments are not going to move unless they're pushed. And, if we succeed with our project, we, have this proposal out to train 500 master trainers around the world that in return can train millions. And then, you know, we do have a plan to involve the military. We did get the Earth Restoration Corps into the military, but they have the bases, they have the money, they have the training facilities, they have the kitchens to feed people. So that's the scale it's going to have to be on.
Yes, agreed.
The military is going to have to kick in gear, and instead of teaching young people to bomb, blast, and kill each other, they're going to have to teach young people how to restore themselves and the earth. Otherwise, we haven't got a chance. Sorry to say that, but it's pretty grim.
We were even speaking the other day about here, our Crestone, and it's time to really take action. My husband is interested in, he thinks that we could do vertical farming. That's his, if we had a space, we'd be able to feed the whole community. So we'll have to get you together with him. He's very interested in helping as much as he can. And having our garden for the last, 4 years, he's learned a lot.
No, I mean, there's a lot of beautiful gardens and orchards, but, you know, for the winter, you're going to have grains. You have to have huge amount of grains, and all the grain, you know, headquarters like Ukraine are being bombed to smithers. So here goes the food supply that countries around the world were counting on. And, you know, with the drought that's hitting a lot of places, it's hit Sri Lanka, it's, you know, the drought has hit a lot of places, Africa, Middle East. According to the UN, you know, there'll be about 700 million climate refugees. Who's going to accept them? Nobody can accept them. So what is the solution? The solution is that we train these people in refugee camps to restore their own areas, get the groundwater back, get the topsoil in good shape, and for them to farm dry farming if it has to be, or if there is enough groundwater coming back. But these refugees, there is nowhere for them to go. Nobody wants them. Europe is finished taking in refugees. You know, they won't do it. So
the population is double, triple, quadrupled, and the earth topsoil has died and dried out. So that's where you're getting your climate refugees. And we don't have enough resources for people to survive. One thing is we have to stop having so many children. That's one thing, because we're living longer. And so if we keep having all these kids, who's going to, you know, all we can do is watch them suffer. We see them dying and suffering.
That's right. And you look at it, who on this planet have a harmonious birth rate and death rate? Only a very few indigenous peoples now have that balance. And the thing is, I mean, having a child in ancient times was a sacred ritual. And every child that was born was a sacred child. Now, I mean, they're disposable, you know.
Oh. Yes.
No, I mean, and the way children are misused, I mean, it's like evil.
Well, the parents can't, the parents cannot even take care of them, and their mental capacity they get crazy. And even here in America, when you're killing your own children, it's your own. You cannot survive. You can't stand their sound of their screaming. And this is, you don't have the knowledge, the tools, the help, the society. There's no village. It takes a village. As you said, in indigenous cultures, it was a village.
Right.
So we're falling down in every single way. And again, inclusion, I don't know how we can do it. We're trying, and thank you.
All of this money going for armaments. It's absurd.
Well, the thing is, I mean, why do these big corporations need subsidies? These are perverse subsidies.
Yes.
They don't need them.
No, I know. And so
And we are actually, in our taxes, we are paying for our own demise.
agreed.
Like empowering these
we are, and we're getting closer to it.
Right.
Yeah. So tell us a little more about this event today.
Okay, this event today is a live event. It's a broadcast out of Brazil. And we have very beautiful music. It's geared towards young people to get the message to the young people. And so there's music, there's talks. I mean, you know, like, for example, we have Al Gore giving a message. We have the head of the Bees of Fun giving a message. You know, Stephen Rockefeller, you know, Trudeau. I mean, you know, we have aware people that have been in the field of the environment for a long time that, you know, not always listened to, but today we're going to be listening to them. And there's some very, very, really good messages, including from indigenous grandmothers and, you know, I mean, young people that, you know, have seen the light. So, you know, it's, you know, it's a 2-hour, like I said, broadcast out of Brazil. And it's only One Earth Live. So you can get it on your whatever
device,
whatever device you have. So, and if you can spread the word and get more people to watch it, great. So, but
what
basically,
time is it again? What time?
well, it's our time is 3 o'clock Mountain Time, so it's 5 o'clock New York time. And I think there's a London time in there too, and Brazil time is 6 o'clock. So New York time, I don't know where you are.
She's in New York.
Oh, you're in New
She's in
York.
Manhattan.
Okay. All right. So New York time is 5 o'clock.
Cool.
So I hope you have a chance to watch it. It's definitely, you know, not a boring talk. It's a lot of music. You know, I mean, we have to capture the young people. I mean, they're not like us. They, you know, they're different and they want something real. So anyway, this is going to be very, very powerful, interesting, and fun, a lot of fun.
Well, I want to know, how do we get the funding for the Earth Restoration Corps? That, to me, that's like incredibly important.
Well, we get the proposal out. So let's hope that they'll fund it. But it's people that definitely have the money, and more than enough money.
Yes.
So let's see if it happens, and we'll partner up with people all around the world to train these master trainers.
Neil Kumar, are you here? Neil Kumar, we really at Healing Our Earth need to, can we see a copy so we can help of
Yes.
the proposal? It would be wonderful, because we're doing these kinds, Healing Our Earth was created to assist with these kinds of proposals and projects.
Global Namaste, Sharon. Yes, I'm here.
Namaste, Neilji.
Yeah, I can't find the link from the Brazil, so she really needs to know what it is. It is also
Here it is.
organization link.
Here it is.
We need a permission that if we can use it.
That's the
Because
link.
Yeah.
Okay, it's www.facebook.com/musickrowns. Oh, wait, there's also a www.only1earth.live. That's it. So can you pull that up for us?
10 p.m. London time.
So 5 p.m. New York time is 10 p.m. London time. That's correct.
Yeah.
Here, let me see. I'll put it in the chat. Let me see what it is.
Do we have a permission to broadcast it?
Yeah, please. Let's get it out there to us.
Yeah, if you're part of it, Sharon, just put it on and we'll click that link and let.
That's what I'm doing now.
All right.
Okay. There it is.
Okay, this is
Yeah, please, everybody, put it on your social media. We need lots and lots and lots of people watching.
Okay, this has not come as a link, it's just come as a type. So let's just see www.onlyoneearth.live. Let's try to press it and see where we get. And Han, your chat was so exciting because you were so cool. You were telling us about the problem the earth has been facing and had been facing. And then gently, in your calm and a cool manner, you also told us what the solutions may be. And the solutions that you are working on at the moment, where you say that we can train 500 people and subsequently they can go and train people. So that's the kind of thing that is already going on at the moment. And it's very good that you're thinking that way. Although 50 years from now, we will not be here, the earth is deteriorating very fast, relatively fast.
I know.
So I love
something really big is going to show humanity how bad it is.
Well, the
And
pandemic.
Everybody's going to scramble to do the right thing, but it's a little late in the game. But anyway, we have to have hope. So
yes, we need to be positive.
So let's restore Mother Earth and give her gratitude and thanks and love. And, you know, one of the first laws of the earth is when you take something from earth, always give something back. Whether it's a gift, you know, I mean, the Tibetans have been doing this for thousands of years, the treasure vase, where they plant these treasure vases in acupuncture points of Mother Earth to regenerate the earth. And the Kogis are all over the place doing the same thing. And they call it pagamento, give back to Mother Earth, give back.
And pagamento indeed, we need to give it back. So our viewers who are watching on YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, and the website live, Han was mentioning this live show in Paris that I'm going to share in a moment. Presently, it doesn't show as a secure website, so please make your own due diligence. And here we go, Han, you are mentioning this one, which is 2 hours and 30 minutes from now, whichever country you are in. So if you are in Africa.
Okay, you got it. Yeah, you got it.
2 hours and 30 minutes. This is the one that Han is talking about. Is it correct, Han?
That's it.
So let's go, and let's support it. Make your own due diligence. It is there. And it's
Yay!
Hey. Also, I'd like to introduce Laura, who is online with us on Zoom. She's offered to help with the lobbying, Hannah. So I'll put you in touch as well.
So Laura, if you can switch on your video, we can introduce you live, Laura.
If she wants to.
Laura Anderson Mancini, okay.
Yes, and Laura was part of the Better Way. You can see her giving a wonderful speech at the Better Way conference. in Bath just recently.
Well, this should be the Earth Restoration Corps agenda should be part of a better way because it is giving a solution.
I feel that it can be a whole integration with the Integrated Health Forum, which is then soil health, earth health. We depend on Mother Earth, you know, for our food source. It's all integrated, it's all holistic, isn't it? So yes,
So Sharon, let us help Hannah's project over here. Earlier in the first 2 hours, we had Trupti, who is a lead at the Hindu Forum here. She's already involved in the program. Then in the next 2 hours, we had Swami from Spain, where we visited live today. And they were also doing the World Environment program. I think if we combine everybody, and because Hannah has been in this for over 50 years, we don't want to give her age away. You know, she only looks 35 plus VAT. Because she's been there for more than 50 years. And John, who is just gone, for those who were watching, he was there about half an hour back. I think combined together, we can have a fantastic force that we can get the ball rolling even faster.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and we have some more. We have 2 more guests coming up who have a lot to tell
I think
as well.
Laura is unmuted. Is she unmuted now?
Am I unmuted?
Yes,
now?
you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Welcome, Laura.
Oh, this is really good. So apologies, my video isn't working, but that's probably just as well because I've been in the middle of the gardening, so I got no makeup on or anything.
Gardening.
But no, I just wanted to say hello, and it was very impromptu that I jump onto this, but I have been in connection with Amma for some while now because I was involved with Tess Laurie setting up the World Council for Health Bath conference. And Amma did a most beautiful presentation on Qigong and really, really lifted the entire sort of energy of that event. I don't know if any of you watched what happened in Bath a couple of weeks ago, but it was a real sort of gathering of the forces, a lot of the doctors, the researchers, Robert Malone, Ryan Cole, Alexandra Corday, Flavio jumped in from Brazil. You know, we had a really international presentation. And obviously, although the focus was very much on what has happened with COVID and, you know, lockdowns, et cetera, there was in the last 2 panels a real emphasis on sustainable living, the various different projects. We had people like Dr. Christoph Ploth there. And I think that is their vision, that is Tess Laurie's vision, to create a movement of awareness, certainly. I mean, obviously she's based in the UK, but the idea is a global. And I was just absolutely fascinated to listen to the project that you have obviously invested so much of your life in, Hannah, and it's deeply inspiring to me. And I think I come from a place of great optimism in that what I do see from the pandemic is a shaking of people. People have woken in a way that, and I find it difficult to actually say this, but in a way
this was the first warning.
Yeah, it was like the gift in a weird, bizarre and horrific way. It's been the gift to humanity to wake up. And everybody's been sort of tricking along in their little American dream, thinking it didn't affect them, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas actually, they've realized that an awful lot of the institutions and the people that they thought they could put their lives and their trust in have actually not just let them down, but have been downright lying to them. And I think that is why I come from a place of positivity on this, in that I feel that our mission now, and I speak as a mother of 3 boys who are all wide awake, and I listen with great excitement to your vision of sort of training these young people up. You know, there are some incredibly talented, gifted, and visionary young people out there. And I think this is the time, it's grabbing the moment, isn't it? And taking that forward. So I've always said to Tess and to various other different people who I've been in contact with over the last year or so, if there is anything that I can do in my efforts, then I am at your disposal. And that's kind of how I view it. We've all just got to jump in and see with our very individual gifts what we can do. And there we have it, really.
Bravo.
Thank you.
So we definitely, Wai-Ching, please put them in touch.
Certainly, with pleasure, great pleasure.
Yes, the better way. I knew,
And-
I watched Brett Weinstein and Heather, who have the Dark Horse podcast, who are doing incredible podcasts. So much deep information. And so I was thrilled to see the event going on and that Wai-Ching is involved in it. We are working together on many projects, Quantum Chi and the...
And it was Laura who suggested showing Quantum Chi video. It was Laura who did it.
Nice.
Yeah. And Del Bigtree was an amazing beacon of light. He was like the god Zeus. Del Bigtree, Dr. Ryan Cole, they were all amazing.
I think what was absolutely fascinating to me, I mean, Brett was just, as of course he is, you know, inspirational, but Ryan Cole, what a man on fire.
Yeah.
You know, and there he is living he's a pathologist. He's out there. I don't know how many hours he's got in his day, but I want whatever he's drinking in his tea. It's just incredible.
And
like, you know, he is phenomenal. And there he is. He's got his own farm and it's all sustainable. And he's showing us all these wonderful photographs. I mean, these people are the people that need to be held up as the icons for the youth, and they are inspiring. And I think what was fascinating by the end of that 2-day conference was the sheer love, compassion, and energy in that building. I don't think I've encountered anything like that before. And
well, we're looking for it. We need it. We're hungry for some solution, some way, and you have a better way.
Yeah.
Can I say something here? I'd like to just mention something here, if I may intercept, join in with you, because it's really exciting. But I think we, like you all admit and observe, that it is a bit too late. And what we're doing is going to really be giving them a free rein to carry on doing what they are. And these are the people like Amazon, Google, and all these big giants, you know, Coca-Cola. Unless we get to their hearts and minds and stop them somehow, because I think it'll be too late by the time the children grow up.
I agree, but I think you're looking at something that needs to be happening in this right
because
now.
Funny enough, I went to a local event where they were doing ecology, and they were showing us how they were actually transforming and reusing, recycling, and whatever, you know, the words are. And they are doing it now through the councillors were there, our local councillors, and they're saying it's going to be happening now. They're going to hold meetings in the borough, and then it's going to happen on a national scale. And then it's also because lots of paper and waste products are being wasted, and we're always targeting the householders when it's these corporations who are the big ones that we need to catch, the big fish. And if we stop there, then we're going to win. And then we've got it then in the bag. Because right now, to start with our children, they haven't got the time. And these things we're doing, have they really got the power and the teeth to actually bite it?
I think what's very interesting, I mean, one of my panelists, I was on the activism panel because, as Emma will tell you, I'm relatively of that ilk. I had Neil Oliver there. Now, I think that these journalists, I mean, he walked around for the entire weekend with his jaw just dropped on the ground. They are waking up and they're now out there. I don't know if you listen to Neil Oliver on GB News at all, but you know, you listen to how he's speaking now. And yes, I agree. It's not just the young people, you know, that conference was mostly full of people in maybe their 30s to 50s, 60s, you know, and I think we are the ones who need to hold the councils, the governments, the media sources to account. And Mark Sharman was there. You know, he's the ex-head of ITV. We've got some very, very powerful people, some very knowledgeable and well-equipped people who know how to not infiltrate. I hate that word because that's kind of their game, but know how to work within these various different authorities, organizations, and there comes a tipping point, doesn't there? There comes a point where they have to decide which side are they going to sit on. It's very comfortable for them all at the moment just to sit on the side where, okay, yeah, you know, so-and-so is talking about green issues and we'll give them a little bit of time on a Thursday afternoon to present their green arguments. And I get all of that. But the point is that there will come a tipping point, and that's what I can see. And that's where you have to push to, isn't it? You have to make the right people accountable. And once they realize they have to change what they are saying, and by the way, the media is the big one, in my view, then things change, because the other media will follow suit, no matter who's paying their salaries.
Not Rudolph Murdoch.
Yeah,
I have
that's
a
true.
question. May I say something about the media? Because I worked in television for a long time. The first thing I did was go to the newsroom 30 years ago at NBC and say, where is the environmental reporter? There was none 30, 40 years ago. The only place you had any was in California. It's called a beat, environmental beat. We're finally getting them. But as far as the media is concerned, it's the advertisers who are supporting the media. They're the big corporations. So the media has to acquiesce to the advertisers. And as far as the environmental groups are concerned, I'm furious at them. They haven't gotten any 30-minute promos out there. You could be doing your own stuff on the environment if you paid for 30-second spots and gave it and supported these media people with promos. Nobody's making them. They're so easy to make. You know, you should have one, Hannah. You should
Roundup is having 24/7 advertising.
Yeah, that's great about suing and all that. That's great, and that's really important. But I'm just saying, these environmental groups, they want your money, but I don't see them on TV giving us this promo, that promo, 30 seconds, and pay for that. That gets to the people a lot quicker.
Well, think of all the money that's being thrown into all of these political campaigns.
Exactly. The same people are supporting.
Well, I've got two more guests, and so we'll say bye to Hannah.
Bye.
And
thank you for listening.
Peter, they're pulling your name up, Peter. So Peter May has been a guest on our show a number of times. He's a meditation teacher, alchemist, botanical formulator, wilderness guide, and natural sound recording artist and musician, Grammy Award winner. Living here in the Sangre, thank you, Hannah. Sangre de Cristo Mountains in southern Colorado. He incorporates his love of nature and musical background to create experiential teaching experiences for healing and spiritual evolution. He developed and manages Prana Camp, Life Force Awareness Training, which specializes in nature-based elemental awareness programs for youth and adults. He has studied extensively for almost 30 years in Eastern and Western spiritualities and is a resident teacher at Chamoling Retreat Center in Colorado. He currently formulates alchemical blends with his botanical medicine company, Windhorse Botanicals and Endurance Alchemy Lab. He is a Grammy Award-winning producer and musician, and his current work includes playing and recording music with his nature fusion band, The Sonic Apothecary. He has just released his latest CD, Spreading Like Wildflowers, and his website is windhorsealchemy.com. Global namaste to you, Peter.
Thank you, Sharon. It's so wonderful to be here and listen to Hannah, who inspired me to keep going.
Yes.
And to come here. And we kind of joined what the already ongoing effort was to get with nature in every way we can, every way we could. And it's great because I've been here listening to her, and I'm kind of checking in now to see what we can add, to that, and give maybe updates, because I've been here, she's been doing it for what, 50 years?
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
And I came here in '93, and we started working on ERC, the Earth Restoration Corps, at that point, we actually ran one over at the old Paducah camp. And that was the beginnings, right? And when you have just one other person that you work with, but even though we've had many more than that, things start to happen, and really good things. So,
but your latest work, because we're talking about the issue about what's going on with the soil,
right?
And so tell us a little about that. And there's a lot we can talk about.
Right. And so this is kind of the fun thing. I'm going to throw you a little riddle just to begin with. And I'm going to talk about soil by talking about fire. Okay.
Of course.
And fire is always, as a little kid, I loved fire, not necessarily playing with it, although I did a little. But I became a firefighter, and I've been a firefighter for the last 30 years. And because I'm from the East, and I live in Eastern US, and I live in the West now, and I used to live in other places as well, I became aware that traditional ecological practices were to use fire. And they used fire for numerous reasons. And one place where I grew up in the Great Lakes region, they've used fire for hundreds of years, and they have every endangered species because they burn. Other traditional cultures in the East and across this continent would use it to stimulate the production of nuts. And we saw the demise of, let's say, the chestnuts when all of the caretakers all of a sudden were gone because they were impacted by diseases from the colonists. And we're also seeing here too that where I live in Crestone, that some of the pinyon pines, my tree, for instance, has scars on it. We believe from the Utes, because my tree's 300 years old. And that's a mother tree. It's 300 years old, which I'll get to in a few minutes. But fire, I paid attention to fire. And so I put together all of these things. We had a wonderful traditional elder come, and his name is Dennis Martinez. And he taught us how to restore a forest with fire and love. And it changed and catalyzes the community. And so that right after that, we burned 400 acres, but we did it to basically support the pinyon pines to produce nuts, but with their natural intelligence, not a forest like we would do agricultural industrial means. And so we did this, and that next go around, we had the biggest nut production in 11 years. We had a lot of nuts. And over time, I got to think about, now, why did that happen? And so in between, we went to Iowa, and we burned there. And Iowa is a little different from when, let's say, just 100 or 200 years ago, they used to have the big turkey foot grass, and that's 8 to 10 feet tall. Anyways, we burned. And everywhere we burned, the turkey foot came back. And the interesting thing about that grass is that it's that tall, but it's that depth of roots as well. And so that tends to hold the water and develop something very important, which we'll see is related. And this is based off the work of Suzanne Simard, who does the Mother Tree Project in British Columbia, and fire ecology, and from the people on Walpole Island who have every endangered species. And so when we burned, not only did the turkey foot come back, but 3 plants they hadn't seen in over 100 years. But when we burned, the two of us that were leading the burning, we're also adept at meditating. And as athletes, as meditators, we bring our meditation into action. And so what we're doing is we're meditating as we're actually burning. Are we afraid? If fear arises, then that is included in the meditation. And so for many of us who meditate, we know that as things arise, then they're allowed to be, provided that we can allow them to be, in a sense, hosted in that openness of space and that light of awareness. So when that happens, this is kind of like the critical secret, but we want to share the secret for anybody using fire, is that when we burn and we're in the meditative state, that qualifies the ash. Right. It qualifies on a quantum level, on an alchemical level. And I believe the field gets generated by that combination of space and light, which is what we do in this room right here. It's so
we do our
meditation here, so it's very at home, right? And so here's an example. Last May, my sister loves monarch butterflies, and in this country, you know, they're diminishing by about 97% because of pesticides, and the milkweed has been kind of demonized, and which is the plant they need, and overdevelopment. So she has a number of acres in Michigan where I grew up, and she had no milkweed plants. And so I said, I'll tell you what, I'll come back there and I will burn for you. And we'll use what I call wisdom fire. Wisdom fire is when we meditate and we burn. So I got to do it with my family, and we burned. It was very difficult because that place is very wet. You have to look for the exact time, and nature knows how to do this. So you have to give nature a chance. So we did that. And a month later, here come the milkweeds.
Wow.
They came back without planting them. They were already there, but the wisdom fire triggered them. And then eventually then the monarch butterflies came back. And then she had many, many. And so where this is all going, and what does this have to do with soil? And we'll look to, you know, the Amazon basin and something called terra preta. Terra preta is a type of soil that it was studied by first Japanese researchers, then researchers from the United States, and they found something interesting. They found pottery over about 40% of the Amazon basin that they studied. And they said, was the whole place a dump? And they went, no, I don't think so. What they found is burned pottery, and burned pottery acts as a paramagnetic enhancement. And in plants and trees and things, the chlorophyll is paramagnetic like our blood. And so when you bring that can help the plant transport the nutrients it needs. For instance, if it doesn't have enough water or enough light or enough energy, it enhances. And so when we burn now, and this has also been shown, it can take what would be considered more of a diamagnetic water-filled substance, maybe like the, you know, the leaves or grass that we burn, and then turn it into a paramagnetic influence. And so that's one aspect of it. The other thing that's interesting, and all these anecdotal things started to line up, is that after big fires, especially in Montana and certain types of forests, many of us, well, I don't do this, but many people go on wildcraft mushrooms. I think it's the chanterelles or the morels, and they pop up. And what has happened there? All of a sudden, the paramagnetic, diamagnetic was rebalanced, the pH was rebalanced, and they got what they need. The mycelial network got what it needed to have a flowering or a fruiting. And it's a big industry, right? And you put all these things together, and it's like, oh, wow, if we start to bring back fire or its alternative or its equivalent, we can start to get the mycelial network back. And once we get that, and this is the work of Suzanne Simard, like I mentioned earlier, it starts to connect all of the trees, and the trees start to share, and they start to share with their kin and also with not kin. And they start to be able to hold water better, which in our place is very important now, and in many places that are stricken by drought. And it's interesting because it's maybe not what we have been doing only, but it's what we have not been doing. We have not been allowing what we call, let's say, wisdom fire to be present. And that's also true. We also haven't allowed different keystone species to be present, like in this area, the beavers. So they all tend to hold the moisture. In this area, we have an abundance of sun. And so we need more water. In other places, they might need more sun rather than, but there's many strategies shown by the terra preta made in the Amazon. And so this becomes almost overwhelming, just like what we're hearing today. It's like, are we past the point of no return? And I believe in everyone's one place. If it's only for you and your place, it is worth it to be part of the network, because this network is not just on this dimension. And that's my own belief. I don't want to put it on anybody. I called it as I'm sitting here, because I'm getting inspired from our interactions, and it's really important to do that, the Imaginal Realm Council. An Imaginal Realm, to me, is where the plants hang out. And since doing the Tibetan life force yoga we call Ksalung, that moment in 2000, after 2000, 2001, when I really started to do it, I had been into plants all my life. I had learned to heal with them from being a little boy. And I learned from people and from books. And once I started doing the life force yoga, the plants started to communicate with me directly. Most people don't know that, but maybe Sharon, you've had some experiences like that.
Well, now that I'm doing mantras, every plant, that's how I decide how long to water, how many mantras. And our food that we're growing is extraordinary. I just had I made my first pesto, and I'm going to be showing that on the vegetarian cooking show coming up. And it tasted like nothing I've tasted except last year when I made pesto. And this year we're hoping that we can have the pine nuts from our trees here.
Right, and that's a great kind of introduction. We burned a number of years ago, 400 acres. We got a very large pinyon nut production year. And I always wondered, like, did that really happen because of us, or did it happen just as a coincidence? And so our climate now has changed, so we can't rely on the burning schedule we used to. We don't get a lot of snow sometimes, and then sometimes it's way too wet and then way too dry. So I've had to develop an alternative, and that alternative is derived from trace elements made from sea salt and effective microorganisms made from raw milk and rice. And so I started testing it 6 years ago, and I gave it to my tree, my big 300-year-old tree that the Utes had burned underneath. And that next year, it was interesting, it produced nuts. I said, oh, that's interesting. And these trees produce nuts on an average every 7 years in the wild.
Yeah.
Right. And so I didn't know really what to do because I didn't want to force it. And it was really dry. So I said, I'll give you some more. So 2 years go by and it produces again. I went, okay. It's interesting. I'm paying attention. The other trees aren't really producing. Maybe one I treated as well. And so, you know, we have such an interesting climate right now, and that we're not used to, that I fed it one more time last year. And this year, though, it started to produce cones. It takes 2 years. So it started to produce the small cones, but it started then to, the other trees around it started to do the same thing. And it started to reveal the mycelial network that is now being built. And this is not from fire. This is from what I call fire wisdom in a bottle, because it's a liquid.
Yes.
But it's very similar, because that ash, and from my alchemical training, that ash is very similar from burning, is very similar to the extracts from the sea salt, the trace elements.
Yes.
And so now there's numerous trees on my land getting ready. They're producing cones like this. I brought one here. This is actually, if you can see that, that's a little green cone there. And these will grow pretty much like a little smaller than a tennis ball, between a tennis ball and a golf ball size. About a size, a little bigger than a black walnut. And hopefully in the fall, we are going to have pine nuts. And people are getting excited because there hasn't really been this interaction with the wild forest.
Yeah.
And so that lends itself like, well, how do we take care of our forest? And I do make a lot of formulations with the oils of the pinyon pine. And because this is a theme, it's like, how do we take care of things? And I've noticed that as I've taken care of the forest, it's starting to take care of me, like physically. Like, it's giving me something to eat, It's giving me something to drink, during the whole pandemic and the virus and everything. It's the basis for the Q tonic, which is the hydrosol of pinyon pine and aspen and mountain oregano and other things. And
which has been very helpful.
Very helpful.
It's also because we get a lot of, there are people that get allergies actually in the spring, and this Q tonic, anytime I started to feel any allergic reactions from what was flying around, I would take it, and that was it. It helped me tremendously.
Right, exactly. And it's helping people, and it helps people with the byproducts or the products of the forest, from herniated discs to severed tendons to necrosis, frostbite, very rapid healings for sprains, strains, things like that. The forest now is interacting, and it's still wild, though I live right in the middle of it. And what I realized is I had been feeding the mother tree. It's
Well,
like,
how do
which
you
one
recognize a mother tree?
Well, how do you recognize? Exactly. So the mother tree is generally going to be the biggest, and it's going to go like this. It's going to have arms wide open because it had no competition, usually.
Mhm.
And so mine is very big. And this is going to apply to most trees, but in a forest, you might be looking more at size.
Yeah.
And so if we're going to try to take care of the forest in a better way, how do we do it? We feed the mother trees. That's the message. Well, how do we do that? Well, we can either make things for it, or we can do understory burns, wisdom fire method, not just doing it because it's the thing to do, and but really taking the time to make sure that it's dialed. And when you do it in a certain way, like the people in the Great Lakes region, they have every endangered species because they burn, and they're obviously doing it in a sacred way.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful book. The book is actually written in Chippewa to retain the language and the connection.
Yeah.
And speaking of traditional ecological knowledge, the mycelium is so important. And that's where we get back to soil. The health of the soil, the mycelium is able to transport nutrients.
That's right.
From one to the other, and for the benefit of other plants, and retain water. So to rehydrate, which is what we're working on, we haven't had fire in a long time. And since we don't have fire, we don't have the mycelial network, but we want to bring it back in a very gentle way, because some of it's we wouldn't think that, even though it's hot and dry, that we need fire. We need fire in a different way.
Of course. And what's interesting here is that we have temples and communities from all different traditions around the world. I think we showed you the ashram with the temple to Lakshmi, and the Shumei, the Shinto tradition, and many. And we've had such a deep drought and high winds. We always get winds in the spring, but now they've been outrageous. So we all started doing different indigenous practices for bringing the rain, and we've done pretty well. We need to do it again.
It's been, we've had some very good response.
Yes.
In a sense, if there are spirits involved and they're not happy, if we can please them.
Yes.
Traditionally.
Yes.
And that seemed to work. We had a number of days with wet, heavy snow and rain.
Yeah.
And there seems to be a number of coincidences. So we're going to do it again on Tuesday.
Yes.
And
explain this practice.
Explain it?
Yeah, why not?
So traditionally in Tibetan, there's something known as the jipdak. The jipdak are the local spirits. And when they get unhappy, they may not bring the rain, because in that tradition, that's what brings the rain. And so they like certain things, and they like certain things given in a certain way with certain codes, which we call mantras.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, there's a number of other people working on very similar things.
Yes.
From the Native Americans and the resonant drumming.
Yes.
I think what we need is actually the sound of water hitting, as if a beaver were to hit it. And so I'm suggesting to people to get at least maybe just a little pool or a bird bath and just hit it now and then, so that nature remembers what water sounds like. And it kind of wakes up those spirits, whatever cosmology is going to work.
My husband, Jay, constantly has rainstorms going on the TV. And I want to bring in our last guest for today, Louis Jarvis, and I want the two of you to interact because you've known each other a long time. So come on over, Louis.
And yeah, welcome to Louis and I.
No, you can sit with us, or you can sit here for a moment. I need to. Yeah, let's see if we can all get in here.
Stand on your phone.
Oh, okay. Let me move this back and we can get everybody in
here.
Yeah. So here is our dear Louis with a plea for Mother Earth, really. Louis Jarvis is a lifelong student and transmitter of prophecies from numerous traditions stretching around the world. He was a Peace Corps volunteer in Venezuela and Afghanistan. Louis has represented the traditional Hopi elders and other indigenous peoples at the UN in an effort to prevent their prophecies of catastrophic purification, which we could say we're going through right now, I'd say.
It's beginning, yes.
Yeah, and he says we don't have much time left, but you know, that's why we're here in Healing Our Earth. We're here to give our knowledge, our wisdom for generations to come, to be those keepers of light and hand down that wisdom. And that's what we're all about. So welcome, global namaste to you, Louis.
Namaste a todos. Hello, it's good to meet you. We're sitting here on a couch looking up at the 14,000 foot, really, Crestone's 8,000. We're looking up at peaks. Sangre de Cristo, of course, means blood of Christ. This valley, San Luis Valley, is where the sacred mountain of the east of the Southwest Pueblos and the Navajo consider this valley as perhaps the most sacred valley in the Western Hemisphere. The Hopi traditional people say that once upon a time, a long time ago, we're at the end of the fourth world. This is not the end of the world. We're at the end of the fourth age, if you will. Hindu Buddhist cosmology would describe it as the Kali Yuga, but this isn't the end of the world. The Hopi traditionals speak of 9 worlds. This is the end of the fourth. And what's happening here has happening 3 previous times and will happen again in the future. So what we're going through is purification. It's not really destruction. It's purification. And Grandfather David and Grandfather Martin and other traditional elders have said at the UN and elsewhere, why would you want to prevent Mother Earth being purified? She's not going to be destroyed. It's us that may look like we're being destroyed. Chastised, purified is a better word. We're very lucky here to be at the foot of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, which the valley, the San Luis, is the largest mountain valley in North America, stretches down south of Santa Fe, more than 250 miles from here. And if you go by the traditional Hopi point of view, the Sangre de Cristos link up with other mountain chains, sacred mountain chains, right down through South America, the Andes, all the way to Tierra del Fuego. Various tribes define Turtle Island, as the indigenous people call this not just this continent. It depends on how you look at the definition of Turtle Island. Turtle Island, according to some indigenous peoples, includes North America, but it stops with North America. Other indigenous nations describe Turtle Island as including Central America, Mexico, etc. And the Hopi tradition was, Turtle Island goes all the way down to Chile, all the way down to the tip of Tierra del Fuego. Now, what took them 12,000, 14,000 miles away and then come back, redouble the pilgrimage, so to speak, and come back and stop here in the Sacred Valley? Because they were under the guidance of the Holy Mother, for what they call Spider Woman, the goddess, the savioress. Now, Spider Woman can be defined or has 2 other levels of meaning. Spider Woman is thought woman. She's your own mind. What does a spider do? It weaves. It weaves reality. So Spider Woman is the exoteric, the outermost definition of the mother goddess. Then you have Thought Woman, and then you have the entire universe, which the Kogi calls Aluna, consciousness woman. That's the storehouse in Tibetan Buddhism, not just Tibetan, of Alaya. Alaya is your own mind on the absolute level. There's nothing that's not in that container. It's actually another way of looking at the chalice, right? Which is a very feminine, very female, the Holy Grail. So we're able, with coming here, we were allowed to come here by the Great Spirit to learn. And unfortunately, we've gotten to the end of this fourth world not having treated it very well. Now, that's not a racist thing to say, because people all over the world have mistreated Mother Earth. But it is a fact that us Caucasians here in Turtle Island, which is all the way down, I go by the Hopi traditional definition of going down to Terra de Fuego, because I was taught by the traditional elders. And I'd like to point out, and this might be a little bit offensive to some people, there are Hopi traditionals, and then there's, from the traditional point of view, what are called Ka, K-A hyphen Hopi. Ka is false, the same way that Roman Catholics can be fallen away Roman Catholics, or whatever other tradition. You have the genuine article, and then you have a false, if you will, incarnations of whatever religious tradition. All of this is part of the corruption at the end of the fourth world. Now, is it too late to avoid catastrophic purification? Anyone who preaches that is on the wrong side of reality. No, it's not too late. We'll make it too late if we decide to sit on our rear ends and not do anything now. As the mafia say, a fish rots from the head down. So what we're talking about is the need to convince the Klaus Schwab crowd, not to be personal, Klaus, or, you know, all of his people at the World Economic Forum. That's where the change has to, you know, come from in a sincere way. They can't just go through the actions, you know, spew a certain kind of rhetoric, great reset.
Or do what, because Hannah has had experience with them for years and years, and she would bring in all the Hopi and all the, and you've been with her at times, and then they'd come in for their, you know, on their big planes, and then do a photo op and do nothing.
Yeah, that's okay. So now the end of the doing nothing has arrived. It will be the end of the fourth world in a catastrophic purification. Now, what the traditionalists taught, you all, I'm sure, have heard the name Thomas Banyaka. Thomas Banyaka became a spokesman. He wasn't the only one, but he was one of 4 traditional spokespeople appointed by the traditional elders in 1948 as a result of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which was in the genuine prophecies. They knew, the Hopi knew, that there would come a horrible, terrible, satanic weapon called the gourd, G-O-U-R-D, of ashes. And oddly enough, the atomic weapon was tested right here in the western edge of the medicine wheel, defined by 4 sacred mountains. We're on the eastern edge of it. But this valley going down to, you know, at least to Central America, Alamogordo is not far away from Crestone here. That's where the bomb was detonated. And when finally pictures of the early morning, it was darkness, the early morning flash of the bomb, which was located at the top of a tower, when the bomb detonated in getting ready to do Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the pressure wave bounced off the ground and then back into the air, and it formed the image of a glowing, incredibly gourd. And that was the poetic description of Alamogordo in the Hopi prophecy, the gourd of ashes, meaning ashes of death. And the Hopi knew in a poetic way the ashes of death was a reference to radioactivity. Now, it took until 1948, because at the time of Alamogordo in May of June of 1945, it took more than 3 years, 3 whole years for the word to get back to the reservation, which is actually the Grand Canyon is the eastern edge of a medicine wheel defined by 4 secret. I said eastern, I should have said western. We're the eastern edge. And there's a saying, all light comes from the east. That's why this valley is considered with the leader mountain. We call it Mont Blanca. The Spaniards named it Blanca, which means the white one. Okay, this sacred mountain, the leader mountain, is still the eastern edge of a sacred medicine wheel, a circle that stretches over to Flagstaff. And right now, the sacred mountain of the West, the last I knew, is still burning. We're talking about Flagstaff, that area here, the Coconino.
New Mexico. Well, that's interesting.
No,
Arizona. Yeah. Oh, it's in Arizona because New Mexico was burning. I wanted to ask Peter about that
is going to burn
too, because they say that the one in New Mexico started by a controlled burn. So what do you know? You're familiar with fire. So what do you have to say about that? And do you have any questions?
The traditional prophecy is each of the 3 previous worlds, we're at the end of the 4th, each of the 3 previous worlds, going back to Tokpela, which was a long time ago, Tokpela. Tokpela was primarily purified by, I'm trying to remember the sequence, all 4 elements in each purification are involved with the purification. But at the beginning, there was a primary element, and that may have been earth. Okay, it may have been the purification was referring to what we legendarily refer to as Lemuria. There are now radical, but quite possibly genuine possibilities that Lemuria is what is depicted on Easter Island in a series of giant, this would have been the southeast corner of Lemuria. And that those 24 or so giant statues there, they look to be generic, they're all the same. It's not so. They are thought now, because they are individual portraits, each one of those statues, they are thought to be the rulers of Lemuria. And so the continent was huge. It stretched from the southeast corner, just off the coast of Peru and Chile, all the way up to the Japanese Trench, which is far, far, many thousand miles to the northwest. So in terms of the elements, right, the water, earth, wind, and now fire will be predominant in the purification of our particular age, the 4th world. That doesn't say that the world is going to all be burned up, but in the Book of the Hopi, published in 1963 by Frank Waters, who did 3 years of residency in Hopeville and other Hopi traditional villages. He got a lot of information that wasn't supposed to be. There were errors of omission and commission in Book of the Hopi. Now you could say it was allowed, by the gods, even by the Kachinas, because it was necessary. When that book was published in 1963, you can reduce chapter 9 of the book. You can reduce the whole book to one sentence from one point of view. And that sentence is, the United States will be destroyed, land and people, by atomic bombs and radioactivity. Oof. That's our fate unless we actively avoid it. We actively avert
Well, the threats going out now with Ukraine and all that, it's just appalling.
We're getting down to the nitty gritty.
It's appalling. And Peter, so what do you have to say about all this?
So one thing that Lewis is bringing up, which when you pay attention to the effects of fire, especially high intensity fire, different landscapes burn differently. And one forest will burn more regularly than another. We speak of high frequency or low frequency of fires, and in terms of time, but then also intensity. And when you have a really high intensity fire, that can bring a different balance after it's burned. And so what we see, especially on the landscape scales, is we see these people like in New Mexico, they went to burn, they had a very good intentions, you know, but they didn't have good circumstances and timing or probably judgment.
Yeah,
you
because
know?
why would they choose to do it when it was a high wind time?
Right. And so what we're seeing, I actually taught this at the Taos Pueblo.
Yeah.
I said an imbalance of fire brings an imbalance of the other elements. And so I
Yeah.
said this to them. And then within a week, they had a fire, you know, a year or whatever. And then within a week later, they had a flood almost to their center. They went, oh my gosh, we believe you now. So, and so where this comes back to us is, and this is where it gets personal, is what are our elemental balances doing ourselves? And it's very interesting because when I teach people and train them with fire, they get to experience it directly. And we do give them these little kind of exercises. And I said, you know, when you see the fire, say hello to it, but also say hello to the fire within you.
Yeah.
This is the whole training of inner and outer.
Yeah.
And so that they can see like, oh my gosh, that is me. And so when we go on fires, the first thing people do, what they've trained with me is like, hello, fire.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
mainly to be safe.
Yeah.
But then it builds from there because now you have a relationship. And sometimes the spirits will even say to you, you know, we're hungry and no one is feeding us.
Yeah. That would be a corresponding very firm belief of the ancient Tibetan religion, pre-Buddhist and Tibetan Buddhism, that, think of as above, so below. How about as within, so without?
Yes.
As within, so without. So disturbances in the subtle body will definitely manifest in the environment, so-called external environment. Actually, that's a projection of the mind. So if the human mind is disturbed, then obviously there's going to be disturbances in the elements. That's why the white people were allowed to come over here to learn that. It's not just in Turtle Island, you know, however you define Turtle Island. This is traditional Tibetan, I mean, long before Vajrayana Buddhism was established.
Well, we call that the Bun. And
yeah, that's the Bun.
And the Yungdrung in particular is what we've been practicing. And just the difference, in case there's a question about Bun and which one, this is the Yungdrung, which was, there's always an enlightened presence in every kind of practice that's done. That's just to be clear on that kind of thing.
The Svasti, which means all auspiciousness, right? The Svasti is common in this hemisphere from Alaska down to Tierra del Fuego, which is to say cross-oceanic contact is real. We're getting, some of our scientists, our best people know that. They'll admit Lemura, they'll admit Atlantis, you know, they'll admit previous worlds. And that's the sine qua non, is that we have to admit that we don't really know a whole lot that somehow the indigenous peoples of this hemisphere knew. And we were allowed to come over here not to destroy it and Mother Earth, but to thrive. And the only way to do that is to live in balance with the earth, all of her creatures, all of her children. So we're running out of time now before another, if you will, catastrophic purification. It's not punishment. That's the wrong word. It's a
rebalancing of the elements.
Exactly. And it has to be inside.
And if you bring that with yourself, we've seen things change on a dime.
Yeah.
As soon as nature, think of whatever nature means to you, as soon as nature recognizes, oh, there's a balance, it changes.
Yeah.
And that's what we're hoping to bring to the forests and things through various programs. One thing we're doing is we want to do the Mother Tree concert series when we're inviting the plants to sing. We're going to be doing these online, and then people can just participate. They can offer to their mother trees and just get this whole thing going wherever they live, because we want to build a mycelial network physically here, but also in the ether. So that that's going to happen. It's already possible. We have an internet as well as the internet.
Yeah.
And that's what we're doing here.
And Wai Ching is very involved with this kind of work.
You know, just think of having nature as your ally. So yeah.
Oh my goodness, I'm here just deepening and deepening with both of you, all three of you and all of us into the earth and the mycelium. I mean, I had a visual of that, Peter, in the meditation of all the mycelium strands. And then up to the plants and the Devic energies of the plants. And doing a meditation during a Qigong practice, and where the vision was open. So I'm just deepening with this. And I'm in Ecuador, Luis. So right.
That's a very important special place.
Yes.
The Andean mountains are because that's actually Hopi territory.
Yes.
From the traditional point of view, when the Hopi came back up here, the Incas stopped in a certain place, and the Aymara and the Kogi, but they're all Hopi clans. That's the Hopi traditional point of view. Now, this isn't what the Mormon Hopi Tribal Council believes, but you're in Hopi, Holy Land.
Yes, definitely Holy Land, and I'm just connecting with the ancient threads of the consciousness here, and also we're going to all the ancient ruins here. That's what I'm guided to do here, to channel into this land. So it just, my confirmation comes with you telling the story of being Chilean, that Tierra del Fuego at the end of the earth here. So it's I'm just very deeply involved in not just your words, and both of your words, but the visual and the whole consciousness that's opening up in my brain and in my vision. So thank you very much, both of you.
She'll be here.
For that.
Oh, I look forward to
coming.
meeting you.
She's
I look
coming.
forward to meeting you.
We're going to launch Quantum Chi, and we're going to do her video series, her teaching series while she's here.
Yeah, and we're linking all Crestone, and also with Lee in New York. Lee, I stayed with in New York when she was singing her ragas in the morning, seated on the table, Lee, singing your ragas. It was like, oh my goodness, it was just connecting with the morning with you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's connecting with my guru, my teacher, but I'm so impressed with you both gentlemen there, and Sharon as well, all of you. Sharon has told me about that practice she occasionally does where she feeds the demons. It's a Tibetan practice.
Yeah, the chud.
Yeah.
Negative spirits are very real, and possession's very real.
I've seen it lately. People are really strange.
I do the work to clear them too.
Peter talks a lot about what he calls the space weather.
We want to go there too?
Yes, go.
We do? Okay. And with one thing I want to just tie together here is, Lewis is bringing up Spider Woman.
Yeah.
It's like the mycelia of space, right? And we're talking the web, and we have another web. So there's connecting the webs. But yes, I did glance at the space weather, and I'm following it every day. And I was just putting out my report, which I'll put in. I do that every few days. But right now, Pluto and Neptune are going through different atmospheric changes, like significant. And we're starting to see them. We're going to start to watch the next planets coming through. And we're seeing the sun do things like right now it's at a solar max, but it's way higher than we thought it was going to be.
Oh, really?
And it's like, it's on a curve like this when it's usually like this. It's either going to be a double one or it's going to go so far high. And like today, as we speak, if you notice that people might be freaking out more lately, we can, at least in the Western hemisphere, there's 3 components that I would point to, and I could give a link to this. But the BZ component right now, as we speak, and that's the component that measures the sun's magnetic field relative to the earth. Right now, they're opposing, and it's called negative BZ. So it feels like you're trying to do something that's so hard, right? But then the other one is the magnetic field is about cresting in the Western hemisphere. So it's going to start falling, and everybody just has to take a nap at like 6 or 7 o'clock now. It's just like they're out of gas. And if you know that, then you can kind of time your practice. But the third thing today in particular is the electron flux is over threshold, which means there's an electron storm.
Yeah.
So it's powering up this feeling of no energy, though there's energy, and then there's the BZ negative, meaning it's so hard to get something done. And what I'm saying to at least my students is get to know yourself and be able to, when that energy arises, kind of surf it like in a river. Even though you're in an eddy, you can still use it, to go forward and then use it. Because otherwise it's tending to just like smash people right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of things going on. And also there's a big planetary lineup, right?
Right, five coming up.
Yeah.
So
here we are talking about our future events, Healing Our Earth. So next week, very important, the Ayurveda special, Boost Your Immunity. Now, why aren't we focused on that as humanity? We really should be. This is with all of these, illnesses, and they're predicted to, you should hear what Hannah has to say. Ayurveda is a very important ancient tradition for boosting immunity. So that will be on the 12th of June. And then International Yoga Day special for body, mind, and soul. That's on the 19th of June, 2022. And that is always a wonderful experience. And then we have our vegan vegetarian kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically. And that's on the 26th of June. And so we have some wonderful programs coming up. If you're interested, another one on the 3rd of July. And I'll be giving updates on our garden and what we're doing. We just planted some tulsi the other day. And maybe Peter, we can go out and see what he's doing with the mother tree. Mission statement. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. Our mission is, which should be the mission of all humanity, to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment.
I like that word, edutainment.
That's a great word.
Yeah.
So it's time to close out for today. Please join us every week. We're here every Sunday. Our dear Neil Kumar has created this forum during this time period that's so important. And, my prayer is that these teachings, these episodes go out to the whole world. So I'd like to close. I'm going to ask one of you, would you like to give a prayer for us?
I think Louis,
Louis, why don't you?
You know what? I would just repeat 3 words. It's actually the same word. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace, peace, peace. Hopi means people of peace. And on that, I have to emphasize that the prophecy of the Hopi true white brother, who is the Hopi true white sister as well, because innerly, if you can, balance the elements, you can manifest any outer form. You attain the state of being a Mahasiddha, a greatly accomplished one. So thought woman is thought man too. The true white brother is the true white sister. He, she can appear in any form he, she needs to, skillful means. So we're about to experience that. It's not all gloom and doom at all. We're going to be given the supreme chance to change our lives. And I mean thoroughly, but we have to accept the need to change. And if we don't accept that, doom and gloom.
Well, but I think the other thing to think about too, especially anybody with any kind of practice, these challenges can bring out the best in us.
Yes.
And can really spur our evolution and to help us be on nature's team and the nature's team. Because nature's going to win.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you all for being with us. We'll see you next week.
Sharon, we are still live on many platforms. Louis, that was fantastic. Shanti, Shanti,
Thank you, sir.
Shanti. But Sharon, we have got the great Peter May here, who is also a very good meditator, and he's very good with a nice meditation. So Peter, let's have a little mini meditation from you to help this constant world environment dilemma, and then we will close it officially.
Sure. So we just take a moment as we're sitting here in the Sacred Valley. We're going to be like 3 antennas so everyone can can participate with us here. And there's quite a nice support here. And just take a moment to say hello to your body. And that body includes space. And now take a moment to say hello to your energy, the life force, the light flowing through the space. And now take a moment to say hello to the warmth of great bliss, the warmth of the field of space and light. That exists with us and through us and around us. And now take a moment to say hello to the 3 in 1. There we are.